Wandering in this place, how I'm gonna spend my time searching open space, so we still come back for more, leaving it behind. Isn't always easy, but how hard we tried. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go? The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. When look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric.
The CRL Fall Championship has arrived, and welcome everyone. Taking a little bit of a break from the action of RLCS to bring you the conclusion of 4 teams remain out of the hundreds who competed at the start of the semester for this championship. We got a spectacular cast of characters here for the show, and Chicsa waiting in the wings to join us after the first series. But gentlemen, how does it feel to be here after a semester long of action, starting with Taco?
I mean, it's really nice to be able to see the competition really be this good at this point of CRL, where we've had a couple of years where we're saying, okay, more and more schools are getting into it. More players are coming here, even from abroad. We've had, obviously, the European invasion come in, but ultimately it has led to just the whole ecosystem getting stronger, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, it has been an incredible journey. We knew when this format came in that it was going to be as competitive as ever, and we have been really treated with a championship bracket. It really does feel like the 4 best teams have come to compete.
I have to echo the sentiment as well. We talked a lot about this year, the just kind of table of teams that we had, the different talent that was across the board. And while I do want to give some shout outs to some of the teams that maybe were on the cusp of being able to make it here, I'm pretty confident the 4 teams that we got here are the teams that deserve to be here, that should be here, that should be competing for this title.
These are the best teams that remain amongst the rest. So let's break down the format for those who might not have tuned in throughout the semester. Taco, take us away.
So ultimately, yeah, we do have obviously the variety in there. We do have those 2v2 opens, but ultimately the core of CRL will continue to be 3v3. So obviously we have those open qualifiers. We get our 8 teams into League Play Split 1, and then throughout the season, we do have all those teams trying to compete, get back into League Play Split 2, which will determine our playoffs. Ultimately, we really only saw Cumberland fall out, Ball State come in, and ultimately we do say, yeah, you could probably make a prediction about who the top 4 teams are. Maybe not in order, but we do eventually get to our way through the closed qualifiers into League Play Split 2, and now we find ourselves at the conclusion of this semester-long journey, our fall championship with our top 4 teams.
The big storyline, too, for Split 1 here as well is that we did see Cumberland play in that competition, fell through the rankings, and unfortunately ended up bottoming out during that closed qualifier. So a tough spot for them to find themselves in the trenches. In Concord, they were the team who are our fall champions before. They also had to play through that closed qualifier to even make it into Split 2. And, well, they rose through the ranks. They fell to Ball State, who joined them in the competition this split, but they actually rised above the rest, made it into the top 4 for the fall championship. So shout out to Concord on that one. Fortunate for Cumberland and Ball State. They made their presence known, but not enough to book their ticket into these fall championships. And talking about Split 2 standings here, Seb, give us a little bit of the highlights and lowlights for these teams who we got to see it throughout this final semester for the fall.
Well, the main story of Split 2 in general was a complete inverse of what we saw from Split 1, right? Through Split 1, we saw Winthrop and West Virginia completely dominate and really kind of take hold as that top echelon of CRL. And then once Split 2 came around, we saw Northwood arrive. We saw St. Clair arrive. We saw Concord make the comeback of their lives. And then Winthrop, the team with Carrot G, Percy, and Crl on it, just barely hanging on to beat West Virginia. This is a top 4 that has battled through so much, and even on the bottom end there with West Virginia, so close again and again, and despite the first split, we're not able to make it through. But this is what our top 4 looks like in Northwood, St. Clair, Concord, and Winthrop, all of whom have fought throughout these 2 splits to be here, Bod.
Yeah, I mean, some great looks for a lot of these teams. Who would you say was the biggest surprise that you had here, Bass, on this specific standings?
It's got to be West Virginia not making it here. Or I guess you could technically argue the Northwood rebound. Again, Northwood, a team that was on the cusp of being cut out from the first semester. The fact that they not only make it back here, but also do so at 6-1 is relatively surprising, but also I feel like kind of expected if this team had just kind of locked in from the start. We've talked a lot about how Northwood, pound for pound, is one of the strongest teams we've ever had in collegiate. This finally proved that a plus 12 differential on top of the 6-1 record. They were head and shoulders above the rest of the competition here and deserve to get that number 1 spot.
Only team who took them down was St. Clair. I mean, I know Seb's feeling pretty good about that one as well. Went to game 5 though, so they could not take them from that number 1 position based on how the tiebreakers go. But Ball State gave it their all too. Baylor, even where we were kind of doubting them at the start of the semester, they bounced back a little bit through those close qualifiers. Oklahoma Christian just seemed to be those gatekeepers. Yes, they didn't have the win that they were looking for, but they always took games against almost every single roster amongst both splits. But let's talk a little bit about the championship bracket that we have here. It's double elimination all the way down, best of 7s, and it's going to be a bracket reset if we get to it. And we saw a lot of those during the last semester of competition. Taco, do you think we'll see a bracket reset again today?
I mean, I'm not one to tempt fate, but at the same time, I do feel like we are kind of destined in formats like this. Typically, we do have those banger matchups of those top-tier programs. Very rarely will we get a disappointing series. I would say the only thing we can think of that is disappointing in any sense that it's not a series that goes the distance was St. Clair being able to get a sweep over Winthrop. Outside of that, we've really had a majority of those games, especially with these top 4 teams, be able to be entertaining, be back and forth, because ultimately at the highest level, Rocket League is obviously trying to impose your will on teams, be able to play the game you want and really just knock them down with all your mechanics and demo play. But also, it's like a chess match. These teams trade back and forth across competitions. They win, they lose, they qualify for tournaments. Other ones, they get knocked out by other teams. So I think it's really hard to predict. And because of that, I think it makes brackets like this have so much potential for that maximal entertainment value.
A lot of potential for all 4 of these teams. All of them are champions in their own right in different ways. Northwood, they've had a world championship for CRL. Winthrop, they have a world champion in Garrett G. St. Clair and Concord were our semester champions last go around, and that is going to be our first series of the day. We have victory in another league, and now Concord, who have had themselves rising through the power rankings and the rankings of CRL. They're looking for a bounce back. A couple other players on both teams actually booked their ticket into that kickoff LAN. That's Sai, that's Crispy, and that's Samas that we see it there as well. But looking at these rosters here, Seb, who are the standouts on both of these teams?
I mean, I want to give flowers to Sai on this St. Clair roster. I know we typically look at St. Clair, we point to Arju as having the most RLCS experience, but I don't think any player has come out of their shell quite like Sai. Of course, teammates actually with Crispy and Samas on 100X, who are doing phenomenal in RLCS, LAN qualifiers at this point. By the way, and I feel like I should say this on the Rocket League broadcast, is that 100X roster of Sai, Crispy, and Samas is the first RLCS team with all CRL players to come from CRL on this. It is a fantastic achievement, and now these teammates are facing off against each other in the CRL playoffs. And then when we look, of course, to the Concord side, I gotta give it to Crispy. This is a man who continues to be a demon on all sides of the pitch. There he is right there, and he is ready. Everyone's smiling, everyone knows what's at stake, but they're all friends.
And that's what we like to see, is that friendship between these teams. But Bass, I know it's not all friendship, not all smiles between these two.
No, absolutely not. This is one of the longest rivalries we have had in CRL, just in terms of the sake that as soon as Concord came into this league, instantaneously it was them versus St. Clair for the top of CRL. That was the entire narrative we had all last year. Now the narrative's gotten a little bit more, hey, anybody could take the win, but again, these are our champions from last year, our fall champion and our spring semester champion as well. So these are two teams that know each other very well, both from the sake that they play together, from the sake that they continually play up against each other. There's just a lot of history here between the two squads, which kind of makes this a bit of a difficult, I would say, pill to swallow for St. Clair, as oftentimes Concord is the team that does have their number.
We'll have to see how these teams do going into this specific matchup. Again, there's all no holds bars between these squads, right? We saw the fall semester championship from Concord. We saw the spring semester championship from St. Clair. They don't have to worry about Maryville being in a thorn in their side on either end of the brackets either. And I think that's the biggest thing for Northwood in the future too, that they don't have to worry about that either. So looking at, predictions here, Taco, you had some of the stats, you had some insights. I mean, how are you feeling with this one? Who's going to take it?
See, this is a tough one because these are teams that have traded back and forth throughout the semester. You can make an argument for really either one. I would say the biggest thing is that Seb was mentioning, hey, Crispy is the man he's going for. I mean, if you look at the statistics, I broke them down the other day. Samas is the leader in demos per game. He is one of the top finishers for goal participation, highest percentage in terms of shooting percentage, and also just assists. So he's everywhere. I think a player like that is peaking along with Crispy. I think Helix pulled together. I have Concord pulling through on this one, although we'll see how lower bracket shenanigans fare for any team that actually does fall down there.
Okay, so we know how Taco's going. Seb, I don't think we need to ask, but why don't you tell us who you're going to be going for on predictions for this one?
Oh, guys, you guys make it sound like you're so curious to know. Do you really want to know? Do you really want to know? No. Okay. It is going to be St. Clair. Without a doubt, this is a St. Clair squad that just took down Northwood. They are looking better than ever. They are looking to go back-to-back 4 semesters. And also, I think that when it comes down to it, Concord, as much as I think they're on the upswing, I don't think they've reached the level yet where they are going to be competing with the likes of Northwoods and St. Clair. And I think the only way they're going to be able to do it is from the lower bracket, but for now in the upper bracket, St. Clair has their number.
Okay, we got one for Concord, one for St. Clair. Who's edging out the competition here for you, Bass?
I hate to agree with Seb, but I am taking St. Clair on this one here. Hey, look, I agreed with you up until the end. I don't think that Concord isn't of the level at St. Clair. I think that is an exaggeration to say that this team is still a step behind them at this point. But the big difference is that St. Clair have been more consistent throughout both semesters, I would say here. Again, they finished top 4 with the first, did not have to go through the qualifier. Then you see them in Split 2, and again, you get to 6-1 here versus the Concord, who definitely are surging, but still haven't been able to put up the same results. Granted, some of that is due to tech issues within the background, and yes, they have solved them here today, but I still feel like St. Clair have just been so locked in. We heard it from them themselves. When they are playing to the level they expect, they don't expect to lose against anybody, Concord included.
So I know we've seen some great results recently from St. Clair, but Concord finally have some good internet connection working for them. They've struggled with it throughout the semester, and now that they are locked in with a good connection to the servers, I think they're going to be the ones coming out on top this time. I'm going to go Concord.
The merch. You want to go band for band? You want to go band for band?
Exactly.
We'll go band for band.
Yeah.
There's no bias in this this commentary server. Absolutely not.
Got a St. Edward's jersey if you guys want me to flash it real quick.
I mean,
all that being said, shout out to East Tennessee State University for offering up a facility for Concord to play in.
That's great.
Last second they needed a shift, so always like it when universities help each other out, make sure they have a good place to play.
Exactly. Even playing field is what we want to see for these teams. Hot off of an 8th championship win, it is St. Clair looking to secure back-to-back spring and fall semester victories. Our former fall champions, though, return to the stage and hope to grasp former glory. It's a battle between champions of old, spring versus fall, St. Clair versus Concord. Only one can advance through uppers, so it's time to find out who it'll be.
The Golden Road is only paved for one team, and 2 CRL champions will fight to begin that journey. St. Clair versus Concord, the CRL Fall Championship starts now.
I don't think we could have picked a better match to start this day off with. Like you said, former champions facing up against each other, and 2 former champions that have a lot to prove. Concord, a first split that I don't think they were very happy with. And St. Clair, that while definitely a very talented team, had a little bit of a drop-off post the semester finals last year. So it's a team that really wants to prove they are not just good, they are not just great, they will consistently be the best in CRL. And starting off with a win versus Concord is by far the best way to do it.
Exactly, and we've seen through other leagues, St. Clair have been getting a bit more reps under their belt through playing a variety of different teams, and this is a team that we've seen in the past plays almost entirely on chemistry. They really are just masters gestures of good communication, playing for each other, whereas Concord, you know, they have to play kind of a 2 versus 3 sort of piece and figure out how to find the best matchup for the day. That is an attempt that almost got close for the second touch, but St. Clair and Concord battling it out early.
I will state, we didn't talk a lot about him in the ramp-up to this game. We mentioned his name a couple of times, but I want everybody at home to pay attention to Helix. Not just because he's probably, I'd say, lowest accolades of anybody in this lobby, but because last year when Concord won, it was because of basically him alone. Not to say that Crispy and Samas didn't do enough, but Helix, when he pops off, is the X factor for this team. If he plays even a fraction as well as he did in the semester they won, this team will be disgusting. The problem is you still got to play defense, and if you're just removed from the pitch, good luck.
And Archu put this one a little bit soft, which actually gave Jazzy just barely enough time to get Crispy, but Crispy, even though he was back, he just did not have the reach. So St. Clair will be able to open this one up early. And with it, can they secure an insurance? A lot of time left to play, but this is a best of 7. Every team gets to feel each other out, figure out where their holes are at the moment. And with how St. Clair have played and so much offense on their end, it's been so hard to stop this team over time.
I mean, both of these teams, once they get some momentum, are very difficult to stop. And that's the problem with a lot of the teams we currently have here in CRL, is that it's about how they're feeling on the day, both in confidence-wise as well as just the active play style that they're going with. I do expect to see St. Clair continue on with the physicality that they've shown so far. It's a team that rotates really well around each other. So if there's even a little bit of a gap for them to advance a bit further forward, try to cause some commotion with, they will do exactly that. Or maybe go for Rex off the sidewall. Jazzy not able to do much with that one, and Crispy to take over. Be able to get this to the other side of the pitch, but Arju barely going to flinch at the attempted bump that does not connect.
Samas actually tries to get the drop down, so close. Crispy does get the angle, and he does! Just the bounce off of the post will do it. Samas over to Crispy will be able to give Concord the tie.
That was a little bit awkward. I was wondering where the second defender was going to be, but it looks like Arju does dive at the ball a little bit haphazardly, maybe not having faith in the final defender, but if you don't have faith in the final defender, you need to touch the ball. That's definitely going to be one of the best ways to at least prevent the goal and prevent the tie. Instead, we got a 1-1 ball game here as we just about get to halftime.
Concord definitely taking those, as the old mantra goes, but be how they play the second half of this game. This one goes all the way in. You can see a demo tries to come through, and Samas, just as Taco mentioned on the desk, playing to the demo leader in his team category. Really trying to implement that to open up some space here for Concord, recognizing that even though St. Clair have the chemistry to make things work on almost all ends of the pitch, they have a harder time to readapt once they're taken out of rotation. Arju trying to go for the solo fakes, but the demo comes through again from Samas.
Been a lot of physicality so far in this series, and like we said, I don't expect it to stop anytime soon. Love to see more air dribbles like this, though. Mechanics on display for both teams so far, but nobody been able to capitalize quite like I expect them to. Maybe Arju can do something here. Straight shot on target, might just make it in. Helix, the last second save will keep it out. 100 seconds left here, and Jazzy, we approach again. Decide the one to come out with a shot on target.
Oh, no.
Another double commit. Awkward as heck here for everyone on Concord.
I feel like St. Clair, they're just putting these light lobs in, which Concord have a hard time in dealing with, and it's forcing these forcing these errors essentially to come out. Concord just not quick enough to readapt to them, so it will be St. Clair with the lead again with just over 90 seconds remaining in this game.
Kind of feels like they're baiting them right now. Like, all right, if you want to go for this, go ahead, but we're going to take advantage. And that's a huge thing that we've seen a lot through teams this season, is just recognizing the moments where teams are either a little bit weak, maybe not as prepared, and just doing the most with them. That is extremely awkward, and another weird commit on defense. And I guess the other part that we have to focus on here is just the defense as a whole. Defense for Concord right now, just not getting to these touches in times, not finding the rebounds where they should, and as a result, St. Clair have held on to this offense for what feels like the entire game.
Yeah, a little bit. I know there's typically this sort of moment earlier in competitive games where you do what's called skill check, essentially. And it's essentially just you test how warmed up your team is and test how warmed up your opponent is. Throw in some of the lighter lobs that you can, throw in some of the easier shots, and see how they react, see how they can improve. But this one almost finds its target. Helix gets bumped out of the way. Fantastic bump from St. Clair to defuse that situation. 40 seconds remaining. St. Clair scrambling to get it out and trying to cut down on some of these errors that are going on.
It just kind of feels like there's two different priorities right now. One team is about making the precise pass in the right moment.
Goodness.
The other
What?
team is about just giving them the time and space. What on earth? I don't know if that shot should have ever been fired. I don't know if it should have missed, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. The lead will remain here for St. Clair. 20 seconds to go. They will not get away with that again. They need to be careful.
It's not done just yet. Demo comes through. Crispy and Samas have a decent amount of boost to play with, but Arju just kind of cuts this one. Sai will take all the possession he needs. Tries to go for the second touch. Samas will put it away. Crispy with the demo makes things a little bit open. Samas going to try and keep this up, but at the moment, doesn't look too great. Sai's actually going to keep this going. 0 seconds. Helix going to have to dive for this one. The possession's still up. Will go to the ground. St. Clair take the first game in this best of 7.
That is the most first game I've seen out of these two teams in quite a while. Bit of a shaky one on either end here. We talked about the overwhelming offense that St. Clair has, and yes, they do get away with a win, but 11 shots, 2 goals here in comparison to a Concord who do fire on some shots, 8 total, but multiple of them off the bar, the post, the woodwork, whatever you have. It's definitely one of these things where it kind of feels like Concord a little awkward coming into this one, and that's not something they can do against a team like St. Clair.
Especially a St. Clair, that when they are warmed up, they are so difficult to play against because they will shoot from every single angle. And this one, how did that not go through? I know you guys see it on the replay. That one was almost entirely engulfed by the net, and it didn't go through. And I know that Concord are kicking themselves for that one, but Bass, if I'm going into this next game, all that I'm hoping for if you're Concord is that you're nice and warmed up, because it didn't really feel like it for game 1.
It didn't feel warm. It didn't feel connected. It kind of felt like the synergy was a little bit off. And again, we do have to mention, yesterday was RLCS. 2 of those players were playing with that man that we just saw there in Sai, not with Helix. And it's very different levels of play. This is no disrespect to Helix, but he is not the former CRL world champion, multiple-time main event player. He is definitely a different caliber, and while a good caliber, the playstyle is going to be different. So right now for Concord, they got to get adjusted. It doesn't feel like there's the same sort of connection there normally is. The synergy has to be there.
Really does, but we will go to Forbidden Temple on game 2. St. Clair with the early lead. We'll see if Concord can make the adjustments necessary, but this is a St. Clair that is showing that chemistry is working for them.
Chemistry is going to be a big name of the game for all the teams here today. We've talked a lot about how these rosters have been able to play together for quite a while, and it has shown some massive advantages, such as knowing Jazzy will be picking this one at midfield every time.
I need to point out, I don't have miles per hour on, but this one had 129 kilometers per hour.
80 miles per hour.
Which, in my books, that's pretty fast.
I would say so. Definitely a relatively decent shot. You know, definitely not like, I don't know, the best shot we've seen so far this series. Only to get one-upped by Sai. Not going to make its way through here, but St. Clair not giving a moment to breathe to a Concord that we said already needed to find their footing. Gentlemen, good luck even standing up so far.
Exactly. Jazzy was actually able to get the midfield boost as well. Samas will try and take that one too, but Samas doing everything he can. Actually does a great job at penetrating through those 2 defenders. Side tries to make things a bit more difficult for Crispy to deal with. Minute in, see Concord trying different methods to get out of their zone, but St. Clair just keep battering away. Even when it feels like Concord do have an aggressive positioning, 2-man up, St. Clair are just dealing with it in stride.
They're doing a good job on multiple fronts here, forcing the double commits, or I wouldn't even say forcing, just allowing the double commits to keep happening. We saw one from Samas and Crispy, we saw it from Helix and Crispy, we're seeing it across the board right now. And on top of that, boost totals definitely in the advantage of St. Clair right now. Yes, there is a decent amount of boost to go around here for Concord, but oftentimes they're ditching their entire tank on most of these plays. They need to find a way to sustain this more, I think, viably throughout the rest of this game, because so far the first minute and a half has looked shaky at best, and honestly they could give up another goal here if not for Crispy with a good interference out at midfield. Drop down will find not its way to Helix. It'll get popped over his head, and with no boost, he's back for yet another retreat.
Again, we just see Arju holding down the midfield, pushing through, and this was a case where we even saw St. Clair just for a moment play passive. What a save as well. Keeping calm and collected, Arju tries to keep that play going, but Concord scrambling and forcing as much of a transition as possible, Bass.
I can try and take this one out the corner. He's got Helix immediately headhunting, and that's how we need to see Concord play. They have to dive at every single one of these approaches and also be a little bit more quick to the ball. That's the second or third time we've seen them just kind of take their time on defense, and that is not what you want to do against a St. Clair that we talked about multiple times can flex from any angle, including pre-jumping center, and the pass does connect, but the shot blocked out at least for now. More offense here for St. Clair, except a bit of miscommunication out in midfield. No one really sure who's to go for that ball, and finally, Concord will find a chance to break out.
Finally, and Samas going to be able to try and get over one. Sai will be there. Arju dives in, but I think what's so impressive to me is when I see St. Clair and how they're reacting to some of these miscoms. It always feels like they recover, just like Jazzy recovers, and will give this a 2-0 scoreline.
We've talked about Jazzy a lot before, and one of the big things to talk about is if he's on for the day, you better be fearful. This is a guy that doesn't always soak up the spotlight. When you're on a team with Sai and Arju, it's very difficult to always have one of the players in it. But when Jazzy is in it, he is shining bright. Concerning start again here for Concord as things just look so discombobulated. They'll make the save there, but it required two players.
That's the thing, especially when they're expending so much boost to be able to do so. It leaves an opening for St. Clair, who, even though, I mean, look at this positioning. They're playing pretty passive in the midfield. They're not sending men in to be super aggressive with their demo attempts. Arju is just kind of teeing off right now, looking for his chance. Samas, that goes low. And Concord, they're just playing off of these defensive touches, trying to get it out of their zone. Sai, maybe looking for a pass. Arju with the banger from up top.
It's not about the initial challenge, folks. It's about the follow-ups here. Just constantly whittling away at the boost, taking away positioning to the point where it's so awkward despite all three players being around the net. No one's got an idea where it's getting shot. No one's got an idea where to try and attempt the save. This has been a very, very one-sided affair so far. Need to remind everybody, I think it is 1 goal to, if I'm not mistaken, 5 so far in less than 10 minutes time.
And even looking at the shot differential, we're seeing it. That's 8 shots to 2 in favor of St. Clair right now. All the possession has been in St. Clair's side, and it shows just how efficient they are in the offensive rotation and how much they try to get as many touches on as possible to make sure that Concord have absolutely none.
I mean, Concord has had very little to play with right now, and you can see the frustrations from 3 dives in a row and no one making contact. Eventually, Samas will get something on the ball, and Jazzy will barely react to it. Got an extra flip in the back, or maybe a 50 through the corner. Crispy going to try and transition, but without any boost. Good luck, my friend. 50 seconds left, and at this point, this is a formality. Concord probably just focusing on how to adjust from here. And Seb, I don't necessarily have a crystal ball, but I am going to make a prediction. There will be a Concord timeout after this. There's no way there isn't.
They need to, because especially when St. Clair are mildly playing with their food like Arju is. He wants to put Concord away now.
Hey, Arju, these people have families. You can't just embarrass them on a national stage like this. Goodness gracious. Fake around one, pop around the other, shoot it over Helix's head, and say, see you next game. 4-0 with only about a half a minute to go.
It's a dish served cold for St. Clair. Concord struggling to find their mark in this game, and it did look like, especially when we started, that they were ready to come out with that aggressiveness that can match St. Clair, but when they realized that we're just getting beat with these touches, we're getting out-rotated, the efficiency isn't there from us right now. This is a case where St. Clair are using their strengths and continuing to roll on to the next game and add another W to that column. St. Clair will be able to take game 2, and like you mentioned, whether or not we see a timeout, we will see, but it would be highly advised.
All right, I see
There's
you boys
no
just trying to
way.
mess around a little bit. All right. Let the ball drop, and yes, we do get the timeout call. Concord going to take the extra time here as St. Clair, not just a victory in game 2, but a shutout at that. And we need to go back to the stat you talked about before here, Seb. They started off when we were talking about stats with 2 total shots. They end the game with 2 total shots in comparison to the 10 that St. Clair come out with.
Especially when we look at the difference from game 1 as well. This is just a possession game from St. Clair. They are keeping Concord in that corner, which, remember, this is a Concord that has looked fantastic in the latter half of this split. They have looked like one of the best offensive teams that we have. In fact, it's statistically supported so. Both Crispy and Samas are showcasing themselves as some leaders in the offensive categories that we have in CRL, and they still can't find the answer as Arju with the smart smug grin on his face. He's like, just play ball, guys. I don't know.
That's look, man. I know they're the homies, but that's a terrible accent. That was awful.
I cannot listen. I can't. I love them. I can't do their accent. And it's funny because I'm pretty sure I've heard them try and do like a Canadian Windsor accent. It's not great.
The fact that you said Canadian Windsor as if there are different Canadian accents is just blown my mind.
I would love to introduce. No. I would love to introduce you to a Newfoundland accent. To anyone who knows ball in chat, a Newfie accent is like out of this world. But anyway.
I'm giving you this. This is your one time you get to talk about Canada throughout the day. You get Canada's team here, and I'm going to give you your one opportunity. But let's talk a little bit more about the team at hand. And honestly, another stat that we do need to bring up, we talked about in the first game of this entire series that the main man to watch for Concord was going to be Helix. He's the guy that they need to activate if they want all three of the players to find that good cohesion, find that sort of flow state that they've been able to achieve multiple times throughout the season. I hate to say it's the second game in a row that we've seen Helix at the bottom of the scoreboard. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's not been playing well, but it does mean he's not getting involved. Not as many touches as his two teammates, not as many saves as his two teammates. So he's trying to get involved, but as we talked about throughout the series, it's been a lot of double commits. So the problem for a player like Helix is that it's clear he doesn't know when to get involved in these plays. He doesn't know when to commit. And if this keeps happening, it's going to lead to more discombobulation on defense, more openings that St. Clair are going to take advantage of. So I have to imagine that's most of what they're talking about right now is finding ways to get this man involved in these plays as he should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the biggest challenge that Concord they were able to solve last year, right? Last fall when they won, they were able to find differences and ways to get Helix involved. I think the main thing is to not let themselves get apprehensive of getting Helix involved on the offense. Maybe it's a speed thing, but maybe he just needs that confidence to be able to get on the offensive end, because right now all I'm seeing is Crispy hold down the midfield, Samas goes for demos, but then Helix is just like, well, what's my job now? Either way, timeout's done. St. Clair have 2 games up on Concord. Can Concord change that narrative?
That's a big demo out of midfield, or actually technically 2. That'll give a little bit of extra space now for Concord to reassert themselves, I would assume, on defense and then into offense. All right, they will take a shot. I don't think it's all too threatening, but you can see the urgency has finally hit Concord. They are diving downfield without a hesitation. This is something we talked about. They're getting beat to a lot of these balls on defense, and now it doesn't seem to be the same case. Moss, though, has to be careful here as he rotates back. Under the tank, and he'll try to take it to the ceiling inside the immediate approach. Maybe a second touch here. No, Crispy. Get a 50, and Arju will pass it back to Jazzy. Jazzy, not on target, but Arju will finish the job despite a better offense from Concord. As soon as they go into defense, they get exposed.
And just this I look at this and I'm like, if you're Concord, how do you even cope with this? You have a 50 with 3 players involved that just didn't go your way. Jazzy still recovers, gets a pass to Arju, and he scores. Like, if you're Concord, you're throwing your hands in the air and you're just like, what do I even do?
Hope, pray. Anybody else got some suggestions? Because they could really use them right now. Concord just kind of made a fool so far through the first 3 games, and it's not because this team is not, the best of the best. Like we talked about, this is a full champion. They're just not playing the level at which we expect them to. We talked about the resurgence from the back half of the split. They really did look like one of the greats. The unfortunate thing is that they had some excuses before. They could talk about, internet issues, connectivity issues as they finally get a shot on target, but there's no option for that anymore. The cope is gone. They don't have that chance. So if they can't pick it up here in game 3, I've got a lot of questions if they go to the lower bracket. We're not there yet, but again, it's been over 5 minutes since they last scored a goal. They were shut out in game 2, looking to get shut out here in game 3 and only scored 1 in the first. What's the total now at this point? That's 7 goals to 1? Welcome back, Brazil.
Concord with 2 shots to their name once again, but St. Clair looking to outpace. Arju will dish up. Crispy has to dive in. Will get demoed for his efforts, and another bump will come through. Samas thankfully able to keep it alive. Helix, last man, tries to get it over 1, but Arju is there.
This has been, I think, a better second half, or second minute, I should say, so far from Concord. They're starting to show some better rotations on defense and getting opportunities on offense, but physicality can only get you so far. We need to see one of those shots that's truly a stunner. The pass out center could have been that. Helix will keep it in the half with a long ball out to the corner, and Samas reads it off the ceiling. Helix went head hunting, but instead, there'll be more offense here for Concord as that shot is denied. Passing play now, and Jazzy to take it to the sidewall where Samas is waiting. He'll rip another one, and finally Concord starting to get those shots that you and I said they desperately needed.
They do. A lot outside of just possession, so much of it is just confidence. Confidence to take these challenges. refuse to play St. Clair's game. Like, don't dish them up like that. You need to be able to find a way to outpace them when need be. Even a redirect like that, that's a good start. And if you can get that going, just patter away, get the shot on as much as possible so you can slowly break down and force St. Clair in these awkward defensive positions. Like, look at Samas! Look at Samas! He's chasing down Jazzy, even though the entirety of his team's on the defensive half.
Oh, this has looked like a little bit of a weird one, folks. Not that as if the first two games weren't, but this one has turned into, let's just see if we can headhunt on either end and avoid mistakes. All right, Helix. My guy, I would not recommend that, and I think Arju will take advantage. Shot. Not going to make it past the defense here, but again, more offense for St. Clair. Do Concord survive? Side to the ceiling. Samas to meet him, and finally Crispy, maybe some reprieve. He's got a full tank of boost. This should be enough.
Watching Arju in that play and just how closely he shadows Crispy to be able to make sure they don't get it through that midfield. It's clear that for St. Clair, midfield possession is everything. And Jazzy wants to end it here. The last minute coming up. And this is St. Clair continuing their dominance.
That's just a smart move from Jazzy, recognizing that Helix is thinking about making the challenge in the corner. He doesn't actually end up doing so, goes in a bit of a 360, goes back towards net, and he goes, if I can just pop this quicker than he can get to the ball, this will be a goal. And it's another one here for St. Clair as they add to the tally. How about, okay, never mind, not one more. That's fine.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
Yeah, with a minute to go, what could a third goal do? That two hasn't already.
The insurance goal, it'd be another one, but for Concord, that timer becoming ever more present in their mind. Jazzy will put this one underneath, and then extra insurance is nice.
They get the insurance, and at this point, it's all but a formality. And we've said this for 2 games in a row, and unfortunately, things maybe not going from bad to worse, but about equal levels. 4 goals in a shutout in game 2, 3 goals in what could be a shutout here in game 3. They could actually even get a 4th goal at this point. But the big number that we have to focus on is time since last goal. Concord, their last goal was in, I believe, the 2nd or 3rd minute of game 1, meaning they are over 10 minutes without a goal in this series.
My goodness.
Something's got to change. And as much as I believe in Concord, they've had a lot of reverse sweeps throughout their CRL history. This would be the biggest one they've ever had.
And it's not done yet. We will still have one more game left to play if that were the case, but for now, no shots. They also need to point out Concord have been incredibly unlucky with goal line, close calls.
Hey, look, man, there's a lot of things you can say about Rocket League. It is not a luck-based game.
Oh,
if you're shooting
come
off
on.
target, you're
Tell
shooting
me
off
that
target.
one crossbar bounce down was not
They missed
a
the shot.
robbery. Either
They missed
way,
the shot.
St. Clair will march on to match point their first match here of the CRL Fall Championship. We'll look on to take this series in a dominant fashion, but Concord, man, this is a rough road.
This is, look,
Jazzy,
no
709 points.
709 points, 2 goals, an assist, 4 saves, and 4 shots. This is the problem, again, is that there's not really a statistical category we can look at Concord and go, you guys are in the lead. Most amount of saves, St. Clair. Most amount of shots, St. Clair is a total. They get 9 versus only 6 that Concord fire, and then obviously goals and assists, well, that speaks for themselves. Look, there's no way to sugarcoat this, Seb. There's got to be a complete revitalization here for Concord right now. They're getting beat to balls regularly as they're just not as fast as St. Clair. They're not being able to produce the same sort of offense with the just sort of tiki-taka passing that we've seen from St. Clair, and possession as a whole just hasn't been enough. There needs to be a change up here for Concord, and they've only got one last chance to do it, and then another chance, and another chance, and another.
I mean, I think that's what's so impressive by St. Clair right now is that how closely they're following Concord. Usually a lot of teams will give a lot of respect to, one of these top CRL teams because, I mean, let's be clear, it's all made up of RLCS caliber players, but when we're looking at how St. Clair is playing, it's abundantly clear to us at least that they are not willing to give them that respect. They are just playing straight up ball chasing at times and just going for any challenge possible because they know that their speed, the reactiveness, and how they respond to some of these plays is so much quicker than Concord.
Yeah, it's just, again, the problem we have here right now is that I think Concord started out the gates uncomfortable. St. Clair did not. And while Concord can try to undo the uncomfortability that they've had through the first 3 games here, it's only to catch up to a St. Clair that has been in complete sync since the very get-go here. We talked about the passing plays. We've talked about the individual performances. There's not really a criticism I can make of St. Clair right now, and that's what makes this all the more frustrating for Concord, is that Concord are a very talented team, but if your opponents aren't making mistakes, there's not many places that you can poke and prod and try to really expose them. You just need to play to their level and find those opportunities similarly to how St. Clair are creating their own opportunities on their end. So, Concord, I look to you guys to get the rebound. I know you are capable of it, but I gotta say, this is gonna be a rough game number 4 if they can't start off on the right foot.
Well, I think you mentioned kind of, adapting to mistakes and being able to react to them. But St. Clair, they're not playing perfect. They're not playing.
Not at all.
They're not playing perfect at all. You see them double committing on plays. You see them kind of getting weird touches or whatever it might be, but it's how they communicate that and then how they respond to it that's making them so effective right now. And so even though St. Clair, they're not playing perfect, Concord, on the other hand, they're making these mistakes, but they're not just immediately responding to them. So they're not fixing them fast enough. So we will go to game 4. Will St. Clair end it all here, or will Concord begin that road to a comeback? Remains to be seen, but St. Clair want to end it here, and Sai will open us up.
Forget the right foot forward here. How about you trip over your own ankles and then watch the other team do a double backflip over you? My goodness, every player getting involved in the passing, and instantaneously, St. Clair have the lead.
And if you want just a petri dish of what St. Clair looked like when they were playing well, that is a perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
Every single player getting involved, every single player getting a touch to be able to set each other up. And it's a simple style. It's just easy and beautiful fundamentals that St. Clair have taken advantage of.
I mean, this is the problem, again, is that it's not just that, like, they're playing well, but they're doing everything right. The passing plays are good. The defensive structure is solid. The transition attempts have just been immaculate every time, and it's been so difficult for Concord to find a place where they can take advantage. Great example is Samas goes for the aerial. Where's the challenge? It won't happen because St. Clair know they are just going to get there in time, and Arju does. His teammates buy enough time. He gets to the ball, bangs it downfield, and once again, St. Clair get out of their own defense without, well, I would say even breaking a sweat.
And Clair opting for more controlled touches right now, letting their teammates recover and reset just a touch. Sai is going to go from the ceiling. At least get a bounce off. Arju tracking this back. Samas going to be able to secure a demo. This might be an opening, especially if Felix can play this carefully. Going to be able to get the pop-up. Jazzy is there, no problem. St. Clair just immediately diffusing all this pressure with ease.
My gosh, Jazzy, you were on 0 boost. I did not think you'd even turn that into a shot. All of a sudden, Felix has to reach just to try and keep that away from the net. St. Clair showing their lethality from any point of this pitch, and all of a sudden, Samas now a bit awkward. We'll have the time on the back wall, and we'll have the boost, but can he get around Arju? Absolutely not. And then Arju turns it into a ceiling touch? Yeah, all right, fine, St. Clair. If you want to keep stunting, how about you just give us another banger of a goal? Again, it feels inevitable. You let them stay on offense for more than 10 seconds, and they hit this.
It is inevitable. Jazzy making it look too good. It can't be read at all. St. Clair, this is a team that has come into form at the perfect time.
So since that first goal that Concord has scored, let's make sure I'm doing the math on this one correctly. That is 10 goals unanswered. It was 1-1 when Concord scored. They got another one in the first game, and then 4-0, 3-0, now 2-0. Go for an 11th, Jazzy. Why not? This has been St. Clair putting on a performance, and honestly, this is a message not just to Concord, this is a message to the rest of the bracket. If y'all ain't came to play, this team has.
I mean, thankfully for Concord, this is a double elimination bracket, which means they can take a bit of a sigh, be like, okay, that was bad, but we have the rest of the bracket to play, so let's just lock in. We'll figure it out, right? Surely, right? This is a Concord that I can't imagine the talk coming after out of this. They might just laugh it off, honestly. They just might laugh this series off.
Look, man, I'm all for the NRG mentality of, hey, let's just have fun with this one. No, don't do that now. Not the time. It is time to lock in and recognize that you have made mistakes that are unacceptable in a format like this. Again, as much as this is a good team and I want them to, enjoy the experience, you should not be reflecting upon what is basically a perfect sweep as just GG's go next. There's a lot of things that need to be focused on here. The offense, like we said, has not had the same sort of firepower. Just in terms of shots alone, they are getting outshot in most of these games. The sync, the just ability to play around each other has not been there. Another passing play that has been thwarted, and now RG is going to look for the reset for another goal. There are things that Concord need to focus on, because as much as you were saying, they get the break to either face Winthrop or Northwood. Neither of which is going to be an easy task.
No, and especially coming into Split 2, I mean, sure, by record, Winthrop, you have a better chance against Winthrop.
Oh
Jazzy, what a pass from the ceiling! St. Clair defines a team.
And again, another example of where I'm saying things need to be changed. Crispy and Samos both go up the sidewall for an attempt at the challenge. Neither make the challenge and then head back to the net. They realize it's far too late. The passing play's already coming through. Jazzy's on the ground prepared, and this is where we talk about it. This team is just not having the same level of coordination that we expect of them. I'm not trying to keep saying this because it's like, make it better, improve. Usually they don't play this way. Usually they do have that synergy. Usually they do have that cohesivity, and it's just not happening right now. With a minute to go, I'm not going to state that things are going to change here. It's time for Concord to buckle down and start to make changes. If they do not, this could be a very short day for our fall champions.
Or in this case, it might just be buckle up and get ready for the lower bracket, buddy, because you have a long road ahead of you, a gauntlet even. Jazzy has easily been one of the most impressive players in the server for this particular series, which makes St. Clair all the more dangerous when you realize you have Arju, who is already such a good player, Sai, an RLCS player coming into his own, and now Jazzy coming to the server and finally living up to his potential as the lead man when he needs to be. This is a St. Clair that's terrifying.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the stat line across the board here is just going to be unreal, as unfortunately another shot does go wide for Concord. 20 seconds left. We said it's a formality, but that gives me some time to give my flowers here. I talked about Jazzy. Last 3 games in a row, 2 goals every single game. Arju averaging almost the same. He took a break in this game to get 2 assists. All of St. Clair firing, which means they are our winners here in our first series of the day. Not just a sweep, not just a win. 1 goal conceded over 20 minutes of gameplay.
Almost a perfect sweep across a best of 7. The guys on Concord even left early. They just wanted out of the server. Jazzy with 7 shots to his name alone. What happened here, Bass?
St. Clair locked in. Concord did not. We talked about this. This is what Arju said in his interview, and I think our second week of games. He said, if we are playing to the level at which we should, we're not losing to anyone. And for certain, they are not losing to Concord. They proved that when they are on the day, they are a different beast of a team, and that has been proven already. I feel for Concord, this was not the display they were looking for, and honestly now, I feel like it's going to be difficult for us to back them in the lower bracket, as that was just not a performance indicative of the usual skill.
No, and again, even when we look at St. Clair and how they played this, I mean, I remember for a good portion of this, actually, Concord had the lead in shots. They came out early.
Oh, yeah.
They were looking motivated to try and get something going, but then you just had Jazzy enter the server and be like, oh, wait, I'm also a really good player on this team. And it showed. St. Clair throughout the course of this. I mean, listen, I can't glaze it up, and I'm putting my bias aside for this as being obviously St. Clair and Canadian, but this is a team that we knew coming into this was a contender for the title here. They're on the road for the back-to-back. They want that title, and we even had our doubts coming to this from the match that we saw yesterday with Akron, from previous matches that we saw in Split 1, even to this season. This looks like a team that's ready.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, this was a revenge match for them as well. I know we've talked a lot about the semester championships that we've had here within CRL, but these 2 teams actually faced off at a LAN post-spring semester, and in that, it was not close. Concord got a 4-1 victory over them, and that was really, I think, a big moment for Concord and St. Clair, as Concord kind of finished out the year going, nah, when we lock in, we are that team. And St. Clair going, all right, well, we have to be able to do that same level of lock-in. They proved it here in this semester. They have come back a handful of months later and have shown that they are not just a good team, they are one of the greats, man. This is an incredibly impressive start for Concord. Again, just to go through some final stats here to give you guys the rundown. Total, St. Clair, 12 goals to 1 conceded. Outscored their opponents by 12 times the amount. Arju over a goal per game average. Jazzy over a goal per game average. And not to leave side of the question, because 2 assists per game, if I'm reading this right. No, 1.25 assists per game. Every player on the team averaging over a goal or an assist per game.
Yeah.
St. Clair, take a bow. My goodness.
Either way, this was an incredible start to St. Clair's journey throughout this bracket for Concord. They will be going to the lower bracket and seeing who they will face amongst either Winthrop or Northwood. And that'll be coming up after this. But for now, we're going to be getting, I believe, ready to go. So let's take a look and take a break. We'll be right back.
And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the 3rd degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. Passing me by 40 years and 7, that's a true crime. Money's off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the 3rd degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I can breathe my sanity. You're my enemy. Fight me. Fight me.
Racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night. But in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic and you need a better use of time.
And that's going to be one semifinal down, everybody, and we're back, therefore, with the winner of that semifinal. It's St. Clair, more specifically Jazzy on St. Clair. How are you feeling after, I guess, a shorter series than we might have expected?
Yeah, definitely amazing. Like, best of 7 is such a long series, but making it 4-0 to just get the day done quicker is just very important.
I mean, that's just like a great European mindset of just being like, hey, there's only so many hours in the day. Let's just speed this along. Let's be able to save our time, be a bit more direct. And I do like that, especially because you guys have had closer series throughout the season. But as you mentioned, I don't think we expected a best 7 from your sound of how you're phrasing things. It doesn't seem like you expected it either. Is it a surprise, or are you guys just that well prepared coming into the day that maybe this isn't necessarily something that's too far out of the imagination?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever been more prepared than this time, honestly. So I feel like today is going to be a sweep all day.
Okay, all day. So that's multiple sweeps all the way through, not dropping a game. I do like that confidence because, granted, we also did see you guys in the NACE Collegiate Rocket League Fall Grand Finals last night. You played kind of a mix of Akron University's A and B teams. You guys did go to Game 7, and admittedly, some of the analysts were saying, that's kind of a weird series. Like, that's not a score we'd expect. What's the difference between that Grand Final and now how you're playing today?
I mean, it was a very mixed up team, so we have never played them before, but all the opponents today, we know them, we scrimmed them, we've played them in CL before, and that's where we know it's gonna be not easier, but just more. We can tell how things are gonna be in game, rather than just being surprised by how teams play.
So to dive into that a little bit, when you say, well, we know how to play these teams, does that really come like team to team? Like you know exactly kind of the points to pick out or the players to try to take advantage of? Or like how much prep work per series were you guys kind of doing on the analytics side and not just, getting your hours in free play and in scrims?
I mean, mostly it's analytics in scrims. You just see the tendencies of some teams. For example, like, Concord love cross passes, they love air bumps completely. We have to counter that. We knew we just couldn't overcommit, because if we overcommit, it's gonna be tough for us. So we didn't. We know how Winthrop plays. We know how Northwood plays. That's really good for us.
And so therefore, I mean, speaking of Northwood and Winthrop, one of those two teams is going to be the team you play in that upper finals. So I want to ask you a kind of a two-parter here. Who do you want to play in that upper final? And also, who do you think that ultimately you will end up playing?
I honestly don't really care who we play in the grand final, because we have to beat every team either way. But I think Northwood and Winthrop is complete 50-50. It's very hard to predict who's going to win there. But with my gut, I have to say Winthrop.
Okay. A little bit of a lock in there. I mean, regardless, lower bracket or upper bracket is going to be crazy. I do like the confidence to see that you say, yes, you're going to be going through for sweeps. We'll see if you can hold that up throughout the rest of the day. But Jazzy, thanks for tuning in for us a little bit. We'll let you get back to the team.
Yeah, thank you.
And so, with the rest of the desk, I mean, clearly confidence not an issue at all.
No, a sweep is not exactly how we expected to start out the day, though, especially seeing the performances in the past from both these rosters and seeing Concord, have a bit of a resurgence throughout Split 2. We got Chixa here back on the broadcast to give us their insight as well. And Chixa, I mean, what were your thoughts of the series?
I mean, obviously, Concord just had an inability to score throughout the entire series. It's something that we talked a lot about very early on was, it's been 5 minutes since they scored. It's been 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, they didn't score since the first game. They just could not get it through, whether it was unlucky off the post or their creativity just wasn't enough. I liked what Jazzy was saying in the regard that he understands the teams that he's played a bunch. At this point, it could be that Concord has just become so predictable, they weren't bringing in another factor that we weren't expecting them to. So St. Clair could read them very well, and at the end of the day, they had very strong transitions. They averaged the goals they needed to. They outshot every game. They played the fundamentals that they needed to just keep Concord suppressed throughout that entire series.
Real quick, I just need to say that saying Concord had an inability to score has to be one of the most diplomatic ways I've ever seen anyone describe that series. That was, but you explained it very well.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to find themselves in, and looking at the greater context of the championship bracket, right? Not getting a game, only getting a single goal, and having to face off against a loser of Winthrop and Northwood. Winthrop, who dominated Split 1, had a little bit of a rough going at the start of Split 2, and then a resurgence to guarantee themselves a spot here. And then Northwood, who were that top team outside of the loss to St. Clair. This is a rocky road ahead for Concord, to say the least, for them in that lower bracket. But looking towards the horizon for the future of our series and our matchups that we have, Northwood versus Winthrop is the next one on the docket. We've been waiting to see this again, because every single time it has gone the distance. Game 5, overtimes galore between these two battlers, as they can show up as best as possible throughout these series. And you can see why, looking at the rosters. Cream, Zaki, and Zanil with Coach Nick, and then Garrett, G, Percy, and T-Crl with Gabrielle leading the charge there as well. World Championship pedigree on the Winthrop roster, and CRL World Championship with hockey for Northwood over there. And talking about this, Taco, I mean, a lot of expectations for this, but Winthrop always just seemed to be a step behind Northwood.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that it shows the respect that both these teams do command from everyone else. We were talking to Jazzy, mentioned, hey, yeah, I mean, between Northwood and Winthrop, what do you think? And yeah, you could look at series record and say, well, what do you mean? Like, Winthrop has never beaten Northwood. But then beyond that, you say, nah, I genuinely don't know. Like, either way, it could go, because Game 5 victories are not necessarily the most confidence-inspiring in terms of being able to choose the clear favorite within a matchup. I think we all understand that Winthrop in Split 1 had their moment where, yeah, they lost to Northwood, but I think we kind of all agreed this is like the team to beat. This is potentially the start of a dynasty. I mean, we honestly started fear-mongering that much, but Northwood has done a very good job in Split 2 of reminding us that no, they are not gone from that upper echelon of being able to command CRL. They still have the skill to hang with anyone, much less the Eagles.
The big thing here, too, is that Winthrop, the only teams that they lost to in this second split was Concord, was Northwood in Game 5s for both of those, and then a sweep against St. Clair. Seb, how do they change their fate going into this matchup now, it being a best of 7 instead of best of 5s that they played?
I mean, we know that Winthrop, they have actually been on a little bit more of an upswing on the past little while. The problem is that Northwood have looked outside of one series against St. Clair like indomitable hockey, rocket the playoff stash, brother. That is great. But for Winthrop, I mean, we know that they have gotten close, right? They have consistently gotten close to Northwood. Now you are playing them in the best of 7, and there is no player with more experience in best of 7s in this server than the man on your screen right now, Garrett G. He is a world champion. We talked about this previously, and it may be Winthrop can get across that line because they have that experience, because they have that veteran experience in Garrett G, who will be able to keep this team calm. You have a player like Crl who hasn't really, like, outside of his first stint way back in the day before he was on Harrisburg, like, this is the highest pressure scenario he's been in a long time for him, and it's going to be on Garrett G to just be able to lock in that mental for his team.
Yeah, they're happy that they made it here, which is the big thing for them, right? They were sketchy at the start of Split 2. A couple of losses came through, especially that sweep that they fell at the beginning of it to St. Clair, but they picked up the pieces afterwards, found their synergy moving forward. So let's talk about predictions here. Jixa, you got to see things on the sideline. Now you're back in the driver's seat here on the desk. Who do you think's going to take it?
You know, this is definitely a back and forth decision. When you think of it initially, you're like, of course, Northwood's at the highest seed. You know, Winthrop's been struggling. At the same time, Winthrop has never been able to beat Northwood, and you should say Northwood immediately. I am saying Northwood. I do like that history behind what they've been able to do in the past against Winthrop, but I don't think it's going to be easy, and that little bit of doubt is going to keep playing in our minds. Something about Championship Sunday seems to bring out the best in teams. This one goes the distance. We're not seeing any more sweeps here.
Okay, no more sweeps. I mean, what about you, Taco? You feeling Northwood? You feeling Winthrop? How's the vibe?
Such a bold claim to not say we have any more sweeps. I mean, just a tempting fate, but regardless of that, I will agree, at least in this regard, in that I do believe Northwood does have the edge on Winthrop. I think they came in a little bit, at times they come in a little bit arrogant, I would almost argue, into some matches, but I think when they play Winthrop, they always kind of buckle down and say, no, this is where we absolutely need to make sure we're getting our scrims in our hours and we're fully prepped. I think they're going to do it again, and I think they take the series for the third time.
Okay, third time's the charm maybe here, Seb, or is it going to be Northwood all the way?
I think it's going to be Northwood, only because I think that this is a team that has looked more consistent than they've ever have. They have one single drop to a team on the other end of the bracket, and otherwise they've been able to take care of business. They looked better than they ever have, and frankly, like, for narrative purposes for this team, they need this win. This bracket is entirely a legacy maker for Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it going through our own bracket predictions before and saying that this is the last semester that we will see this roster together for Northwood. So it's do or die for them, and I think this is their time to shine. So I'm going Northwood. We're sweeping the desk on this one. We'll see if Winthrop makes us eat our words afterwards. But it is going to be Northwood all the way, at least in terms of our predictions. Let us know yours in chat as well. As it's going to be a battle of two Titans, one from the first split, one from the second split that we have here in terms of Winthrop and Northwood, both raise the bar for the competition in their own divisions, but only one can raise the competition going into this matchup. It's the old guard of Northwood, hungry for their first championship in 2 years' time. And they're going to be battling it out against the RLCS veteran Garrett G and his startup roster from Winthrop of Percy and Crl. It's seniors versus freshmen, Northwood versus Winthrop, Timberwolves versus the Eagles. Who will it be, the one to face off against St. Clair in the upper final and rise to the challenge?
One shot at a spot in the upper finals, and Winthrop is hoping a third shot at this specific matchup is what they need to be able to ascend to that next level up against Northwood, chasing a chance at sealing this roster's legacy in CRL history this fall. Seb, best of 7 is exactly what a series of this prestige deserves.
And just to show you how close this series might be, the audience predictions for this have 51% going for Winthrop and 49% going for Northwood. This is the definition of a neck-and-neck matchup, and I am so excited for it, Taco.
And therefore, it's all about really who's going to strike first. If you're Percy, one of the stat leaders that we have seen across multiple categories within CRL, it will be him. But no, it's going to be back and forth. And ultimately, we've seen kind of this shaky start. I mean, you don't go to Game 5 accidentally. There's not many reverse sweeps. It's typically back and forth, kind of the pendulum swinging type of series from these two teams historically. So I have to expect something somewhat similar so far.
And I think what I love is, like, you know, we talk about maybe Northwood having a bit of arrogance to them, and I personally love that. I think we went through many years of this Northwood squad where they were just being nice, being the most dominant team, and not really, you know, showcasing some of that personality. But when Creams joined the roster, this was a team that was fiery, that was willing to trash talk, was willing to do whatever to showcase, yeah, we're the best, and here's why. I'm so excited to see how they're going to be able to show it against Winthrop here. Just going based off my prediction, absolutely no bias.
Yeah, absolutely not. At the end of the day, I mean, it's really deserved. We even had an interview with Nick, their coach, who has pro experience, and said, hey, how do you guys feel? And they're like, well, we're just the best team, like flat out. That was more or less what he said. So I like to see it. And right now, it seems like they're starting to ramp up the pressure to try to prove that. Northwood has really not left this Winthrop half, as the ball again will ricochet into the corner. Percy's going to chuck that to midfield, and Creams is going to send it right on back.
Yeah, but this is a Winthrop squad that does like to play that defensive end, really loves that transition game. We've seen it against team after team, even offensive heavy teams like your St. Clairs, like your Ball States. They just continue to stick with that style, but can they handle the barrage that comes from Northwood? This is a team that has a very controlled offense. This one will be going off the back, but Garrett G thinks better of it. Can Hockey get around him? Decent 50s, and Neil tries to put it up high. Crl gets the read, and we're at 3 minutes left in this game, and so far, no one's had a really strong chance.
Now, we've seen a couple different air dribble bumps into fakes, into 50s, and really everyone is toeing the line. The problem is you don't have a lot of 1v1s until right now. Hockey nearly taking advantage, if not for the 4th defender, shutting the door. Percy on the counter. How about his effort also will be met by a defender?
Percy, we know, has been a huge force for this team on both ends of the pitch. Some might even say a contender for MVP this season, but he has a long road to go against a team like Northwood. This will go off the corner, and a pretty slow affair for both teams. Nothing crazy as far as individual mechs go, just poking and prodding, seeing what works.
And I think a lot of teams understand that, yes, pace is the one that makes a defense upset, but the problem is it's double-edged sword. If you play a little too fast, you might get out of position like Hockey, creeping up a bit too far, but the problem is if no one's back minding the shop, you might just get robbed blind. Speaking of, there might be some violence involved. First demo, really, I think, of the game coming through right there, which does open things up for T. Trying to get the dish. Zanil, can you recover? Yes, sir. Another save going to the far corner.
Now we're starting to see Winthrop take more of an aggressive positioning, and Northwood taking care of it in kind, saying, get out of my half, don't need you here. Percy trying to get the flip reset through. Hockey will take advantage. Hockey puts a shot just straight on, rather than getting the pass over to Cream. So it'll give the possession back to Percy, who goes on. Hockey will be able to take it out. Crl will take the boost as well, keep the possession going as we approach the final 90 seconds.
Garrett trying to congregate in the corner with his teammates. Nice little short-term passing play. Problem is not able to actually get through that wall on the near post that Northwood has set up. Nobody forward, which means Percy will try to just delicately place this to the far side. Might have the 50 win on Creams as Garrett rises above everybody. A bunch of whiffs as everyone's played each other's touches. Luckily, the comms still on board for Winthrop. I would say their attack continues, but they're getting met with a lot of resistance on that back line.
It's just so interesting to see the pace of this game compared to the previous series that we had and how much that's actually a little bit dangerous. Double commit will have to keep this one out. Zanil is going to put this one on. Crl can't get there. With 1 minute remaining, Zanil opens this one's up.
And I really do like this one because a lot of options could come through and Zanil could just power that one through, but says, okay, I'm going to try to put this in the hardest possible position. Back post, top corner, really try to pick out something out because, yeah, you can get all the power you want, but if it's right at the defender, really does not matter. Northwood finally getting a reward for all that pressure they have built up. Granted, I will say they've also been playing a lot of defense, but it's been effective defense. Right now, Winthrop understands that that one shaky moment, that miss in the back line that you mentioned, that could be something dangerous, indeed did turn out to be the eventual goal they've given up. So that just shows the margin of error for making really any mistake.
That's the thing, is it's very classic Northwood to just capitalize on any single error and making it hurt. Northwood continuously showing that throughout the course of this split, even with teams who are filled with professional caliber players like we're seeing here. Garrett G needs to get the flick over just to give his team some room. Neil, the back pass over to Hockey. This one goes straight to Percy, but he doesn't get the angle. That could have led to a goal. So Creams will be able to get the defensive touch and Northwood just hanging on.
I think that was honestly a little too overcooked. I think Percy was trying to play a 50, and then when Northwood wasn't there, they kind of just ended up hitting it away to the corner. So now it's about desperation and less about strategy. Garrett, full boost. Creams got nothing, but he can't get back to it. Doesn't time his approach. Northwood doesn't have to deal with that final shot, and it looks like one goal is all they need.
Again, when we look at the pace of things, we see Northwood dominating on shots, a total 9 to their name versus Winthrop's 5. But again, this is par for the course for Winthrop. They like to be in that back-end approach. The problem is that when you're playing a team like Northwood who has very, very strong caliber of players, they will punish you for that. They will find a way around that. And it doesn't matter how much experience you have, how much mix you have, they will break down your defense given enough time.
And that's the big thing, is that obviously a lot of players will say, well, yeah, that's how you play offense. You can't just get one pass, one shot, and that's your goal. Most of the time, it is making sure you get your shot, get your boost steal, get some demos, get some midfield pressure, try to throw it back in, and just slowly build until eventually you have that seam in the defense that you can take advantage of. But Northwood is also showing a lot of deliberation in this regard, in that I think the one thing they focused on from Split 1 to Split 2 that I see applied a lot here in Split 2 is the fact that they're trying to play very calmly in the midfield. They're not bunching up unnecessarily. If they do stack the net, it is making sure that they are sending one player to one ball. And I think because of that, it forces everyone else to excel and or just take some risk, go for some demos, kind of throw yourself in. And I think Winthrop not necessarily doing that means, yeah, they're not risking too much on the counter, but unfortunately it means they can't really get a true opportunity out of that game. It really only came from the infield pass to Percy, and ultimately he didn't even expect it. That's why it went wide.
We'll be going to game 2 here as Northwood open up this one with a W in their column. We'll see if Winthrop makes some adjustments, especially in that midfield control. I feel that Northwood has been fighting for it, doing relatively well. Percy making sure he gets the boost on the way back, but will come from it. Crl eyes Garrett G. Garrett G goes up early, but Zanil cuts off the cross.
Percy actually gets this one. I was going to say the ceiling might help him out on that angle, make it harder for Zanil, but no bounce had, and so therefore a sequence of 50s will start to come in. Percy trying to catch Cream sleeping, but he is wide away again, ready for not only the touch, but the extension back out to midfield. You're going to have to wake up pretty early to sneak one past Creams on defense.
Yeah, especially Creams, who I've always said for a while that he's one of the more intelligent players that we have in North American Rocket League. Like the way he plays defense from an endemic North American perspective, Welsh flag aside, is quite smart. I mean, he has legitimately been able to keep Northwood in series just purely based off his defense alone. We'll see how Winthrop manages, because it's one thing to be able to get that midfield control, it's another to be able to get through what is a traditionally very strong Northwood defense.
And right now, Winthrop is trying to make sure they can show their level of offense. Problem is, they get dunked to oblivion. Luckily, Post has their back. Garrett G has the next one. Percy up and over as Zanil able to recover. I don't know how he gets back, but he had just enough momentum on the flip to be able to put that one to the side.
I thought he pre-jumped for this one to be able to get to it because he was trying to just have some midfield coverage in the first place, but Creams will take the possession. Percy waiting for the mistake, and will just ping it back down, but now we get to see Northwood reset. Garrett G trying to prevent any strong transition play from the demo. Both of them going to dive up for it. Hockey can't get around it in time.
Naturally, we go left to right and then back to Percy. And again, he's not really ready for it, but still produces a weird save. Garrett, corner, back wall, no double. And it seems like Winthrop, they're getting forward and you see these tiny windows in which you expect them to go on through. Meanwhile, Northwood's creating their own holes. They're just kind of going right through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man with a lot of these challenges. They're dominating the 50 game in the midfield.
You're going to make me really say, oh yeah, in the middle of a CRL broadcast? Definitely.
You just did, so checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate. Hopefully no copyright there. Half a game remaining, and thus far, again, a low-scoring affair, just all looking for positional control. You can see Winthrop, they're trying different approaches, but so far it's just been Northwood pinging it out, dealing with any approach with ease, relatively, and double commit in the midfield from Winthrop might open things up. We see this all the time from Northwood, just punishing these errors. See what they can cook.
Garrett actually gets off the wall because he had no more boost. I think trusting that Creams is not going to be able to put that anywhere dangerous, which is a gamble that doesn't always pay off, but at least on that iteration, seems to be fine. Now let's join him on offense as, fortunately, his teammate getting bumped away. Garrett, no boost, trying to rescue this play. Hard cut, dangerous cut middle. Percy should be open, but Zanil was watching that the whole way through. Back to the Winthrop corner we go, and a dangerous 50 has to come up, which Garrett will get enough of.
Creams trying to get the best 50 as possible and able to do so, but so far, again, both these teams just kind of playing each other out. This is two teams that very rarely make mistakes. They're well-seasoned pros with a lot of RLCS experience under the belt, not just up-and-comers like you might see in some other teams. Like, no, a lot of these guys have played a lot of seasons, some of them with the most tenure even. See with the last 90 seconds approaching, who will break this deadlock first?
Winthrop trying to just be delicate about that, but Creams is ready for this one. I don't know if they're ready for this one. Garrett completely dusts Neil on the double. Hard read, doesn't get it. Crl knows it's open, but he doesn't have the angle. How about the follow through? Another bounce, and it's just going to have to go back to midfield again. Winthrop, I mean, it's not necessarily getting tilted, but you can tell that they're trying to force these plays through because they know they only have so many looks at the goal. Maybe they just got to create something a bit more organic. I mentioned there being a severe lack of physical play, really from either side. I think everyone's just so focused on the reads that everything else just comes secondary.
That's the thing, is I feel like if Winthrop were reacting more to the information they have, were able to read Northwood's situation better, they'd be realizing, wow, they have like literally no boost. We can kind of play with our food, take them off the board, make them a bit more uncomfortable since they have no boost to play with. And now, even we see a pinch from Hockey sent all the way downfield, which gives that room over to Northwood to reset again.
Lob forward, Garrett's got no boost. He's thinking about it, but he knows he can't get there before Zanil. So Creams, therefore, will take advantage of a demo on the counter. Garrett, excellent touch, only so much boost, but in the final 10 seconds, it might be the last chance they get on offense. Everyone caught in transition. Here comes Hockey. Crl's a little late to this one. Percy, sideline, Creams, middle. Zanil is lurking, but Garrett, can't sneak it past the captain. We're going to be going to OT after that save.
All the experience in the world, and it keeps Winthrop alive. Great heads-up play from Garrett to be able to make sure that doesn't go through, and we will go to overtime for this game too. We'll see how Winthrop honestly played a pretty decent back half of that game. They're actually keeping Northwood cornered, but one thing to keep them cornered, but it's another to be able to convert. Creams will send this up in the corner. Crl with a decent touch. Zanil will be on the backtrack for it. Creams will collect, and 30 seconds into this, we see Northwood just trying to break out here.
Crl, love that touch, slows things down, forces Zanil to hit the brakes, and then gets everyone else on Winthrop back on defense and ready to get those diagonal flips and catch Winthrop. I think trying to bait in some plays with that shorter touch, and ultimately it does kind of work as Hockey's just trying to improvise any touch. A little bit of demos coming through, but ultimately everyone's still looking a little scattered to begin OT.
I feel like even when I'm looking at how Northwood are playing this, they're going and playing this a bit more passive than I'd like to. I mean, they got these midfield lobs, but no one is even trying to fake or threaten an attempt. It's just, okay, we're going to go for this set play. We're going to try and get these individual picks. Creams just trying to put it himself and be able to force a double commit to come through from the Winthrop side. Garrett G needs to knock it away. Hockey can't do some damage, so Zanil will be there to reset. Percy will collect. We've seen what this man can do. Can he get the double? But Creams is there.
Well done by Creams, again, shutting things down on the backboard. He knows he doesn't have to get that clear, just to make sure he takes away the angle that does go down into that top shelf off the double. Creams, though, however, is not in a great position there. Luckily, everybody on Northwood is back to make sure that deflection does only go so far. Creams again in the way to make sure Garrett does not have the pathway through. Percy tries to find one. Zanil shutting it again. We have seen it again, and we'll say it some more. Northwood just relying on that goal line defense to keep them alive.
A little bit. Best again, continuing to hold Winthrop at bay, but the question is and remains, how long can they keep this up? How long before Winthrop find that opening and are able to convert? You can see the positioning is getting more and more aggressive, whereas Northwood, they're almost even getting more passive. Finally, Zanil able to steal some boost to be able to create an opening, but look at how Creams and Hawk are positioned. They're just barely able to reset in time. And 2 minutes into this overtime, we really haven't seen much, but I might have to eat my words. Zanil with the double flip reset. Garrett G will be able to get it through, and the demo on Creams comes through as well.
Hockey gonna take that one off Garrett's hood. Percy, limited boost. I don't know how much Creams knows about it. He's still waiting for it, respecting the reset. Now it's up to T, floating in the air. I think he still has the reset. He's not gonna use it for anything other than a wave dashes. Everyone just gotta stare in that playthrough, daring them to do anything with it. And still just a bit of a stalemate here in the midfield. Honestly, Seb, I feel like at this point, everyone should probably make sure they're getting in a good beverage, getting some caffeine, because we could be here for a while if no one wants to dive in on anything.
I mean, the stakes are really high for this. I think both of them know it. They know that this is the CRL Fall Championship. There is a lot on the line for it, both in pride, legacy, for both these teams. Zanil going to put a shot on. Percy dives in just in time. And now we'll see the transition come through for Winthrop. Can they get anything done? It is 3-11. It's a shot that goes on, but is saved by Zanil. You can see the physicality trying to come through from Winthrop. Crl shadowing Zanil. Zanil doing what he can with no boost, but still, we remain 0-all in overtime.
I think this is also something that speaks to really being able to take your opportunity, kind of like this. Crl, you got nothing in the tank, which means only so much you can generate. Garrett, likewise, just going to be able to play for the 50. Percy, sealing, tucking it down. No, it's going to be rebounding away from Zanil, who then will play the man instead of the ball. A little bit of a gap in rotation. Zanil lurking forward, getting a bump on Percy. The worst possible bounce, but Percy has fallen. Hockey is there. Creams near side, deflected away.
Still, despite attempts, despite physicality, Northwood can't get it done. Get your predictions in chat, y'all. This one may be going the distance.
Certainly, if you keep it this close, and it's really going to come down to these miraculous goal line stops. Winthrop getting real lucky that they're able to get all the angles correct, but luck sometimes you can make your own from just solid positioning. Crl trying to hold this position in the midfield, but can only lob it for so long. Percy deflected straight down. Creams, not all the boost. Garrett's got him beat in that regard, but he just sends it long anyway, as Crl will again just try to make sure they're not throwing away any possession, keeping it close for as long as possible.
Zanil, decent 50 as well. Creams tries to dive for it. Finally, we're starting to see some risky play coming in. Creams even looking for the redirect off the back wall. Adventurous as he is, Hockey needs to hold this 50 for the midfield's control. Percy dives in. It's going to go off the corner. Creams a bit of an awkward spot, but he's able to handle it just fine and won't get challenged. We'll go for the individual play all the way across, and Zanil comes through. The 50, not advantageous for Winthrop, but they managed to hold on once again.
Keep an eye on those boosts in the top right for Winthrop. They're really running low, which means now they're gathering it and leaving gaps in the midfield. Garrett, though, spaces himself correctly, gets that deflection. Percy, last back, the only one really with the position to get any of these touches, up until Crl. Kicks things forward, off the ceiling, can't get the read, he gets the soft touch, looking for a bump on Hockey, and still cannot connect. Over an extra game played here, some bonus content DLC we have in the CRL playoffs.
I think we'd love DLC here. You know?
Yeah.
Also, shout out to the Ferrari DLC. That's pretty cool. Love the F40, one of the best cars ever made. Just saying, you know, no anything. I like it, okay? I like cars, y'all, okay? Either way, 6 minutes into this one. Both teams have tried a lot. Crl gets the flip reset and uses it late. Garrett G tries to force it through, but Creams gets the better 50. Percy looking for the pass to Crl, but it will be cut off. What do these teams have to do? Creams with the redirect on. Garrett G will be able to get the save again. So we'll see Northwood Try hockey, puts the shot on, it goes low, 6 minutes, done. Northwood go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, unfortunately, I saw this one coming. Crl was chasing around with no boost. He went for a bump on hockey, he didn't get it. He then chased the next player for a bump, didn't get it. Went to the side boost in the midfield to get it. Also had that stolen away, and then suddenly there's nobody left to be able to get in the way for a low shot. Shoot it low, player off the sidewall, it's real hard to react to, and naturally, it's going to be similar to game one. The only difference is the massive amount of time it took to get to our 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, what's kind of funny to me is normally if you see a 6-minute OT, you see the score lines go up to like 900 points, 800 points, 1,000. This is like 500 points across the board, which is just like amazingly low to me. Even with the shots, it's still 9 for Winthrop and 10 for Northwood, but all it took was the smallest and slowest of shots from hockey to be able to put it through. And really, it came about as Northwood just 50s, breaking down every single man from Winthrop until a one weird shot basically threw them all away. So Northwood, 2 consecutive 1-0 games, giving themselves the 2-0 lead in the series. And now for Winthrop, I don't think they'll take the timeout, but they're definitely kind of talking it over. They're trying to feel it out or just lock in for the next one.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people sometimes frame timeouts as, well, you're losing, so therefore you have to take a timeout. I ultimately feel like if you don't know what you're doing or you feel like you can really feel things slipping away, that's when you take a timeout. So I like Winthrop being able to just advance forward. Let's get into this next game, because a 1-0 victory from your opponents is not something where you're saying, oh my goodness, we're getting hammered. No, shot differential was not that disparate. It's really just about making sure we have everyone on the right page and making sure that we have also everybody connected to the lobby. As we're taking a bit of a pause here, as I believe Garrett G's computer might have just exploded. So we'll ship him a new one real quick, and hopefully he'll be able to get back in, and we'll have, I guess, a pseudo tech timeout to be able to start game 3.
Oh, exploded? Oh man, where's the smoke? I don't know, anyway, but I would love to see an explosion. This is
wow, horrible.
I mean, like, explosions are
CRL
cool,
caster said wishes harm on Garrett G's computer.
No, that is not what I said.
That is awful.
All I'm saying is cool guys don't look at explosions. That's a real
I would hope he did if it was inside of his room. I don't see smoke. He seems very calm, so I'm assuming that might have just been a network thing. So he'll be getting back in, but also I feel like it's pretty telling as well that when we keep cutting to these players' cams, they're pretty stoic. Like, no one's getting too high or low. It's everyone's just like, all right, it's just one game at a time, which ultimately is the healthy perspective, I think so.
Yes.
We can't really be getting into this avenue of saying, oh my goodness, no, it's slipping away. Especially if you're Winthrop, because it has to be tilting to know we might be falling behind in a series, but also, yeah, it is to Northwood, the team that we have yet to beat. And then, to make matters worse, they get into an interview and say, yeah, easy, not even worried. Just like, okay, fine, just rub it in some more.
I think what's incredible to see is that this is kind of par for the course for the series. Incredibly close, back and forth all the way. And I mean, sure, people are going to look at, oh, Northwood have a 2-0 lead in this series. It's like, yeah, but those 2 games are so fought for. All the way through, where you essentially have a back and forth possession all the way across. You have a single goal that determines the game off of just breaking down defense. They're not flashy goals by any means. They're just like forcing technical plays to finally be able to get it done. And that's why when you put put 2 defensive powerhouse teams against each other, that's going to happen. You're going to get these short scoring affairs.
Yeah, and this is why I really like the psychological aspect of Rocket League when it comes to how much do you really want to lean forward into playing a more passive and more controlled way, or how much you want to lean into aggression. Because, yeah, teams that can balance aggression and passivity, kind of that defensive and offensive mindset well, are usually the most elite teams in this esport. So when we do have these avenues of play and saying, yeah, let's try to do it, I think that's great. Winthrop, I feel like, is leaning really far back, and unfortunately they chose to go for those demos and chose to go for those bumps at the end of last game at perhaps the wrong time. So it's about time for them to get back into, I would say, their natural flow, get into a gameplay that ideally is fresh and organic to how Northwood knows them, because as we heard talking to Jazzy, some teams have the other teams figured out. This is not a best of 5. We got some room to go, but getting into this game number 3, hopefully that means Winthrop can find any footing to be able to get a lead and then obviously just keep it at this rate.
Well, we are just about ready to get going into game 3 of this series. Northwood currently lead with a 2-0 scoreline. We'll see if Winthrop can finally bounce back. Listen, I know we said no sweeps. Surely there's going to be no sweeps. And maybe Chicks cursed us. Could have happened. But I really hope not.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, a while back, there was the summer series, the summer tournament for all teams, and where you said this is going to be a really competitive bracket. I think we had basically all sweeps all day, and it was pretty brutal. But hey, you know, sometimes teams just come in and they are just well matched, and this is definitely a matchup that historically, within the short span of time this semester that we've had, has been fairly close. But Northwood has said, you know, they're all business coming into these playoffs. They want to make sure they dominate and show that CRL is indeed their league. Well on their way so far, but you know, anything's still possible when you have all the skill that Winthrop has.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be seeing Creams play video games, but you know, while he's doing his interview anytime soon. I think he realizes this is all a business. So Northwood on the back foot once again. See Winthrop, they're actually trying to play a bit speedier, playing a bit more peppy, responsive. Creams looking for the redirect, not able to get it, so Garrett G will just be given a 3-1. Crl pass over to him. Hockey tries to keep it in the midfield, plays it from the ceiling. Creams looking to keep it in play over to Zanil, and now we're seeing an increase in play, Taco.
Yeah, definitely trying to cut in on side of these touches. Maybe not to necessarily get it on target, but you play the man. You just play to get past one player and then be able to then advance down the field from that. And if the other team is diving in, it can be advantageous to you. So I credit Winthrop for at least trying something new. However, it seems like Northwood, they've recalibrated for the most part, trying to control that midfield again. Pass inside to Hockey. 1-2 back to Creams near side. Garrett's not worried because he knows Percy has his back.
I love that communication, though, from these two, and really good pitch awareness to be able to recognize. Can't just go for a simple 1-2. We actually got to get creative with our offense. Winthrop is a defensive-heavy team. We recognize that. We have to be a bit more creative with how we're going to play against them. So Creams will back off. Hockey will go for the challenge. It's going to be put off of midfield. Crl puts it up high. Over to Hockey. And again, we just see Winthrop back off, and Crl is just going to have to manage.
Manage, he will be able to at least get one touch. The problem is Creams is offset to be able to throw it back in. Now, looping back from the side wall, I think going for a really difficult catch, which may actually lead to Percy. He's got no boost, maybe no problem. Near side, saved away. Crl, top shelf, bar down, first lead of our series.
And we thought that this was just going to bounce away. Percy was like, okay, he gets a whiff, but Northwood's so good at this. But Crl, as aggressive as ever, puts it through. Crossbar down and in. And Winthrop with the lead, kicking us off at the halfway point of this game.
And I like it just being able to be ready and playing predictive. Ball's most likely going to go to the far side. And yeah, some players might say, let's slow it down. It's going to double tap. I like how T just says, no, let's just put it on target. They're probably flailing. It's going to be a tough save. And indeed it was. So just at halftime, we have Winthrop being able to take the lead. And now being as close as the series has been, you know, Northwood's not going to take this one sitting down. They love making those midfield plays, especially on the counterattack. This one bar not in, so not favoring them like it has their opponents.
That's actually a great catch, though, from Percy. You can tell Winthrop, pace of play was a big thing for them. They're trying to cut in sooner. They're trying to get to these challenges quicker. Crl just gets a touch to put it up high, gets another one for himself. Crl putting Winthrop on his back.
Love this from T, being able to understand the bubble he's in. He flicks it, sees Zanil doesn't challenge, so instead of immediately flicking that again, make sure he goes a little bit to his right to make sure that's on the near side. I think Zanil thought that Crl would overthink it, flip it too fast, he would react to the fake challenge. He did not. Just a great mental performance there as he nearly gets another off the kickoff. The fake definitely not working out for the Timberwolves there.
That's one where I imagine the comms from Hockey's like, I'm awkward, I'm awkward. Yeah, that's, by the way, exactly how Hockey sounds, by the way. Percy tried to solo, but can't get much done. We'll see what Northwood can do. They have 90 seconds to be able to respond, but considering the low-scoring affair of this one, I can't imagine too much will come through unless they take a drastic change in approach. Zanil not going to be able to put that one on.
Wonderful comms coming in from Crl there. Understands his teammates can't get there. Problem is they need to keep going, but again, it's off the frame. Zanil was exactly where he needs to be, and yet maybe he can get some redemption. Creams trying to tuck that middle, but Zanil cannot get there. In fact, Zanil is often the player I would associate with Northwood getting their offense forward, but he needs to get back. In fact, he needs to have anyone back. There is nobody to stop Percy from downtown.
I think Northwood might have forgotten to rotate here. I think Zanil was expecting a different touch, and this one was just sent all the way down. Creams with the long rotate couldn't get there in time. A minute remaining. A mountain to climb. Northwood might have let this one slip.
Crl being able to get that save, and yeah, as always, it does feel like there is kind of a fever break game in some of these series where it's like, okay, 1-0, 1-0, it's a little bit careful, it's a little bit close, and then suddenly just everything breaks loose, and you see a game like this where it's just pure chaos, and ultimately, it's not necessarily surprising. I'm not really even saying that Northwood's playing poorly. I think Winthrop just understands that we do need to switch things up, and I agree. I think the change of pace is not necessarily completely destabilized Northwood, but they're not handling it as cleanly, I feel like, and that's really the thing that Winthrop has noticed and said, okay, well, in that regard, we're just going to keep our foot down on that pedal and just see how far we can take this.
Well, Winthrop are in the driver's seat. We'll see how far they can take it. They've taken what will probably be their first game. That one, great save. So they'll finally get into this series. Winthrop are not going to get swept today. They have taken their first game. They will be able to match Northwood here and finally assert themselves in our first semifinal.
Yeah, Chixa, despite her best efforts, will not be able to force us to have a sweep here. No, we will have at least some more games in this series, and it is really just with higher efficiency, because the shot's necessarily not in Winthrop's favor, but being able to get 3 in, being able to get them through, just really forceful play. Yeah, even Percy's long clear comes from that adjustment from Northwood. Hey, we're down by 2, we really have to ramp this up, and then suddenly everyone rotates up. Nobody at all is rotating back, and missed recoveries mean it's just an easy one. You can't be giving those types of plays up.
Yeah, I don't, you know, listen, this isn't an excuse, but also, man, that crossbar, the real one.
A little bit. I always thought, Psyonix, putting out that game day patch today where they lowered the crossbar 6 pixels. I mean, that's what's affecting things. If not for that, Northwood probably have their goals, Yeah, that's totally what is affecting things. Regardless, you still have to shoot it on target. And ideally, you should put it a little bit lower, maybe a little bit more to that side netting area, because that would help
when you hear that. When you hear that ting, that yes. New sound, it's like you're kind of cue to put it a bit lower. But Northwood knows this. I don't think there's any doubt about that. They're just going to have to shake this one off. And I'm curious because now we've seen Winthrop. They've made the adaptations they need to. They've picked up a quicker pace of play. They're trying to go for more cuts and be a bit more aggressive. How are Northwood going to reply?
I think the big thing from Northwood is understanding that, yes, that third goal is kind of silly, but the first 2, I mean, it was mainly just Winthrop being able to dive in on things and making sure they're hitting their shots, because I think the biggest thing on offense is something that sounds obvious, but can be really difficult in the moment. Just make sure your shots are on target. Force a save. Too many times players are just saying, I need to put this perfectly top corner. I need to make sure I double tap this perfectly into the top shelf, and ultimately, because it's such a difficult low percentage play, you end up just barring it over or hitting it well wide. Like sometimes you just need to hit it on target, force a save. It takes one player out of the rotation, then your next players can come through and get a finish. That's pretty much what every single one of those goals was outside that one Percy clear. Granted, maybe it just takes one player to be in the way as Hockey tantalizingly close, but not able to get there for the finish.
There was so much going forward for Northwood here. Pass over to Hockey. Zanil wants to secure it. He does. The Northwood passing plays have returned.
Really do like this one from Zanil. Is able to just stay relevant to the play, cutting up field. In fact, he is the cherry picker. We actually gave him that award as he is the #1 player in all of CRL Split 2 for the percentage of time spent in the attacking third. So only natural he is the one to be able to tap in that last second finish.
Such a great stat. Great stat, but that's a pretty fun one. The way double commit from the Winthrop side as they try to open things up. Almost do, actually. This one's looking dangerous. And now Northwood, you can see the physicality is coming out in droves, getting every single bump as the first man tries to play a more aggressive position to open things up. Creams playing things further back. Going to be able to try and clean up here for Hockey. Gets the read, but not the angle. So Zanil and Hockey will look to reset. Garrett G, Crl, Percy all locked and loaded, full tanks, but see what they can do. Crl puts a shot on, tries to get the double, actually does, but it's gone backwards.
Almost a psycho. Offensively, would have been great. Unfortunately, not really what you want. Yeah, honestly, if that was an own goal, would have been pretty sick. But regardless, own goals are not really what players are going for, even if it's a fun clip for your social media. You're looking for at least something a bit more constructive, kind of like Zanil on the solo play. Early flick, but Crl staring him down, will not be fooled by that.
Part of me wonders, you could probably go into just the replay, change the colors a little bit, be like, bang.
There's a mod for that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a mod for that. Yeah, but Zanil, Crl, not dangerous. Actually, Percy's there. He's going super aggressive, and now Creams has to be careful. I've seen Northwood be guilty of this a couple times where they're just letting these approaches get a little too close to that goal line, and it could create some dangerous scenarios, but Northwood will finally be able to get it out, still maintaining that 1-0 lead.
Percy loved that 50, and he can get in front of it again. T and Garrett were both thinking about it, but I think both of them are equidistant. Didn't want to commit either way. Long clear into, I would say, the path of Percy, but also right into Zanil, who gets an excellent 50. Cream's just going to have a probing jump at that one, but ultimately Winthrop gets on out. Garrett with space, top tier play, as that's a triple commit coming out from Northwood. Crl trying to recover off the corner, take advantage, but he just simply cannot.
And it's still so dangerous though for Northwood, despite having a 1-0 scoreline. I know we've seen Northwood in the offensive end and continuously battering away, but one single Winthrop transition can end it all. Garrett G going for the pitch. Percy will be able to deliver. We have a tie game.
And sometimes this is the best type of pass. You put that forward and then just slowly follow it. They're playing the hit, they miss, and therefore it is wide open for Percy being able to get that one through. And I do like that setup, as Northwood has to prepare for all different eventualities of how these plays go forward, and that just shows that you can never really trust that first touch.
Exactly, and I think Northwood are finally learning that with Winthrop, I mean, they've known now, but especially in the best of 7, you can't just take a linear approach. You have to recognize this is a team that will also make counter adaptations. Will try and play in the offensive end a bit more aggressively, send a first and second man up if they need to. All of them have that professional experience in one way or another. Percy, try and get it around Hockey. Hockey will keep the midfield. Cream's collecting a bad boost all the way back. Hockey looking to stay and play, gets the bumps for himself, but Zanil, as aggressive as ever. Percy gets around one. Hockey, last man back. Do you have what it takes? No! Percy, the solo, beats Hockey.
Ultimately, when you Google worst case scenario Rocket League, this GIF will probably pop up. Percy on a 1v1 in the air with a reset, and you're backpedaling in goal. Say night-night, that is going in your net every single time. Winthrop getting their lead again, carrying forward that momentum.
Percy has been so dangerous on these solo plays. He continues to demonstrate why, even against literally the best team that we have in Split 2. We'll see if Winthrop, do they have what it takes to tie up this series? Can they bring back that Split 1 form that we saw from them and finally take their first win against Northwood? We still have a long way to go, but this is a great start.
And look at Winthrop playing their advantage. They know Northwood rather, is getting a little bit discombobulated on some of these challenges. So when a player is flailing, you don't always press immediately onto the ball. You let them hit it away, and then you hit it right on back. It opens up some spaces, and more importantly, it gives you some time to be able to build up your next stack, gives everyone else your boost, and therefore be able to set up clean passing plays like that. 2v1, and that's going the way of the Eagles.
Good job on Crl as well to stick with that play, recognizing that Percy got a fantastic catch, not wanting to leave. Zanil in a rough position to make that one, and just an easy lob in. Northwood, the defense starting to struggle a little bit with the pace, and just Winthrop playing around it. Cuts are coming in, and the moment Northwood can't handle. 40 seconds remaining, still doable, but Garrett G wants to, that was quite hot, however no one there to reply. Zanil chasing this demo, this might actually open it up, it will. 30 seconds for Northwood to tie this up.
Make sure to temper those expectations, Winthrop fans. Everyone's saying, oh, they're back, let's go, another win. No. You still got a lot of time, especially 30 seconds. Even in 3v3, anything can happen, especially off of these kickoffs. So important for Winthrop to make sure they do not give up an easy one.
See Zanil. Northwood have possession. Neil no boost, but Hockey. Creams also going in. Hockey trying to just disrupt a bit, but now you have no tools to work with. Hockey and Creams finally able to get locked and loaded again. 15 seconds. Crl is going to try and just get as much of a touch as possible. Maybe even secure one to go. This last 8 seconds. Northwood, they want a chance. They're going to have to play in this orange half and do what they can. That's actually a great bounce. Creams, if he can make it work, it's going to go up high. Zanil needs to do what he can, but Winthrop will take the win. All one goal games thus far, except for the previous, and now Winthrop have tied the series.
I think that was Zanil having way too many factors to calculate in his head. He was coming in and saying, okay, well, I need to get around this play. I also need to get underneath it. I also need to be able to put it inside the target. I also have to get it past 2 defenders. Maybe I can even pass it. And I think all of that collided, and he wasn't able to even get the contact he was hoping for in the first place. So no last-second heroics, but it did still come down to that final touch. Northwood keeping it close, though I think much of what anyone remember is that Winthrop getting another close win.
I know, and that's the thing, is that at least they're keeping it close. That's the one consolation that Northwood can take from this. Yes, they've lost their 2-game lead, but they're keeping Winthrop within their sights. They know that Archie's just taking just a sip from a fat cup is just so funny to me in the middle of the game. Just like, coffee cup, just water, whatever. It's like, just, I don't know. I'm expecting a fat slurp from that. But this is Northwood keeping it close, at least. And although Winthrop are finding their mark and they're getting around the play, this is, you don't want to let this one slip. And so now, going into game 5, a tie series, this one will determine who will go on to match point. And for Northwood, they've lost 2 straight. Can you break that momentum? Swing things back in your favor, or Winthrop going to assert themselves in this series and run away with it?
Well, and that's the big thing. Also of note, no timeout. So clearly Northwood not really too concerned. I think if we do go on a match point, especially if it tends to get away from one team or there's some sloppy moments, I would expect that we would see that one timeout being able to be used, whoever does fall now behind. But whoever that is going to be is anybody's guess. The momentum is certainly on Winthrop's side, but as you can tell, Cream's still trying to cook, nearly taking it in all the way by himself.
So we will this one going. Crl being super aggressive. Look at the Winthrop positioning. You see how all of them are retreating back and trying to play way more aggressive. That legitimately be worrying because it opens things up to Northwood for transition play, as shown here. Garrett G on the back wall, though, and it's how Winthrop can immediately recover, play on that defensive end. That's a shot that will go wide. Zanil, good attempt, though.
Hockey all alone, gonna fake that one down and just try to play this one slow. He knows he has no support, but he's just trying to make some time for everyone else to catch up. Zanil, double tap, wide open with a bump in the goal.
And you need Zanil to show up, one of the biggest individual stars that we have in CRL, made his name through RLCS, came here onto Northwood to make the greatest team of all time, and now he shows up.
Excellently done by Northwood, but again, it's the synergy between really that action and then the preparation that comes beforehand. Send a player at the goalie and then set up a double. That double by itself is not going to be a flawless strike, but when you take out that near side, it's more or less easy pickings. It's a free play level shot for anyone on this pitch to make. And so therefore, Winthrop is going to have to kind of have a deep sigh and just say, well, things have not always gone well when Northwood has been able to score first, but maybe last game dispels those rumors that we can't really come back in these games, and maybe if we get a bump of our own, Hockey's going to dodge it and get the save as well.
Yeah, hold on. This is still dangerous, though. Zanil having to dive back for this one, and we see Garrett and Winthrop just swarming all around the offensive zone, which is keeping Northwood a bit on their toes because they have no idea where to expect the demo from. The positioning is all over the place, which makes it so dangerous. Percy will collect, as Zanil needs to keep it in the midfield, and he does. Crl take the possession. Creams tries to get the 50, but will go underneath instead. 3 minutes remaining. Northwood still have the lead.
Creams, lot of boost. He's going to go to the backboard. Percy should have that despite nothing, and I don't really blame them for going for the double commit. Problem is they're going to lose out on boost. That's from a hard angle. Zanil, he's feeling himself on these finishes. He's just going to keep a lot of them on target.
Hockey hit the backflip, which actually opened things up. But Creams, defensive as ever, able to get the read and position properly. Very rarely you see Northwood make too many positional mistakes, considering the chemistry that all these players have with each other. Of course, Creams and Hockey, going back into RLCS today, is playing with TSM, are still quite close friends today. And now, as Northwood try and handle this, trying to put this series to bed against a monstrous Winthrop, can they do it?
Well, certainly if Zanil's playing the way he is, I have a lot of confidence in them getting flip resets into these perfect 50s in the midfield. Riding that momentum and confidence is so important, especially if you can double up your attack here and be able to catch that one. Not going to fool that first defender. Now it's Garrett on a 1v1. He's getting it over the defender. He's getting it past everybody.
If Captain America can put Winthrop on his back, that might be the support. That might be enough to push Winthrop over that edge, to finally slay their demon in Northwood, who has been undefeated against them thus far throughout the course of this CRL semester. Zanil tried to get Garrett G out of the equation for that shot, but we have a tie game, Taco.
Sometimes, and I'm starting to see Northwood see what works and what doesn't. Right there, that seemed like an occasion where sometimes you pass it in the middle assuming a player is near it instead of actually getting a comm there, and I feel like I saw that from Northwood. Maybe a little bit of a hint of what's to come here, as they're not necessarily falling apart here, but they need to be able to reignite this offense, especially with Winthrop showing. Once you give them a little bit of offense, they have a chance of being able to generate some more just off sheer momentum. As Garrett can't get that 50, that deflection coming out of Percy. That's a lot of time to build up on, especially with Creams.
What a demo.
No boost. The angle, not good enough. Now here comes Northwood.
Look at Zanil. Look at Zanil. He's ready for it. He's getting the bump, and he does! Northwood will be able to secure the lead again. Zanil and Hockey, teammates as ever, continue to pop off.
You can hear that terrifying score in the back of your headphones. Just start saying, hey, what's that music coming on? Well, it's a bump play on the counterattack. That's what happens. Everybody goes full send into that one. Like Percy getting the double tap. Sure, go for the demo on the backboard, but that is the penalty if you miss. It could be leaving you stranded on a 2v1 that is never going to go your way. Percy trying to make sure he can twist it right back, but in fact, can't read the miss, and the double goes wide. Crl looping in, and he will also have it stolen off his hood.
And for Winthrop, every single time they finally think they've put Northwood to bed, they continue to come back time after time after time. And whether or not they can score in the next 30 seconds remains to be seen, but Northwood don't want to lose their clutch in this series. There's only so much time left. Can Winthrop finally manage? Percy going to go up high, but the angle isn't there, Taco.
Yeah, Garrett puts that a little too high on the pass, but the thing is he stole the corner boost, which means the boost advantage is still in their hands. Percy can't get it past Creams. Good job to cut that angle off. Double commit from Winthrop. That means Hockey has an open shot up until Percy. It's got to go coast to coast, and he doesn't even have the boost to do it. That's a crucial error. Potentially, Garrett has barely anything to do with. Hockey knows it. He's going for demos. It's just shenanigans in the backfield. You got to be cleaner to take down Northwood.
And at the last second, Winthrop had an opportunity. They were locked and loaded. They had their tanks full, and it all fell apart. So Northwood will go on to match point here. Winthrop, do they have the clutch to force a Game 7, or will Northwood again make a statement against Taco? I mean, I said it flat. This is the best team ever assembled to be put to CRL.
I mean, yeah, but you could argue that for a lot of these teams at times, depending on how they're playing. But I understand what you're saying. It's difficult to really fathom really just how well these teams play. But ultimately, it is always a battle between Northwood and Winthrop. I don't really even blame it for being people saying, well, if these teams are so good, like, why are we not seeing these like double flip resets? We're seeing all these double taps. Well, no, it's going to come down to these nitty-gritty plays, these counterattacks, diving into the wrong moment, trusting your teammates might be able to get there, and they just don't have the boost because the boost economy has been stolen away. Like, there's all these kind of metagame decisions that really come crashing down. And unfortunately, Winthrop, they got burnt because they had a perfect attack. It looked like everything was aligning, and then Percy had too much of an angle, couldn't get it in, and immediately gets punished. I mean, that's the margin of error we're dealing with heading into this Neo Tokyo Game 6. I mean, match point for Northwood, potentially a third straight series they could take Winthrop down on.
I mean, which is kind of insane to say. I mean, this is when Winthrop were at their peak, and then again, when Winthrop weren't at their peak, and we're like, okay, maybe Winthrop just get 3-0'd, but then out of nowhere, it went to a best of 5 again. Both of these teams continue to deliver, and as Northwood goes on to match point, we'll see if Winthrop can indeed deliver. Garrett tries to put the pinch down. Winthrop tries to keep it going, but Northwood scrambled to hang on.
Garrett chasing a demo on Creams, and he will not be able to connect. That's fine, because T-Girl knows that Hockey has to throw that one somewhat away. Garrett, short-term passing play into T-Corel. Garrett will spin back around, but unfortunately will not be able to work. I do like how Garrett is starting to get involved, just being a disruptor. Maybe not facilitating a lot of passes or getting the shots off, just making sure Northwood is second-guessing about committing on certain reads.
I'm just looking at how, I mean, the speed at which Winthrop is playing and how aggressively, that is a unfortunate mistake. Zanil tries to get T-Corel out of the equation. Creams puts it low, but a bit too much to speak of. So Garrett look to recover, and again, just rare mistakes coming out from Winthrop in probably the worst scenarios. This isn't the time to make them.
No, especially now that, I mean, if we think about it, based on the games played, this is technically 3 straight best of 5s that Northwood has won, but we are playing a best of 7. So the circumstance is a little bit different here with the playoffs. So now we still have a chance to be able to at least affect the series win total for Winthrop. And honestly, the fact that there's no timeouts means they still believe in the process, but they have to believe in the defensive capabilities. 2 straight back-to-back goal line heroics, but there's still
dangerous.
one more. T saved again.
Northwood bringing out their own version of a blue wall, bringing out everything to stop Winthrop in their tracks. Every single position, every single touch needed to be perfect, and they managed to hang on as we're still scoreless, but Crl wants to end that. Gonna go for the pass off of the ceiling. Creams is there. 3 minutes into this game, Winthrop in the driver's seat. Northwood doing everything they can to hang on as Winthrop batter away at the door.
Man, this is so irritating, Garrett. It literally stopped, looked at the ball, said, I have 0 boost. And it just doesn't get out. It's so frustrating when you know, hey, that's a shot if I had anything in the tank. Unfortunately, no. Gonna have to recover and then try and start again. How about right here? Cream's a little late to that one, but Crl did not want to risk getting beat as third man, and ultimately in the circumstances, I don't blame him.
So, Northwood literally wanting to continue this run. We mentioned this was a legacy-defining tournament for them. We know that they have the greatest collegiate program of all time, but can Winthrop be there to match? Percy says yes as Winthrop kick off this game with a 1-0.
Love this from Garrett. So easy to just clear that downfield, but he knows, hey, if I just hit it slightly in front of Percy, he can catch in. He doesn't even need that good of a flick. It's all about Northwood. They're too far away from the ball, so you kind of just have to reactively dive at it. They do not time it well. Easy flick up and over. That's 1-0, and if you ask Winthrop, probably should be 3-0 by now, but they will gladly take a lead in any form.
I mean, at this point, with how low scoring this affair has been, I mean, it's not shocking that they'll take every single goal all the way to the bank, and a single goal could be the determining factor in this series, man.
Crl, light tap, it will be taken off by Creams. A handoff to Hockey is imminent, and here it comes with a flip reset. The door shut closed by the captain, and now he's got to do it again. Minimal boost, it's a lob straight down the middle. Percy, the only one with any resources, but Crl is there, at least structurally, to make sure that back wall is secure. 50 down in the midfield buys a bit more time for everyone in Winthrop to fuel back up, which is necessary because Creams always lurking in the background. A demo played, a Percy whiff, but Creams can't get on top of it.
And now we're starting to see Northwood scramble a bit in transition. Percy able to actually steal some boost as well, and it's going to get dangerous as Winthrop try and set up, but they might have overcooked just a touch. Hockey tries to go in for the bump, steal some boost for good measure. Now it puts Winthrop on the back foot. They're going to do what they can to manage as Northwood batter away, tear things down, use surgical precision to try and weave and move around this Winthrop rotation. The last minute of gameplay as Northwood now in the back foot. They will need to work tremendously hard and do everything they can. Pull out all the offensive stops. Is this one going to find its mark? Hockey gets bumped out of the way by Garrett G. Defensive play master.
Top two worst feelings on offense, and an 8 number 2. When the ball is rebounding off the post, you know you have to put it in, and it just is not able to be calculated in time. It's a rough one, but hey, still got a little bit of seconds ticking off the clock, and an air dribble to start it off. Garrett from the ceiling is able to say no to that first one. Percy says no to the second, but there comes Hockey in the corner. Maybe with a pass, but can't get it to Zanil. Ultimately, the 50's there. Pass back to the corner. The bounce is too high, and it won't be able to connect.
No way! Garrett needs to get the redirect, and he does. Crl is there. There's no boost to speak of. Crl puts the nail on this one, and we will be going to Game 7.
Shout out to Crl for keeping his composure. Slow it down, lean forward, because he knows from that distance that is going to be the defender diving in recklessly, just hoping to get in front of it. Easy second goal, but well worked by Winthrop. Relatively a low shooting affair from both teams, Seb. Basically 6 shots apiece, and yet it's really just all been in the midfield and all these crazy shenanigans in front of goal, kind of like this one. Zanil looking on the backboard, not going to get it, so it looks like we are indeed destined to go the distance. One more time.
One more time. Both of these teams will go to the last game. 2 consecutive Game 5s throughout the course of league play, and now a full best of 7. Garrett G with the final one to force it. And there's so many storylines going into this one. This is only the upper bracket semifinal. They still have an entire bracket left to play, Taco.
Yeah, and everyone's saying, well, I mean, this is also I hear this a lot where people say, well, it's double elimination, though. I mean, they have another life. Yeah, but the thing is, the great advantage of being an uppers is knowing you have that life. So being able to lose it in your first round, not going to be a good feeling, obviously. But the big thing for me that I'm noticing is that I'm staring at this text chat. Both you and I are in the lobby. no timeout signaled from these teams. They are fine just going to the next one. I don't know what's going on in the comms, but both these teams seemingly feeling 100% comfortable that they can take the team down in the next game. I mean, I think at times it's confidence, but other times it's really just wondering, like, is it really just that simple for these players if they know what to address from on the Northwood side?
I almost think that it's just the way that both of these teams approach playing each other. It kind of supersedes a level of communication that can't really be done by talking. You just have to feel it out. Both these teams are playing on a subconscious level against each other that is just, it's beyond just talking and trying to communicate what you're going to do. It's just you need to do it in the server. They both are sticking to their game, and it's honestly commendable. Both of these teams have their game plan. They know exactly what they want to do, and they are sticking with it. So, CRL Fall Championship Game 7 of the upper bracket semifinal, Winthrop versus Northwood, to see who will move on.
Desk sweeping with Northwood, and Winthrop saying, how dare you, and being able to take this one to 7. We're not proven wrong yet, especially if Percy has to make a last-second save. Northwood bearing down on that chance, and they're not leaving this one alone. Another 50. Weird deflection. Creams with the 50 past 2. Almost gets the double. Can't quite get there. Pandemonium in the back, and yet Winthrop still getting away with it.
I mean, Northwood scrambling to just get as many demos as possible, free up as much room before they take their final shots. Zanil will be able to steal some boost, but it's going to back off. Hockey tries to go in. Zanil needs to tighten things down, make sure no more damage comes through the midfield. It's Garrett with a good 50. So how this opens up, Creams, will you solo? Gets the flick, but it goes off the crossbar. Fantastic defense from Percy.
Percy gets 1 pixel less on that save, and it is going directly top corner. That was the slimmest of margins, and now is able to get that one in the middle on offense, but not able to connect. Creams now with a lot of space, faking underneath 1, looking for Hockey with a bump off the post. Again, the angle just not favoring either team.
And now you see how slow Percy's actually playing. It might actually hurt them as Anil puts this one on. Garrett G will be able to knock this one away. Hockey with the shot of his own. And already the amount of shots are coming through for Northwood, 4 to their name. Winthrop sticking with that style, just playing that goal line defense as much as possible. Zanil, no boost to speak of, won't be able to do much damage with that. This one will go all the way, so Creams will have to play the defensive touch, but so far this is Northwood in the driver's seat offensively.
I don't think I've ever seen a defensive effort like one from Winthrop where every single save is an epic save, I think. On the goal line, they need another one. Is that one bearing down? Honestly, the strategy seems to be working of just calculating our angles on these 50s, but they're getting really close to that goal line. All it takes is one player diving in it a little too low. It gets dunked above you, and who really knows after that one, especially as some of these games really do just come down to that one crucial moment. Maybe like a double commit on low boost. Garrett, luckily, will be able to advance it down the field, but even with a bump, Winthrop still not getting forward on offense.
Winthrop are playing a dangerous game where the margins are so incredibly slim, and one single mistake can cost you everything. The Hockey plays the 50. Percy sends it down. Garrett G gets 1 touch over a defender. Percy tries to follow. Not the best touch defensively from Northwood either. So a half a game has gone by in this Game 7. Still scoreless. And that timer is looking ever so daunting.
Garrett wins it over, able to get the extensions. Neil has to put that in the middle. Percy wins the race, but unfortunately he gets the ball too quick. He can't actually calculate the height that he needs. Garrett is just going to lob that one on the backboard, I think, honestly, just to be able to slow things down. And I think everyone boosted up means that, hey, Concord, or rather Northwood, might be able to get forward, but I don't think they're really able to get too much of a possession. You can see them slowing things down. They don't want to rush everything because they notice Winthrop starting to get a bit more control, and they don't want to take that for granted.
Yeah, exactly, and we've seen when Winthrop is getting control, they like to get aggressive, they like to just get in Northwood's face, assert 1-2-mans in there and not really leave, especially. They like to swarm around a lot and just clamp down from that midfield line. That's a shot that goes on. Creams with the save, still incredibly close. Crl wants to keep it in, a fake over to Percy. Creams puts it up high. Garrett diving, Captain America wants the shot, and he does!
Starts with a fake and finished with a bit of misdirection. Goes high, leans down to be able to fool out that defender. Zanil thought his first player on defense had it. He did not. And that's going to be a slot to that back post. Winthrop, 1 goal in at 90 seconds for Northwood to do anything about it.
90 seconds is plenty of time for this Northwood squad. Creams wants to solo all the way. Garrett G says no, we'll keep that back wall line clear. Zenil needs an assist, needs to set up a teammate. Crl, fantastic defensive 50s.
Ooh, leading a block.
No
Percy
way.
trying to get through. Luckily, Hockey gets that demo for Northwood. He will get it to the sideline, but that's where Crl comes on in. Look at a power slide. Perfect catch and a reset and a 50, I believe, but no Creams. Tucking that pass. He's just going to heave that one downfield for Garrett to throw right on back. Look at Winthrop starting to cook on these midfield passing, even just on transition.
The timer looking ever so deadly against Northwood. Is this going to be the one time that we see Northwood fall to Winthrop at the perfect time for Winthrop? Zenil carrying it across, no boost to speak of on the Northwood side. This is getting dangerous, Taco.
Certainly so, especially because this is a first for Winthrop. If they can close this one out, Northwood has had their number all season. They might still have it on the mechanics. Creams reset, double from the ceiling. Are you real?
Creams needed to be the man that puts Northwood on his back, that carries the Wolf Pack. 21 seconds, tie game, game 7, Northwood, Winthrop, both of the leaders of these teams showing up to show that they want their team to walk across that finish line with their head held high to continue on in this bracket. The last 10 seconds, who will take initiative? The shot goes on. Creams will get the dive in. Still a chance here for whoever has this possession. Creams wanting it again, but no. Game 7, overtime.
Chat, based on vibe, this is not the grand finals, but it sure feels like it. Game 7 OT to be able to go on to the upper final against St. Clair Green. And really, it could be anybody at this pace, but if you know Creams, he thinks it has to be him from the ceiling. Garrett chooses the right challenge angle.
Zenil gets a flip reset over one. That's a great pass. Hockey passes off. Percy needs a good 50, and he does, but Hockey needs to pull off. He doesn't have the boost to work with. Creams is trying to mitigate the damage. So Hockey will look to carry it off the corner. Doesn't get the touch. Zenil puts one high. Creams, he's in the waiting. Guts cut off. 30 seconds on. Creams still tries to be dangerous. Hockey, the defenseman, needs to come through for his team, and he does. Winthrop taking a very passive approach. No, this is awkward all over the place. Creams dives in, tries to damage, but Zenil does as well, so the double commit from Northwood makes this go all over the place.
And it's somehow getting that deflection as well, as that one's going to go to the corner. Percy's taking his time, and Northwood is going to allow that one there. It's much more important for them to get their boost and get their positioning back in. You do not want to make a mistake in OT. Everything else is forgivable, but this one is something where you're really going to hang your head, losing that life in going into the lower bracket. So therefore, I think everyone's starting off with really trying to throw their best effort, and then after that, I think there tends to be a bit of a lull where we settle into, I guess, the quote-unquote mid-game of OT, and I think that's what we're reaching right now.
I mean, anything can happen at this point, especially with the pressure in a game 7. It means any errors can come through. Crl tries as well. Creams tries to play the 50, a double commit from Percy to secure that 50. Zenil over to Hockey. Crl holding the midfield line down. Zenil tries to cut in again. Now we're starting to see Winthrop. They want to clamp down. That's going to waterfall down, but Creams is ready for it. Garrett puts it up high. Crl full tank as well, along with Percy. Northwood actually looking a bit worse for wear. They don't have a lot to play with, and now every member is getting on. Percy will give Winthrop the win.
Crl doesn't use the reset. He's going to tap it down. Zenil hits the brakes. He had no idea what's happening, but he needs to know there is nobody back. It's an open net. Percy will bury that every time. Winthrop, however, will not always win this series. No better time than how about that upper semifinal. They are on one series away now from our grand.
There is so many storylines going into this for this team. Percy fresh into CRL along with Garrett G and Crl. Remember, he used to play for Northwood. He's beating his old team for the first time here with Winthrop, and everyone on the Northwood side recognizing they need to lock in. The entirety of the desk is wrong. And so Winthrop, against all expectations, will be able to take this one in what a fashion. A game 7 overtime. Oh my goodness, we're just getting started too.
Yeah, this is series 2 of potentially 7 that we have on the day with a bracket reset. So buckle in, everybody. And certainly, it's a lot of theatrics, especially with Crane's 800 points, banger goal, best goal of the series. Unfortunately, it does not work out for them. But hey, that's what the lower bracket is for on the regain. Of course, want to give flowers to Winthrop as we look through these highlights of this Game 7. I mean, so many clutch moments. And of course, Garrett G has to be involved in some way.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at Garrett G forcing the overtime, well, I mean, with the last goal, the 3-0 for the Game 7, and really helping. And we knew that this was going to be a factor, Garrett G, not only from just an offensive point of view, a facilitating point of view, but a mental point of view. I mean, Percy still sticking around and being able to clutch out as well. I mean, it was so back and forth between both these teams, and I can't give it like, oh, clearly one was just better than the other. They're so well evenly matched, Taco.
I mean, it's a reason why every single time in CRL we have seen these teams play, it goes the distance. Maybe not always Game 7 overtime with multiple scores, but it did trade back and forth. The pendulum swings left and right, and therefore that's what I want out of all of our series. And obviously we have a lot of series to go, but before we get to those, at least, Seb, I do want to hear a little bit from Winthrop. So we will hear from them after this break. Of course, you should not be going anywhere. There's more CRL Fall Championship coming up soon.
sets the art of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. Told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CRL Fall 2025 Championship. We, of course, just finished our second semi-final match against where 4th-seeded Winthrop went against 1-seeded Northwood, and of course, Winthrop pulled off the upset to move on forward in the upper bracket. Third time's the charm, T.
Yeah,
you guys
yeah,
were
third
not
time's the charm.
able to beat Northwood during both Split 1 and Split 2, but you beat them here today. What changed?
I mean, I think both times that we lost to them in Game 5, I think we all thought that we were confident and we thought that we should have won. So we just kind of tried to play our game. I think Split 2, we've kind of like, started to play a little bit differently, which we talked about it beforehand, and I think that we are starting to play good, so should be good.
So everyone was kind of talking in the green room about it. Nobody called a timeout throughout that entire series. Is there a particular reason that you didn't want to call one? Were you surprised Northwood didn't call one? Talk us through that game plan.
I think with the full minute that you have like in between the games, like I think that we, I think we were confident even the games we were losing, like we were right there and we should have won. So I don't think we needed the timeout. I think we all just knew that if we just played our game, we could win. And that's kind of why we didn't take one.
Well, of course, you have a little bit of a break as we go down to the lower part of the bracket. But your opponent, St. Clair, actually, when we were talking to Jazzy in an interview, said that you guys would win, and he anticipated you guys to play them in the uppers. How do you feel about St. Clair? Have you changed your game plan? You were able to beat them in Split 1, but they recently bested you in Split 2. How are we going to get back to winning again against St. Clair?
I think that's definitely the team we have like the most respect for. They're very good. I think that it's going to be a good match, and I think that if we play our game, we'll win. If they play really good, they'll win. I think it's going to be kind of a toss-up. We'll see.
Okay, so you don't think you're going to walk through easy?
No,
It's funny
that's going to be the
because
hardest match. For sure.
Jazzy's like sweeps all day. St. Clair's
Yeah.
feeling very confident. Of course, they did 4-0 sweep Concord earlier. So you're very humble and very open to it. Do you have any last thoughts for us on the broadcast before I let you keep on practicing and keep them warm?
Just shout out the team. I mean, Percy and Gare, they're both playing great today. I think if we just keep it up, we can take the whole thing. So keep a watch
Awesome.
out.
Thanks so much, T. Crl. Of course, good job to you as well. You've been playing phenomenally.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, that's a little bit of insight from T. Crl. I think he had a particularly phenomenal game, got a lot of great starts and momentum for his team in the form of goals, and they were just able to keep on going as soon as he started things.
Yeah, the 2 goals we got to see from them in that third game was really where the comeback started from the station, and now it finally reached the destination that we've been waiting for since the first time these two faced off against each other. So a great look for Winthrop coming out in Game 7 OT, but the biggest thing that changed at this time was Actually, in that final game where it went to game 5 before, we saw Northwood have a lead and then Winthrop trying to play from behind. I think starting with a lead in game 7 here, Taco, is part of the reason why they were able to come out on top.
Yeah, it's a weird one, is that we're looking at our reactions here. Everyone's just freaking out throughout these games. But that was a lot of moments, honestly, from both teams where it seemed like it's like, oh, well, it's all going to come down to just making one good play. That's it. Well, never mind. That's a save. Oh, that's a save. Oh, that's a save. Oh, that's a save. Hey, man, it really does take just so many efforts. So I think getting any semblance of a goal from a team is just massive because it's just so hard to get anything in a series like this.
Bass, looking towards the future for Northwood specifically, how do they close things out? I know Cream's only got the single goal towards the end, forcing it to OT, which was great, but apart from that, relatively silent through this series.
I'm going to be so real. I think it's just business as usual for this team right now. I don't think they change a thing. I think the reality is that if they played at the same level at which they just played, I think they will easily move past Concord here in this lower first round. Again, unfortunately, I just wasn't convinced enough by Concord's earlier play to state if they play in the same level of gameplay, I don't know if they're going to even be able to stand up here. I hope that they can try to, but again, I need to remind everybody, the last time we saw Concord play about an hour and a half, a couple hours ago, they scored 1 goal for 20 minutes of gameplay. That cannot happen again, and if Northwood even plays a fraction of as well as they just did, I guarantee they will score more than 1 goal in 20 minutes.
Hopefully. That's what we hope to see from these teams going into this next matchup. But looking at the bracket so far, Winthrop, St. Clair, passion in paradise for them. You know, they are content to be at the upper final, one step away from those grand finals. And this, again, is $20,000 in scholarship prizing that are available throughout this fall championship. So a lot on the line for these players. A little bit more so than just the pride that they could get in getting their victory there. St. Clair, of course, wanted to go back-to-back. Winthrop getting their first as a program. It's the first time we've seen Winthrop with a roster make it into Collegiate Rocket League this deep. And Concord and Northwood for our next matchup here. Chicksa, they were our grand finalists last time in the fall semester.
Yeah, this is a shocker to see both of these teams, down in the lower part of their bracket, at the brink of elimination. Like, let's be real. You do end your day if you don't win moving on forward. So it's a little bit tough for that to be something to handle and something to swallow. I think ultimately we haven't seen the best out of both of these teams, especially today. Northwood played a very competitive series against Winthrop, but again, they have bested Winthrop previously time and time again, and Concord just did not start off on the right foot. But the nice part is they have had quite some time now, an entire best of 7 with some overtimes to take a break, warm up, and hopefully settle into today, because again, you will go home if you cannot finish out.
Two completely different stories for these teams, right? One was a goal away from winning and moving on into the upper final. The other only got a single goal themselves. So this is just a tough journey for Concord to recover from, and we've seen them do it in the past. I mean, looking at the history of this team, they've done pretty well for themselves, but the last time we saw them win a fall championship, they swept their first series, still went to game 7 against Maryville, and then came out on top against Northwood 4-2. So this is not the Concord that we were hoping to see show up. I mean, what needs to change here, Bass?
Everything. Where do I start with this one, unfortunately? I think there are a multitude of different things that went wrong for them in the first series, but I think we keep going back to the idea of the cohesion of the team, the synergy that they need to have in a series like this. We saw multiple double commits, triple commits even, at multiple points on their defense. It just wasn't very coordinated, and that can't happen here. They need to make sure that the team plays as a trio. We talked about coming into this yesterday, Samas and Crispy played with Psy in RLCS. Now with Helix, it's a completely different way to move. It's a completely different way to play, and they need to recognize that. They need to start playing around Helix. I think back to the last fall semester where the way they had Helix playing was basically, hey, Helix, go. Dive in offense. Go annoy the other team. Go for bumps. Go for demos. Just throw yourself into offense, and we'll back you up no matter what the play is. I don't think I'm seeing that right now. It kind of feels like anytime they do send Helix on assignment, they're also diving with. So they need to have more faith in Helix. They need to have more faith in themselves, and they just need to have a better rotation.
Better rotation. And a lot of things that they need to improve upon throughout this entire series. And hopefully it's not just a single goal we see from them at the start. It was a shutout and then some more from then on out for the side of Concord. But looking ahead for predictions for this series, Taco, who do you got?
So for this one, I will say the advantage of having a loss in the first game of the day is that you fundamentally have to have a full extra series to be able to talk things through, look through replays, be able to kind of break things down. That being said, I don't know if that's enough time to remedy just how badly things went. I mean, Concord has multiple top 5 stat leaders in Samas and Crispy within a bunch of these different statistics. Helix is even top 5 in shooting percentage, but the thing is, you need shots. They were not getting shots against St. Clair. I don't think it improves against Northwood, and I have Northwood knocking out Concord here.
Okay, we saw how this went last time, Bass, when the desk went on Northwood. Are you feeling Northwood or are you feeling Concord?
There's a lot of magic that can be had here in this booth, and I think even if we sweep the desk again, it is not going to change the fact that Concord got absolutely embarrassed in their first series of the day, and if they put a performance similar to that, they've been embarrassed a second time. I am also taking Northwood on this one because also in addition to what Taka was saying about, they had a break, they've had the time to study here, simultaneously, Northwood has had probably the best warm-up possible. A Game 7 overtime at that against Winthrop, our previous split winners, or I guess leaders, whatever you really want to call them at this point. That's the best warm-up possible, and if they can take that momentum, if they can take the confidence in how they played in that series into this one, I think Concord is in for a rough road ahead.
Close but not enough for Northwood. Will this be enough for them this time, though? Chicks to move on with a win.
Yeah, I also went with Northwood for this one. I know we don't want to really curse the desk as much as possible. This happened last time, but I really do enjoy how Northwood played that last one. I think they were just a little bit off of what they needed to. They were very close. They held that back and forth. There was really phenomenal plays on both sides, and I can't say the same for Concord. So we mentioned they really need to step up their game if they want to match Northwood in this one. They can't be making the mistakes that they did in the previous series.
I would love to, bring out the jersey again, be like, hey, Concord's got this, guys. They have it all, but I think it's time to hang it up, unfortunately, for them, because I do not think they are going to be the ones coming out on top. It's going to be Northwood. We're sweeping the desk once again. We'll see if it curses it, but it doesn't matter. What does matter most is these two teams only have this final moment to prove themselves. It's another best of 7 between two top squads who fought thick and thin to make it here into the fall championship. Concord themselves have to rise to the mountaintops of West Virginia to prove that they are worthy of staying in the competition. Northwood and the Timberwolves are hungry for another victory, and they were so close to success. We'll see if the time is nigh. Only one life remains for both of these rosters. This is a rematch of last year's grand final matchup, but this time, let's hope they make it count.
It is our first elimination match of the game. It's our lower semi-finals. It is such an important matchup of two beasts in the collegiate Rocket League scene. But at the end of the day, one of them has to go home, and these are two that generally make it the distance.
This is two very different sides of the coin here. Concord, our previous fall champions, have made it back into our playoffs, but they are not in the same position as one of the frontrunners to win it all. In comparison, Northwood have been the frontrunners for the past 2 years and still have yet to get a championship under their belt. This needs to be them stepping up because the expectations are high for our number 1 seed, and they have already taken a loss on the day. Chixa, it's a sad time to send one of these two teams home, but we have to determine it here and now in this best of 7.
I know, the nice part is we mentioned about how hot Northwood was at the end of their series. They were going back and forth. We did see overtimes. We saw plays being made. So at that point, if Northwood can continue some momentum moving on forward with that offensive pressure, we'll get just a little bit of what we saw in the last series. As for Concord, it's in fact them that are starting off with the pressure. They've gotten 4 shots already under the first minute of gameplay. They've started out with that possession, but it only takes 1 for Northwood. Zanil to Creams to get it on.
That is probably the best shot we've seen all day. Why? Because there isn't an angle there. I don't know how Creams manages that, and honestly, I don't blame Crispy for not jumping earlier. He goes, yeah, sure, you've totally got that angle. Oh, wait, yeah. He does. Bottom left slot, and Creams definitely taking the momentum from the last series.
Yeah, incredible shot. And like I said, it was their first of this game in particular, and they make the mark. They put it on lock. And that's what I expected out of number 1 seeded Northwood. They had a very shaky first split. Same thing with Concord. Both of them, Concord, in fact, didn't really even move forward in the first split. They had to play an additional open or close qualifier for that matter to move on forward. Northwood barely snuck in and then dominated this split. So you have to wonder what's on the minds of all these players that have had such a journey this fall semester.
Yeah, it's been a long semester, and honestly, it's kind of for the better for Concord, as I do feel like the growing pains were there, but the further they got into the series, or to the split, the better that they got. So for Northwood, I think it's just kind of returning to normal, and I think that's something they still need to focus on here and now, is to make sure the consistency over the full 7 games is going to be there, or maybe 4 if Concord gets swept again. So far, it's looking that way, as some demos downfield, and a first goal in favor of Northwood, but not a second. Zanil across the goal mouth, but no further.
Now, we mentioned a little bit, well, at least in the green room, that Creams scored very late in that last series. In fact, it was game 6 or 7 when he finally got that first goal. He started off the first goal in this one for Northwood, and I'm seeing a lot of pressure out of Creams. I think he's woken up. He's excited to be playing. He's aggressively playing upfield more so and getting some nice passes between Zanil and Hockey. So hopefully that will surmount into some more offense as we get through this game. Already halfway down on the timer, but pretty quiet after we saw those first initial shots earlier.
Yeah, it's been a lot of back and forth. Teams kind of just dragging this across the pitch with pretty heavy touches. That's the first one that's kept close in quite a while. And Crispy not going to follow it up with a keep close of his own. He's instead going to wait for that boost to spawn in the corner and attempt to dive. It won't work out. So now Creams off the backboard. Free double touch, and it's in. Creams truly coming to life through this game and the previous final game of the series.
You call him to step up and he answers. It's a beautiful 50 that ends up bouncing its way on in off the post. Both goals right now for Northwood in the hands of Creams. One of those assisted, that one all by himself. Northwood playing their roles, and they're playing very steady and controlled to start off in this one.
Yeah, this has definitely been what... maybe it's actually not what we expected of Northwood, because we kind of already saw that in the last series. This is more just showing their levels to this game. We've talked a lot about how Concord has just felt off on the day, and it's a good example of it. Again, if they go through this game, it would be their 4th in a row scoreless, meaning they will not have scored in the last 3 games of the last series, and potentially this one as well. They've had their opportunities throughout this game, but with only 100 seconds left, it's time to hustle and maybe stop leaving Crispy alone on an island. How many times have we seen him with the ball coming towards him on defense in that corner, and he's the only one back?
Yeah, but he's able to actually draw someone in, take time, get back to the ball after stealing that boosted mid shot here from Neox. Hockey can't get to it. Greatly placed in Concord on the board.
Oh, it took quite a while for Concord to get their first goal, or, well, maybe not the first goal of this series, but since their last goal, if you will, on the day. They do get it done in game number 1. Is it enough to turn the game around, though? We'll find out. 80 seconds to go, still down by a goal. Concord, they like their kickoff shenanigans, and they're showing it again.
Something that we have seen a lot this season so far. All those shenanigans when it comes to kickoffs. For now, this one though, back and forth to Northwood. The passing play doesn't connect as needed, but Hockey off the sidewall, flip reset, trying to go for a bump here. Zanil gets a back pass to Creams, but he's just a little too far. Crispy has an open net to work with, and the transition is executed.
I mean, it is, but also, what is this challenge from Creams? Maybe he's not intending it, but he kind of just flails at the ball. Nobody's back. Hockey's rotating, and everything across the board. Looking a little bit whack there for Northwood, but again, we've talked about it. Inconsistencies have been a factor today for multiple teams playing, and I think Northwood do need to be careful. It's similar to how the end of the last series went, with them just not prioritizing defense how they needed to and giving up somewhat of a freebie.
I think a little over-eager there will sometimes leave you out in the open. But now it's a tied game. Dare I say we get another overtime. We've started to see those creep into the schedule. No surprise on this championship Sunday. Midfield presence right now for Concord, as they've been able to hold on to the possession of the ball, try to transition it upfield. That 50 will go nowhere, and it goes back into the hands, at least for now, in the midfield.
Team trying to get this one around Samas. Can't quite do so. And Hockey, the ricochet out, will actually find its way to Zanil, who just boom it skyward. They'll go no further than Crispy, and I think Creams is going to let this one go to Hockey for one last attempt. Off the ceiling, that's an awkward challenge, and Samas is as well. All of a sudden, an opening for Northwood, if not for Creams missing the aerial. Now, Samas, 1v2 the other way. If he can get this to a teammate, it could have been a shot. Instead, we get another overtime. At least this time, Concord get a chance to play an OT.
Overtime. And of course, kickoff goes the way of Northwood to start. Helix, I think, losing possession of this ball. It's 15, and then CMOS somehow gets back to it. Helix with that win in hockey pushes it to the corner. Hockey low on boost, bumps the car. Zanil has no time as CMOS comes forward and through. And Zanil finally gets this upfield for Northwood, who almost had a scare there. Shot here for Creams isn't there. I think he was trying to go for a double tap, a demo on the side, but that won't allow any opening for Northwood either.
Real awkward start here to overtime. I think probably more awkward for Northwood, but at least they get some offense now to try and prove themselves more capable on the attack. 45 seconds in, and it is even more offense here as this one comes off the ceiling. Hockey up quickly, trying to snipe the top right, but puts it a bit too high. The thing is, Bo's total's very low here for Concord on most players, so Smoss has to wait and hope that Helix can make a good challenge. He makes a challenge. I wouldn't necessarily call it good, because this one will still stay in front of the net. Hockey won't get this shot, but Concord gotta be careful. They're letting Northwood linger on their half for far too long.
At the same time, Northwood needs to be careful that they don't overextend themselves again. They've been caught on the back end when they just push too far. And Concord's been stable right now on defending against these opportunities. This one, Hockey went up for, only to really wait for a touch that never came. Zanil, though, has boost to work with, has this one upfield. Hockey got a demo as well, but the bounce isn't in their favor. Creams up off the corner, does get the initial read. Hockey on the follow-up, Zanil as well to keep it off there. The bump won't go through. Is the demo enough? The net's open, and on transition, Concord catch Northwood again.
Their first win of the day, and it's the exact same way that Northwood lost their last series. Northwood, it is truly a full send attitude for all three players, but the problem with a full send attitude is that you have nobody back if you have not calculated for making sure that your rotation sends somebody back as soon as they die. And Northwood don't like that. We talked about that. They like to push up. They like to stay in the face of their opponents, but you stay in the face of them for too long, all of a sudden, you've left a freebie of a transition, and Concord finally take advantage. They get their first win of the day, but on top of their first win, we gotta mention it. This is a come-from-behind victory. Northwood, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, Northwood seemed like they had the pressure and the presence in the right place, right time throughout the entirety of the game. But I will say, for all that time they spent in the Concord half, they only got 4 shots accounted for them on the scoreboard. So they just couldn't convert all that time that they had with the ball into actual shots a lot of the time. It wasn't going the distance that it needed to for them to have more of a comfortable victory. Northwood needs to be more careful when overextending, moving on and forward, and they have to get better opportunities at the end of the day.
It just has to be some sort of level of consistency. It's what we've talked a lot about here today, is being able to find that balance, that equilibrium between being a very aggressive team as well as making sure to prioritize your defense. One of my favorite things about watching Winthrop play in the last series was that they always had somebody back. Oftentimes, Northwood would put a shot a little bit awkwardly and they wouldn't even need the defense, but oftentimes it really was somebody getting back at the right time, at the right place, because they prioritized offense and defense equally. Right now, it's clear the priority for Northwood is offense. They want to hammer these home, force them through no matter the circumstances. Need to be careful here on Forbidden Temple, though. A second loss in a row, and all of a sudden that doubt starts to creep into their minds.
I think a lot can change when it comes to this series. Northwood initially got some games in that series against Winthrop, lost some, got back one, and then couldn't close it out. So I think we'll get likely a lot of back and forth there. But yes, a confusing first set of touches after kickoff, and it seems like Northwood still hasn't found their footing.
Neither has Concord, though. That's all three of them trying to be the one to push it off of the half, and the only person to hold back is Samos, which is why he does at least get a touch to the halfway line. Northwood, though, going to still continue with their offense, or maybe not. Helix up to Crispy. Crispy potentially back to himself, or maybe down to Samos. The demo opens the net, and that is the Concord we've been waiting for.
Yeah, phenomenal demo. And actually very controlling touch for Crispy. Give him all the credit first to send it down to CMOS. That was a team play across the board. Everyone impacted that play in some way or fashion.
I like to see Helix also kind of the spearhead there. Again, he's not the guy that's necessarily initiating everything or getting the goal, but he's going headhunting. The first player downfield to start causing problems, start causing a bit of bumps, bruises, demos here or there, and that's what they need to see is disruption to a Northwood that has already had a relatively shaky defense. You take what is a shaky defense and start to poke and prod them a little bit, and there is no defense. They fall apart. Northwood need to be careful of that right now. It does feel like their defense has been exposed at multiple times in this series, and we're only 6 minutes in.
A lot of time left in this game to still make those adjustments, but Concord, of course, starting off on the right foot and now have some pressure. CMOS actually pushed into it, and Creams managing to find that save. Hockey, no contest, and Helix in the air managed to find that 50. This one goes upfield. Crispy is back. Zenil has no boost, and Helix controlling off the side wall. Can't get red. For now, that one would be picked up by Cream. CMOS almost a mistake. And just like that, it still managed to find itself in the corner. Concord, every little mistake so far has somehow gotten covered up.
I've had a lot of reactions in my day of casting. That's the first one I think that has actually sent a shiver down my spine. I watched that touch go off and went, no, please, not like this. But it won't be like that, and at least for now, it will still remain the 1-0 in favor of Concord. Both teams still a little shaky here, and that's a really early jump on the defense of Concord, but Zenio will get bumped and won't be able to do much with the aerial. We'll stay here in the corner, and the bounce out might give a shot to Northwood, if not for their player all the way back. Zenio going back for boost instead. They're finally starting to prioritize the defense, so as much as I'm a bit disappointed not to see a follow-up on that play, I'm glad to see them focusing on their defense.
Yeah, contest needs to come here, and Zenio will do just that, but still in control. The ball is Concord. 50 by Creams, 1, but he won't be able to have a follow-up. Hockey off the backboard sends this one away, but only into the hands of Crispy. Crispy over to CMOS. This one won't be connected, and Creams only needs to win one more 50. That net seemingly open, and he does get the angle to get to it.
Both teams really love to dive in some awkward moments in Helix. He kind of understood he had to dive there, otherwise it was going to be a free transition, but you got to be a little bit more careful with that. When you have a player coming from the air and just kind of diving on top of you, you have to flip in and buy some time. Just taking it on the ground like that can really lead it up to anything. You never know where it's going to pop out. Unfortunately, that one is right back to Creams, who follow up his own touch, get the goal. So far, Creams, the only player to score for Northwood here, from having 0 goals through 6 games in his first series to 3 goals, I want to say here, maybe 4 technically through the next 2. Something has changed for Creams. He has absolutely come to life.
It's nice to see Creams stepping up. A very well-known player, of course, in the scene. In professional Rocket League, he has played hundreds of series that I can remember, and definitely the transition between those can be difficult at times, or keeping that same sort of level and adjustments between the way that collegiate plays and professional plays. All of that has to be taken into account. And for sure, Creams has been doing just that, making the adjustments and showing up a little bit more, but what a deflection by CMOS!
I thought he faked it out at first, but no, it's a perfect ghost touch on this one, making you think he missed it, but it's just barely enough to get that around the final defender. I like that. That's what we want to see from this team. We've talked about it, sending somebody downfield to cause problems, and not only sending them downfield to cause problems, but then to be a problem. Stay around, lurk around, and find yourself an opportunity. CMOS does exactly that. For the second game in a row, Concord have a lead. It's getting a little scary for Northwood. We said, what would happen if Concord started playing at their full level? Chicks, I think they've arrived there.
They certainly look much more put together, and you're seeing that chemistry between CMOS and Crispy, the chemistry that you expect out of those two that have been playing together for so long. The transitions always have been so clean in this one and have caught Northwood off guard each and every time, and now they're going to continue to try to burn the rest of the time left in this game. 30 seconds on the clock. Northwood down by 1. Need to try to get back against a Concord that is continuing to build in momentum and steam. Crispy places another here.
Unfortunately, the target still remains on a Northwood defense that just don't seem to have an answer. Creams tries to jump early on this one, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've got the entire net to shoot on, and he's not even in net. He's pushed out probably about 10-15 feet, so even more difficult of a save to be made, a save that is not made. This is probably another win, barring a miracle to end this game, and honestly, it doesn't even need to be a miracle to end this game. It just needs to be more offense from Concord.
That is, you know.
I mean,
again,
they can afford it. It's 3-1, you know?
Yes, they absolutely could. They have the extra one, the buffer goal. The game, of course, is about to end as soon as they let the ball touch the ground. And just like that, you know, Concord is up 2-0 in this series after struggling against St. Clair in that very first series that we saw today.
Yeah, this is a very different version of Concord than what we saw earlier on in the day. But to be fair, on the other side, this is a very different version of Northwood as well. They are not getting the offensive productivity that we were expecting. They are not getting the defensive capabilities that we saw them. And again, yes, they did have their issues in defense earlier, but I don't think it was like this. So unsurprisingly, they call a timeout. They are going to ask for a little bit extra time here on this one because, I'll be real, chicks, that they need it.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Northwood generally is not the team to take timeouts. They don't like them. I mean, we were surprised when we didn't see one on Winthrop or Northwood side in that last series, but they do need the breather. They do need to reevaluate how this series has gone. CMOS and Crispy are currently in the driver's seat. They are very obviously making themselves known on the pitch. They are making the plays that's needed, and Concord is just winning each and every transition after Northwood attempts to put some offense on the board. Northwood needs to do better to be, I think the word really this season has been predictable. You can no longer play in a predictable manner. You have to show more creativity to the ways you shoot the ball, to the bumps and demos that you give, and just your general style of play. That's just how the scene has developed so far this semester.
It's a very different version of CRL than what we have seen in the past, and I think that's what makes it all the more exciting, but it's also what makes a player like Hockey usually stand out in moments like this. He's a veteran. He has been here, I think, longer than probably any player that is in this playoffs currently. Maybe you could technically argue the guys on St. Clair because they were playing in European CRO when they won the World Championship of a similar time, but Hockey is a veteran, and in moments like this, you look towards your veterans to step up, to find some sort of consistency for your team, as well as lead them into maybe a newer version of themselves. The play style they're currently running with is clearly not enough, and it's not because of one thing or another, but I do still think it's the defense that he's going to have to be the guy to captain them on. Pull somebody back. Make sure this team is focusing on less of a full send attitude and something that's a little bit more reserved, a little bit more balanced, if you will, because again, we've seen it. This is a very capable Northwood team. It's a very capable Concord team. I would hate to see either one of these teams get booted out of this bracket by not playing to their full potential.
Yeah, and shoutouts to Vaughn in the background. Creams has been the only one to score for Northwood so far in this series. They just haven't had that sort of camaraderie that we've seen on Concord, where everyone's had their hand in the cookie jar and has found a way to score in some shape or form, or really impacted a play throughout the form of a demo or a bump. For now, it's been just Creams that has impacted, and we need to see Hockey and Zanil step up in some form or another when it comes to upfield.
I believe in them to do so. We have seen it multiple times. We saw it a heck of a lot in the last series. Again, they were the players scoring. They were the players being productive, and just haven't seen this here. However, if you want to just feed the hot hand, I don't necessarily disagree. Creams off the rip looking for a double. Will not find it, but Northwood quick into this third game with some offense. Whatever happened in that break, talking to Nick, it clearly made an impact.
Yeah, double commit though defensively, but that's an open net, and Zanil will get himself on the board.
That is the first goal for a Northwood player not named Creams. Thankfully, it comes at the best time, too. It's not just in Game 3, it's immediately to start Game 3. Heck of a way to shake off the rust, heck of a way to reset the mental.
Yeah, great start for Northwood. I always think Rocket League is such a momentum-paced game, and for now, the momentum certainly in the hands of Northwood, but can they keep it going and get upfield? Creams chasing with zero boost in the tank, trying to be a nuisance, but CMOS, the control can't get over Hockey. A demo on the back end of things, the 50 ends up coming through another demo by Northwood. But for now, They do manage to get possession, at least temporarily, steal some boost as well. So Cream sends this one down to Zenil, who does get blocked by Crispy again. Hockey over to midfield. CMOS just sends it upfield. Good touch by Creams, only initially. Tries to go for something maybe not as executable. And for now, Helix draws out the defense, able to beat 2, but can't beat the 3rd in Hockey. And we settle ourselves down to the pace of gameplay.
That Psycho was pretty hilarious, not only because of the fact that it was tempted, but also you'll notice Creams goes for those actually a lot, especially in CRL. He's a big fan of those like little skims, redirects off the sidewall, what have you. But you can tell it's a very different version of Northwood playing right now. They're getting more chances on offense, and I think the big thing, they're letting Concord play. They're like, all right, you want to keep going for these aerials? Cool. You want to keep going for these shots? Cool. The problem is that you still do need to put a hand up, and I don't recommend letting Crispy air dribble the entire field.
Yeah, the contests need to come earlier, challenges need to come earlier. I've seen a couple of times Cream sort of fake a challenge, jump early, but then he will go to the ground quickly because he doesn't feel he'll get to the ball quick enough. They do need to find a better way to match Crispy and CMOS that are, I'm telling you, their duo synergy right now is absolutely off the charts.
Oh yeah, but I think 2 goals have been just the 2 of them. Chance maybe for Helix to get a little bit more involved. But yeah, Helix had 1 goal in game 1, 1 assist in game 2. Outside of that, every goal has been a combination of Samas and Crispy. So Helix, maybe you shut me up real quick and start getting some goals, because you are starting to get involved in the offense. Look, you're not going to get the assist or the goal on that one, but that was you initiating. This play all starts with Helix.
And again, well executed on. They understand where each other is on the field right now, and that is what's making all of these shots have such quality behind them. It's very obvious that when that pass goes on through, it perfectly connects and the net is open to make that play. Again, the challenge will not come because no one from Northwood read that that pass was even remotely being made. Very dangerous play for Zenil, and for so far right now, the smoke screen blocked, but that net's open, and a 3rd right now for Crispy and CMOS combined.
This is the smartest play I've seen all day, by far. If anybody saw Helix was approaching, that's why Zenil goes for that challenge. He's thinking it's going to be a 50 through the smoke screen. What does Helix do as soon as he sees the demolition in the smoke screen? Turns around, leaves the ball to drift out to midfield where Samas or Crispy knows the ball is going to get hit out to. He shoots it directly on target, knowing no defenders are back in. I gotta say, look, Northwood, you're playing checkers, Concord's playing chess. This is some of the smartest gameplay I've seen all CRL semester long, and man, it feels good to see Concord be the one to do so as they have bounced back entirely from the first loss of the day.
Gotta admit, it's always impressive when a team has an entire series to think about it, and they really do make those adjustments in an entire series. Sometimes it's to your detriment, but in this case, it was to your advantage, and Helix denying Creams on the goal line. Northwood just cannot catch a break. They have been not able to get any pressure upfield since the very beginning of this game, and a very vital game at that. Concord almost looking to sweep Northwood in this elimination match if Northwood can't do anything quickly.
I am just so unbelievably impressed by what we are seeing from Concord right now. Again, Northwood are not playing a bad game. They are just definitely playing the second best game in this lobby. However, a goal would go a long way here, and they do find one. Great transition, not only for the shot, but the awareness. Huge attempt at a demo here from Zenil.
Yeah, I love that Zenil was in the play. He actually, in the replay, gets contact with Crispy. Didn't look like it initially, but that contact comes through. The shot beautifully placed. Always transitions have been so important, but kickoff's just important as well. Zenil stands up for this one, but for now, Hockey sends it out to Zenil, who does have boost in the tank, can't get back to it. Hockey on the follow-up, connection in the corner. Can't get there, and Creams' touch only a 50. No! The communication wasn't there.
Oh, that's such a vital bump as well. They had a lot of good offense starting to build. They kind of felt like the pressure was getting to Concord. They would have had at least an opening. Instead, it's Concord now with an opening of their own, but Hockey to get a wheel in the way. He'll send this one at least out to midfield, but they got a hustle. Still a goal down and potentially 2. No, Creams to deny it on the line. And with 30 seconds to go, it is one last hurrah if Northwood even want a chance to stay in this series.
phenomenal challenge by Zenil. Hockey, not much boost, keeps it there. 50 sec, Creams can finish it up, and just like that, Northwood ties it up.
Oh, there's other players getting involved in the offense, but there's one consistency for Northwood. Creams is their guy. 5 goals in 3 games, and a goal when it matters the most. 3-3, 21 seconds to go. Pay attention to kickoff. It means everything.
Oh, that's just how these have been, and do I say we get shenanigans, a purposeful miss here? This one just goes underneath, and that one made it look easy for Concord.
Am I allowed to say I told you so? Because I told you so! I knew this was going to happen! This is how Concord play! They will mess with you! They will infiltrate your mind and make you think this is going to be a normal game. It's a normal kickoff. It's anything but. It's a last-second goal from Concord. One last chance, Northwood. If you don't want to have the reverse sweep, the former fall champions, you better score right here and now, and that does not help.
Yeah, an initial first touch that was done well by Hockey, but unfortunately that one does not connect with Zenil, and Concord win yet another to get up to match point against the number 1 seed in Northwood. Bass, would you ever expect the first team to go out in this tournament would be the number 1 seed?
We got a little show that we run regularly in the collegiate scene. Some of you might have heard of it, some of you may have not. On that show, we did prediction coming into this one with 4 analysts that were on the desk to start the day. And Chicks, I think you saw the brackets we predicted.
Yeah.
All 4 of us had Concord going out 0-2. Not a single person predicted that they were going to make it past the first round. And initially, those predictions looked pretty on point after how they performed against St. Clair in the upper. We got the lower, and I think all of us kind of went, yeah, you know, it's going to be business as usual, right? Anything but. Northwood, multiple people had you winning this entire event, and you are 1 game away from getting completely swept out of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the desk is about to pick Northwood twice.
Oh, no, we're going to do it twice?
Oh. We're about to desk curse twice at the rate that we are currently going. Honestly, again, that's superstition. But Northwood just has not been able to compete in either of their series today so far. They were close with Winthrop, much farther away in this one against the likes of Concord. And now you have to wonder, is there anything that they can remotely do to reverse sweep, get momentum going? They had a great start in the last game, but they still let it get away from them.
I gotta find some level of consistency, prioritization of both the offense and defense. I know we've talked about this a lot, but it's the only thing we can really say. At moments, the offense looks electric. At other times, the defense looks like a brick wall, but it's the gaps in between that have left Northwood second best in this series. 30 seconds in, it's already looking like business as usual offense on point. Helix, he's gonna wisely not make the challenge and prepare for a potential defense.
Zenil has the first touch, this one dangerously in front of net, but no one able to finalize for Northwood. Zenil still utilizing boost, has a flip reset, keeps it close. Creams on the demo, leaves an open net for Hockey, and Northwood again will get on the board first in this game.
I don't know how many times I said that's got to be a goal throughout that play, but multiple times to myself, like, yeah, that's the opportunity, yeah, that's the opportunity. But this is kind of what Northwood are good at. They like to whittle you down. We talked about this in the first game of the series where they just put on that pressure and pile it on at that, continue to just squeeze at their opponents until eventually they have gotten every drop out of them. If they can keep playing like that, they've got a good chance. The only concern we have had with that play style is when the transition comes through Concord and they immediately score. This time, it's a bit different, though. Calamity out of midfield as just demo after demo gives a little bit of extension to Northwood, but not enough to prevent this defense.
Nice 50 by Hockey, but Helix is to it first. The 50 goes straight down. Cream's able to pick it up, but does get bumped for his efforts. Crispy holding on to it. Crispy actually fakes him out to try to bump him, and Hockey on the follow-up does get another 50. But Simas in control, another 50 made. Creams on the read, not a drop down, and Simas on transition. Does he find the read? No, denied by Hockey in the corner. For now, both these teams trading touches across the field, but for now have not been able to get a solid shot across net. That one off a bump almost finalized.
There's still putting that pressure on. They're still causing chaos. Mosquitoes you just can't swat as over and over again. It's little bumps like that that make it so difficult for Concord to find any sort of regular rotation. You had all three of the players diving in midfield on that play, and they're still upfield trying to find something. Cream, though, last one back has to be careful, and he is. Helix not going to make the challenge, but maybe somebody should have. Crispy will make the save, but you can tell this is the most nervy we have seen Concord throughout this series. They are definitely second best at the moment, and it feels very weird considering the, I'd say, dominance they've shown through the last 3 games.
Cream's dodging one here, goes up to the air, tries to find the 50. Follow up here for Hockey, denied by Crispy. Zanil waiting off that side wall, bouncing touch goes over one, but won't go over CMOS, who transitions upfield. Cream's on the turn, gets there first, and keeps control, looking to get the flick, looking to get the bump, but Crispy stands tall and net denies that one there. Northwood try as they may, the shot finally through by Hockey, and they have the buffer goal.
This is the same combo as before. Zanil and Hockey finding a way to keep on poking until they find an opening. And honestly, it's all credit in the world to Zanil on that play. Recognizing off the backboard, he doesn't have a shot. There's no way to even keep this close. Send it to the ceiling. Force the commitment out of somebody on defense from Concord, and surely one of your teammates will be there to back you up. It is Hockey again, his second goal in this game. It's looking like Northwood might be able to extend this series, but there is plenty of time for a Concord comeback.
Still time in this game, and not to mention games to buffer in the series score itself. A demo there almost opened up the field, but Hockey transitions it forward. Helix off the back wall, has time, has Crispy and CMOS to his left and right. Crispy on the follow-up, the shot saved away by Creams, and Zanil to send it to the left side of the field, only temporarily. Pick up here, Helix in mid, drops it down, doesn't get the touch, so CMOS doesn't have time either, but Crispy is there to follow it forward as this 50's onto Northwood's half.
A lot of patience for both teams right now. I don't know if it's necessarily to the benefit of either one of them, but a lot of free balls just kind of getting uncontested in midair. Zanil's finally had enough of that, and it almost gave his team a goal, if not for the touch from Samos that takes it away from, I believe, Hockey. Now all 3 players boosted up and ready to approach again. Northwood, with under a minute to go, don't need another goal, but just to hang on. So be careful here as Helix starts his approach. Wants to take over off the ceiling, has the reset and the musty. A little bit more mustard on that one. That's probably a goal. Crispy will follow it up, but this time it does kind of feel like Northwood are prepared. Oh my goodness, the entire time. I was going to say up until a point, but Cream's out of nowhere.
Creams as well buying time, keeping this ball close, buying for that 50. Finally, it is 50 towards the other end of the field, but Zanil is there, keeping it close, wins the 50 dangerously in front of net, but this one still hasn't been popped out. Pop up here, but Hockey can only send it away, where Crispy had to retreat to receive that ball back. 10 seconds left on the clock. Maybe one final opportunity for Concord if they can finalize it. It isn't placed where needed. Off the mark. Time has run out for Concord in this one, and Northwood will find a single game in this series.
It's step 1 of a 4-part process. Helix will get one for the road, so it won't be a shutout. But for Northwood, this is just one of 4 games you need to reverse sweep against Concord. Hey, look, it came at the right time. It came at a necessary time. Them getting a win is a massive improvement. And at this point, that's just all they got to focus on. Take it a game at a time, take it a step at a time. And this, like we said, was the best game they have played all series. And I hate this to kind of, go against something I talk about a lot here, got the hot hand, feed it. Creams, 0 goals, 0 assists in this game for the first time in, I believe, 4 games for Northwood.
Yeah, finally he is kind of slowed down in terms of goals, but I do think I enjoyed watching how they developed their offensive pressure upfield a lot more in this one. It felt much more purposeful and a lot more meaningful behind it. Each and every touch that they made, that it ended up in those goals really actually, again, finalizing and going through. So hopefully Northwood is able to keep putting together plays like this. And Creams, if he means to be more defensive in the game just to end up winning it out, then that's how they have to adjust. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we saw that adjustment from them, and that finally led to them winning a game in this series.
It's all about making sure that you adjust how your opponent is playing, not just how you want to play. And I think that's the biggest thing that we saw there was a really good adjustments from Northwood, as well as also having the step up we asked for. We said the veteran needed to step up here. It's exactly what happens. Hockey recognizes that it's his time to get involved. His first goals of the series after having 3 assists in the previous game, gets 2 here in the 4th. He will need more to keep this going. It is game number 5 on Aquadome, and once again, it is still do or die here for Northwood if they don't want to be eliminated from our fall championship.
Yeah, a lot on the line for Northwood. Of course, they want to get there as far as possible in this bracket. Now, the first time that we've had this, again, double elimination this semester, so a lot to take into account for, as well as best of 7s. They were used to all best of 5s so far in our splits this season, and now playing that longer series and having that time to adjust and having a timeout could mean everything. But we have a pretty slow start to game number 5 thus far. No one's been able to get momentum straight forward in this one.
Honestly, I don't know if I'd call this a slow start as much as returning to normal. I feel like we've just kind of been, I don't know if it's treated or disappointed or somewhere in between of just the chaos that has erupted in this series through the first minute. Oh, we might still have that. Never mind. Helix just past the 1 minute mark. We'll take a shot, but will not get past the defense. Northwood standing tall where they need to. Maybe have to do it again. Midfield, another approach for Concord, and Zanil on the backboard has to contain. Great job keeping it close and then forcing the challenge out of Helix, so plays into the hands of Hockey, who can now transition the other way. No boost on the sidewall, so Samas will take the challenge in the corner and to follow up. He's got Zanil out center, but Helix has the ball first. Get a couple of touches to drag it out to midfield. Good stuff so far from both teams. Yeah, this definitely feels a bit more normal than what we've seen before.
I guess it is calmer in that sense that everyone is very thoughtful about every touch they're making. Great pass here. Crispy on over. Back to Seamoss and blocked by Hockey. Desperately now, we need to see the clear up for Northwood. And they actually have an open net to work with. Nobody back for Concord, and Zanil puts one through.
I gotta watch this back to really understand what went wrong. I just think it's Helix pushing up a bit too much, thinking that Samas would get back in time. Samas is not back in time, and I guess it's just miscommunication. It's a poor time to miscommunicate as well. We've talked about it. Northwood, they like their momentum. They like their confidence. That is a huge confidence builder to see that, you know, the Kings, they can be taken down. Concord, they're not invulnerable in a series like this. Even if they played well through the first 3, they're starting to crumble just a little bit.
That's, again, the duality of having a best of 7 series compared to a best of 5. Consistency for 4 games in a row is incredibly difficult to do, and we're starting to see that consistency waver. For now, Hockey, another great save off of Seamoss's shot. This one sent midfield. Seamoss, though, can't be denied twice. On the board, the Crispy Seamoss duo again.
There's one thing that they are consistent on. It's these passing plays on offense. My goodness, just perfectly targeted out center, and Samas does not disappoint with a rocket of his own. Concord maybe having a little bit of difficulty on defense, but there is no troubles at all when it comes to their offense.
Hockey here off the shot on kickoff. Doesn't get a great one at it, and Zanil as well can't contest. Crispy upfield. 58, and Seamoss and Helix both in the air. Helix to take over, but is bumped for his efforts. Crispy up first, may have gotten a flip here, but doesn't utilize it if so. Helix off the corner, still contested twice, still holding on to it, pops over one. Cream's last back, able to get through and push forward, but Seamoss is there instead. Crispy down to Seamoss, shot blocked by Zanil on the goal line, denying still.
Zanil said, all right, that's enough. I've seen you guys do this 58 times. If we could just not for like 1 play, and he'll get in the way at the perfect time. Keeps us a 1-1 scoreline going into the final 2 minutes. Helix, he's not done with this offense. He'll make some challenges in the corner, and Samas, leave this one for Crispy. He'll pop it high, and Creams will call his bluff. That one could be on target if not for the extra touch. And the follow-up! Samas does it all, and gets it the other way as well. This could be open, but Creams back in time.
Yeah, misses the extra touch though, so that net still is open. Zanil, luckily back in time, does lose control over the ball, and Hockey needs to pick it up off the back wall. Crispy there instead. Looks to send it forward, but Zanil waiting for him. Has a flip, drops it down, gets the 50, but Cream's demoed in midfield. Now Seamoss has this one taken by Crispy, and this one sent to the corner. Hockey over 2, has one left to beat, and that's CMOS who sends it over to Crispy, waiting on the sidewall instead. No transition to be found from Concord. Flicked by Zanil, but only demoed for his efforts, and just like that, back out in midfield, Crispy looking to send it over to the teammate.
Smart from Hockey to just leave that one. He's got no boost and he can bang it downfield, but he'd rather have Creams try to be a bit more precise. Creams weren't more precise, so maybe in the long run not the best decision, as oh gosh, what is happening here in the corner? They're lucky Helix doesn't dive there because it could have at least been a shot, but instead it's Zanil the other way that tries to start something in the corner. 30 seconds remaining. Crispy, a drag out to midfield that's stopped by Creams, but Samos to take over. Where he will now go and try to pop it out center, but the demo actually not going to go to the advantage of Concord, even though it was in their favor. Is now a chance for Creams in front of net, but Samos to deny.
Yeah, incredible recovery by Samos to hold his momentum and get there to deny. This one bouncing dangerously back in midfield, shot on, but saved by Zanil. Creams up for it initially, doesn't have much boost in the tank, goes for the boost instead. So Samos has the ball, 2 players up, it touches the ground, and we see overtime.
Got a little awkward there for Northwood, but they recover and at least get to an OT. Talked about the kickoff shenanigans, though, for Concord, and they need to be careful. Helix, 1v3, tries to do it all himself with a double reset, but now it's given time for Crispy and Samos to do it again, but Zanil to deny!
Yeah, phenomenal touch by Zanil, and still Northwood on the back foot, need to clear this out upfield. Zanil will get there and sends it to the back wall. This one read by Hockey, has a double tap read, but Crispy takes that away. Helix to pick this one up, sends it away from Creams. Zanil, precarious spot, saves initially, and Hockey can clean it up to send it away. Gets another touch as well, but rolls high off the ceiling. Simas keeps it close, contested for his efforts. Still on it. Hockey taking time, trying to draw somebody in. It goes to Zanil, but no shot will be found initially off of it. Still in the way. Hockey has no boost to work with either. And just like that, the game will slow down temporarily.
Temporarily, but I don't think it's a mistake here for much longer, especially considering the calamity on defense. Nobody's got boost either. I mean, this is a free shot to Helix, and Creams has to stretch to make the save. Pop back out, though, and Samos going to look for another teammate to dish it to. It is Crispy as he dives a bit forward, and Samos can now stay with the play. Creams won't flinch, though. He knows there's not going to be a follow-up there, at least not yet, and now it's his time to shine. Not a lot of boost, but at least enough to get it to the corner and maybe facilitate a teammate if they weren't back grabbing boost of their own. Hockey does get involved, but now Samos. Eventually over 1, eventually to Helix. Helix to the backboard, then to not a third. Crispy will hold off, knowing the transition could have been a problem. Like you talked about before, the calm is starting to enter both teams. They do not want to be the first one to make a mistake.
As Zanil almost made a mistake on that play, but had his teammate in Creams to push it forward. Zanil now back. Will have to have this initial first touch, and he does. Creams 50'd. Hockey needs to contest here and does so beautifully. Helix off the corner, still pushing for Concord. Simas waiting patiently, doesn't win the 50, but Crispy continues it forward. Off the ceiling, has some boost. The flip will go to the far wall. It bounces back dangerously in the mid part of the field, and yet Zanil still blocks in the corner. This one stayed dangerously on the Northwood half for so long, and as we've watched the rest of these series go, if Northwood can't get it out, Concord eventually pushes it through.
And a big thing there, though, they finally grabbed some boost. All of their boost was being stolen on defense. It was a whittle away approach for Concord, but that has finally been thwarted, and now a chance for the Timberwolves to shine, or maybe just get forced back into defense yet again. Helix challenge in the corner won't be all too advantageous, and the redirect will go on target. Crispy, great awareness to keep what would have been the winning goal out, but the job is not done. Hockey, another approach to get around Helix in the corner. Crispy, a dive that will not really do much for him if he can't get it away. This one off the ceiling and Helix to escape, but again, Northwood are really starting to find that precision when it comes to the passing plays, the defense, and everywhere in between.
Difficult touch by Hockey, and it doesn't really go anywhere. Zanil luckily picks it up initially, but he's contested. Hockey and Cream, someone needs to decide to go for it, and it's Cream's first. Helix on the back wall, angle just off. Crispy on the follow-up, and Concord take down number 1 seeded Northwood in our lower semis.
We said Helix doesn't get involved in offense all too often. He's usually the guy to start the play. How about he assisted on this one on the backboard, and he knew his plan from the moment it got launched at him. Beautiful stuff from Concord to take down our favorites to win it all. Northwood, we will see you next semester.
Oh my goodness. What a series, back and forth. Concord certainly had the momentum. They had Northwood's name in games 1, 2, and 3. Northwood finally brought that fight a little bit more, and then still they managed to come back, win it in overtime after some phenomenal last-second saves. But what a play by Crispy to end it there.
It's just an incredibly impressive play from all three players of Concord, but this kind of goes to show what we were talking about earlier in the day, being like, this is not the version of Concord that we expected to play. When we saw them get 4-0 swept by St. Clair, we all went, huh? And now we see the version that is more expected of them. The overwhelming offense, 15 shots for the team in comparison to only 10. They're just outshooting our opponents by 50% of the amount. On top of that, a defense that finally stepped up as well. Great saves here or there. Great just overall play from the team. And I think that's what makes it the most impressive, is that this wasn't just Concord having Crispy and Samos pop off. Obviously, if you look at the stats, they are by far the leaders when it comes to goals and assists, but it was really getting Helix involved. He said he was the X factor. If he is playing to the level at which he did last fall semester, this team's got a shot, and he has finally returned to that form. Hats off to Helix. Again, it is not easy to just kind of get bounced out of your first series and go, I don't think I've got what it takes, but to then rebound against not just any team, but our number 1 seed for this split.
Yeah, I have to admit, I really enjoyed seeing Concord kind of figure things out. For them to score so successfully throughout that entire series, I think the big thing that was playing in our minds that gave us so much doubt was they only scored a single time against St. Clair. Just a goal in an entire series. So that was the big thing. How do they figure out their upfield pressure? And finally, we saw those passing plays through, the demos, the assists, really the culminated team plays across the board that kept their pressure. We mentioned so many times how they would boost starve and they would slowly whittle down the defense. They just figured out their upfield game, and their backfield game on the defense was good enough to withstand, especially with all that pressure upfield.
I mean, this was just a night and day version of Concord, what we saw. The unfortunate thing for Concord is they're not done yet. This just starts the lower bracket run they need to go through. When we return, it's even more CRL Fall action. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I said, I don't need you no more.
And what you did to me made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. My mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. Passing me by 40 years and 7 months of true crime. Money's off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the weight. I complete my sanity, you're my enemy. You're my enemy.
And we are back with apparently everyone. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize you guys had a whole crowd there at the Concord after getting a 4-1 victory, sitting down with Samas on the mic, though. How you feeling after a series that is a little bit shorter than I think a lot of people anticipated?
Yeah, I mean, after the St. Clair series, went 0-4, we scored 1 goal, Sean scored all the goals, he carried us, and then they told us, we need to play good. What are you guys doing? You guys are so bad. You guys need to step up, and that's what we did.
I mean, that's good to hear, especially because, you did start with the sweep. You got the 4-1. You had a 45-minute-ish, break between series. How did you guys spend that? Because clearly you fixed a lot, but, what does it go into a team, gathered around?
All right, so I'll tell you exactly what we did. So, Crispy, he disappeared. Didn't know where he went. Helix, I think he came back into the room and was just chilling. And then I was just playing pool outside. until our series was ready.
So no conversation. You're like, I'm gonna go play pool. Just kind of take your mind off it, step away from the PC. I mean, that's the strat you don't think about. Oftentimes people are like, let's talk about it. And you're like, nah, dude, I want to go play something else. Crispy just, I guess, took a walk around the facility. Speaking of, I mean, how has it actually been playing at East Tennessee State University? You're not in the Concord facility. You're, I guess, borrowing a fellow brethren within CRL's facility. And I thought that'd be a little bit weird at first, but how has it been being able to play in a new place?
Yeah, it's been good. You know, ETSU's facility is great. You know, we thought the internet was like a bit iffy, but it was just Discord, like when we were lagging in comms, so that's okay. But yeah, shout out to ETSU, you know, allowing us to do this, because you know, it could have been a completely different day if we play at Concord, but I mean, why take that risk, you know?
Yeah, and I think also just being able to kind of broaden out a little bit. You guys were probably, I would have to say, based on my memory, the most winningest team within CRL in the last year, being able to go into all these different tournaments, be able to make these deep runs, and of course this is yet another one. But looking through that lens, starting off this semester was not the best. I think you guys would admit that was not really the first split you'd want, but you've made it not only through closed qualifiers, through split 2, but now into lower finals. I mean, what has it been like to have to kind of turn everything around earlier on and make sure that you're playing at that level where you can, you know, 4-1 Northwood here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say what we did exactly every time I get asked this. We just decided to play the game, and that's what we did. You know, like all these teams, like they played the game early on. You know, like West Virginia, they didn't make it. They got too complacent. We didn't have a thing to get too complacent or going further on. So we just played the game, and here we are. We're supposed to be here, and we will stay here.
And yeah, I mean, you said you're going to stay here. That obviously means you're consistent. You are obviously within the top 3 now, but be able to get even further, get into that grand final. You're going to be playing the loser of St. Clair and Winthrop. Who do you feel like that is going to be? Do you feel like a specific team has an edge on the day, or is this bracket really just whoever feels like they can take it might take it?
All I'm going to say is shout out Winthrop for cancelling our warm-up. We didn't have a warm-up going to St. Clair. They decided that they were too cool for us, and hopefully they lose to St. Clair and we sweep them.
You know, that's what karma is all about, Sabas. So, I mean, I'm going to let you guys get back to your prep. You have a little bit of a wait before that, but I'm going to let you get back to the team. Thanks for sitting down with us. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
No! He promised! He promised he would add that in! Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, right? Especially when you're going up against competition throughout this tournament, right? You want to see that you have the best scrims possible. And because the semester's done for a lot of different competitors out there, a lot of teams just aren't playing together, or they're getting ready for, you know, American Thanksgiving and all that as well. So there's a lot of teams that just aren't available to scrim against. So you can see why they just didn't seem to be warmed up in the first series, and going from 1 goal in a series to 13 here, Chicksa, is a big change in momentum, to say the least.
Yeah, I think it's pretty normal to say we were all shocked at the adjustment that Concord was able to make from one game to another, well, one series to another. It wasn't even just like a little change. It seems like they did a full 180 at the end of the day, and then they also seem to stomp the likes of Northwood. So they didn't just get better, they like leveled up to a whole nother level. I think they are feeling ultimately very confident, and that helps them kind of move on through. And I think they did kind of go back to their roots and the chemistry that they have between Crispy and CMOS and how they approach the offensive side of the field.
It's tough here, Taco, because the way that we saw things go for Northwood is like, okay, they're the number 1 seed going into this. Yeah, they just lost to St. Clair. It was a game 5. The start of the semester was so good, but what went wrong?
I mean, the big thing is that ultimately in that one series against Winthrop, you're saying, okay, yeah, that's a loss, but, you know, it's always been back and forth. It was destined to go the way, whatever. And against Concord, I didn't even necessarily believe they were going to win in the sense that it was going to be dominant. I just felt like Concord had so much to fix. And not only did they fix it, but they were beating Northwood in every avenue of play. They were getting physical plays to lead the attack. All infield passing opportunities were taken and finished. Like, the efficiency angle alone from Concord is mind-blowing. As you had counted, Vod, they went from 1 goal scored in that Florida loss to 12 in the Northwood win. So it clearly showed that as much as they want to say, well, you know, we just kind of relaxed, we kind of just walked around the facility. We were playing pool. We were just relaxing. There was still at least a mental readjustment to get them back in. They started playing their game, and I think for ultimately Concord, they never really truly adjusted. They were just getting outpaced, out-mech'd, out-50, everything possibly that could go wrong did.
Well, that is the last we'll see of this Northwood roster. Again, they do have some changes coming up in the future, so hopefully we'll see what unfolds for them in the next semester. But we do have our upper final. It is going to be Winthrop versus St. Clair, and this is going to be a barn burner of a series between these two. St. Clair saying, hey, we're going to sweep the competition, give us Winthrop. Jazzy predicted it. Now we see them here. They got to be able to put up the numbers is the big thing. And they're not going to be playing against a team who did not have a warm-up this time. They got the best warm-up that could happen. They got the win in overtime and the first goal to set themselves up there as well. And St. Clair, I mean, talking about them, Seb, what do they got to do to keep the momentum going after the break?
I mean, I don't think they need to do anything. I think they came into their Concord series really swinging, and it showed, I think, when you looked at how they were playing their offense. This is a team that's played a lot of Rocket League in the past 2 days, and when it comes to Winthrop, listen, I don't want to be mean, but there are times Winthrop looked a little slow, and I don't think that if you're Winthrop, you can afford to start off a series slow, especially a team like St. Clair. Northwood made the mistake of giving the opening to Winthrop in several areas, allowed them to adapt. St. Clair is not going to give them that freedom. They're going to suffocate them as much as possible to make sure that Winthrop don't even get the chance to play the game.
Well, looking at the way the game was played by Winthrop, it seemed like Crl was doing some great work, Percy as well, and then Garrett G, kind of the piece de resistance for that roster here. So Jixa looking at Winthrop and what they can do to come out with the victory and make it to their first ever CRO Grand Final, mind you. They haven't been able to in other leagues. This is their one shot to do it for this fall semester.
Yeah, I really think they have some great pop-off potential. We've seen phenomenal things out of both Percy and Crl, especially as the seasons kind of progressed. Yes, they didn't have the greatest split 2, but I think they're coming into their own and adjusting again to the collegiate scene. Of all the teams that we have in this championship Sunday, they are the most new in all aspects. The most new in terms of playing against college, most new as a roster together as 3, most new when it comes to playing against the format that we've had and now that we have as well. So all those adjustments are continuing to be made, and we're seeing their more individual efforts as we move on forward. So I'm excited to see what they'll do against the likes of St. Clair, as St. Clair has looked so dominant so far today and have just continued to get better this season as well.
Well, we'll have to see what these teams can do once it comes down to it. Again, another best of 7 between these squads. Last time we saw them face off, it was at the start of Split 2, and Garrett G said it himself, yeah, we just didn't have the best momentum afterwards, and kind of an awkward start of their Split 2. So they were able to come back afterwards, of course, but they got swept by them last time. And we saw how the sweeps go for St. Clair, feeling very confident, but it's going to be a different story against this Winthrop roster, hopefully, to make it a little bit more entertaining than just sweeps across the board. I mean, St. Clair, they won the spring semester, taking down Cumberland 4-2, Concord 4-2, and then Maryville 4-0. So no strangers to taking down the competition a leg like that. And even if it goes to a game 6, they're known to win out at the end of the day. But let's get into our predictions. Let's start with St. Clair Seb.
Did you just spoil it, man? What's the matter with you? All right, well,
The Seb St. Clair dot.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, okay. I'm going St. Clair. There, you make you happy? Okay, yeah, I'm going St. Clair because this is the one bracket that they have now where their biggest force that they had to deal with in Northwood is now out of the bracket in its entirety. They can kind of relax a little bit. Now, that being said, there's still a lot of absolute demons in this bracket that they're going to have to deal with. But they've already taken down one. The other one's already out. Their only other opponent right now is Winthrop. And with that, they've already shown that they can beat Winthrop. Remember, they got that hard sweep, which completely blew the door open on the rest of the split earlier a few weeks ago. So I'm going St. Clair. They haven't shown any signs of stopping. They're only getting better.
Okay. No stopping, all gas, no brakes is what you're saying for St. Clair. Is it the same story for you, Taco, or is it a different picture book here?
I will say, out of all the teams this semester where we have interviewed them and they've given us some super confident, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know any team that can really beat us. I feel like St. Clair's really the only one that's ever backed it up every single time. Like, yeah, they're not flawless, but they played really, really cleanly. And speaking to them earlier, they're like, yeah, I truly believe we'll be able to do it. And we look at their spring semester championship, that's what happened. I think St. Clair takes this one. I have them in my personal predictions going pretty far, so why not in this matchup against Winthrop?
Okay. We got 2 for St. Clair. Are we making it 3? Are we getting to that territory, Chicksa? What do you have?
I know, I seem like a follower. I've been pretty consistent with my who's previously predicted it. I'm going to do that again. I am very confident with how St. Clair has played. I've also interviewed them a lot this season. I even got to interview Shuffleverse. I mean, when it comes down to it, he's really proud of this team and how they have played. And I am also very proud of the improvement that they have made. They are now, leading in terms of just being dominant on a series to series basis. They ended off their split really hot as well. I think they're going to do well in this one. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. But they have looked just the dominant roster today.
Okay, look dominant. We've seen some good looks too from Winthrop. St. Clair, I know in my heart I'd be like, yeah, they're gonna take this one. Let's sweep the desk again. But no, I have to break the curse once and for all. Every time we have swept the desk, we have been wrong. This time I'm going Winthrop, falling on the sword for us here and seeing if they have what it takes to take down the spring semester champions. This is gonna be for a lot of the marbles for these squads, right? They do not want to go off of a Concord on a hot streak in the lower bracket because that is what awaits the loser of this series. We'll have to see though, because St. Clair, they have been one team to be trifled with throughout this competition. St. Clair swept the breath out of the competition to start the day. They have looked unstoppable at this point in time. We'll see if they keep moving forward. Winthrop, they left it all out on the field and take it at the final hour in Game 7 OT to make it to this series. This is the time to make it to the grand final of the CRL Fall Championship. Can St. Clair make it back-to-back, or will Winthrop have what it takes?
Well, Taco, it is our upper finals. The winner punches their ticket to the grand finale and doesn't need to worry about having to bracket reset if they drop to the lowers. The loser has a long day ahead of them if they want to take the crown. Amazing day thus far, but it's St. Clair against the likes of Winthrop.
And being able to see these teams in the upper bracket, I think, honestly, you could have shuffled this bracket prior to this weekend and said, yeah, these two teams will make it. And everyone will be like, yeah, that probably sounds right. But no, it does feel right to have Winthrop, really the hottest team from Split 1, and then St. Clair team that nearly topped all of Split 2, being able to face off for a chance to go to Grands. And honestly, even though a majority of us are leaning towards St. Clair, like I said earlier, anything is possible. Winthrop has looked really good up against Northwood, finally be able to shake that monkey off its back, and now St. Clair is just the next team they have to knock out.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that sentiment. I mean, I was talking with Bass earlier, and I'm like, I'm glad we're not still rolling our prediction percentage. I want to stay happily the one with the best prediction percentage in our regular season, and whatever happens today, I'm happy if they're good games, because it's Championship Sunday, and that's what I want. And so far, it has been outstanding that our number 1 seed was the one knocked off first, and Winthrop and St. Clair are on these sort of redemption runs. Same thing with Concord and Lowers now, all trying to fight back to the glory that we know them as.
And Crl is definitely trying to lead that way with being able to get that one touchdown to Percy. Garrett will be able to lob it forward, but nothing really doing after that. Percy, enough boost to lob it back post. RJ's going to go for it just in case, as Crl did not have a shot, but I don't think St. Clair would take any chances with the Winthrop attack.
For now, off the corner, Sai will be there first. A lot of eyes on Sai. Was done well. Same thing with Jazzy. Almost had an average of 2 goals a game in that last series against Concord, a reason why St. Clair was so dominant. But for now, they've been having to manage defensively. Winthrop has had most of the pressure. No clear out just yet. This one dropped down, denied. And for now, we'll stay in the midfield and only back onto St. Clair's half. This one dropping and still won't fall for Winthrop.
It almost feels like we're playing half-court Rocket League at a certain point because Winthrop isn't just not leaving it alone. Finally, we have St. Clair go forward, and it's a little bit short-stalled, but the long clear means that Percy will have a chance to be able to clear that one forward. I know Jazz is going to be up quickly for it, but he's going to miss. Garrett will not, though. Arju left in no man's land, and that's 1-0.
I know we talked a lot about Percy and T. Crl in the last series against Northwood. It's because they were making most of the impact at field, but Garrett made a great play at the end of the series and is now starting off the series for Winthrop as well. We talk a lot about, of course, the former champion in Garrett, and I think he has, you know, the ways to try to make a title in CRL as well, and he's showing up today to start off. Oh no.
Arju in really sticky situation there. He did not jump properly for that. Luckily for him, Winthrop not able to get that back post to get around him. Percy at the very least will get past one defender, but Jazzy likewise will be able to use some finesse. Dancing pass, a lot of close angle 50s. Honestly, if one goes wrong, really everything goes out the window, but it looks like the team's starting to lock in, especially St. Clair trying to really forge their first real attack. We are in past halftime, Chicksa, and this will be their very first shot. How about making it count?
Oh, what a gorgeous fake that happened in between that play. Jazzy goes up for it, completely leaves it for Sai, who perfectly places it left shelf. Gorgeous play for St. Clair to get in and tie up this game.
And also shows the respect. I mean, half the reason why those fake aerials and be able to leave the ball for the next player rotating up work so well is because everyone expecting everyone to make a perfect touch. So when you completely whiff it, go by, I think it really throws everything out the window. The defense starts to panic, and when you time it correctly, can be great. Sai looked for that top corner, but it looks like his second effort on target not going to match his first.
Jazzy to turn on this one, beat out by T. Crl, but unfortunately the shot just wasn't on the mark. Arju will be able to get this one upfield, but this one passed by T. Crl, who still has control, goes for the bump, gets the bump, and Garrett G shot off the post and out. Winthrop brought so much to that play, and somehow St. Clair continues to defend. T. Crl beat here, Arju has an open net, Percy gets back in time to deny here. A couple of misses, demos in the frost, and just like that, Arju still can't find more of a touch upfield.
Yeah, those Arju really trying to amplify that play. There was multiple demos, there's space in the middle, and the last player dove in, but he knows he has to take it off the corner. It's not really what you need when you need to facilitate a ball into the middle. Kind of like Garrett G, lobbing that one high. T can't chase, but he can, at the very least, just be a dog chasing after a read as Percy gets a demo. T aggressing. Sai, though, chooses to just throw it over to Arju, and I think we're getting a bit more of a calm mid-game starting to emerge out of these teams. But of course, calm is quite subjective based on how fast everyone is zooming around.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. We've seen them settle down only to be more purposeful with touches. I think it comes to the nature of being under a minute now in a tied 1-to-1 scenario. Jazzy trying to make the solo play himself, wasn't able to. Now Percy running away with it, not much boost in the tank, actually gets deflected. This one off the post and out for Arju himself, and Winthrop has been so close and just not able to get through. So far, they have 9 shots to St. Clair's 2, and yet this game is still tied.
Excellent 50 by Garrett. That's a carry situation. It's very tempting to just clear that as hard as possible. Sai was playing that hard read. Meanwhile, Percy, he's just playing that whiff, but so is Jazzy. Sai, dusted, T, and Percy both looking at it. Only one gets the flick. Arju says absolutely not. Get that back to midfield and maybe get that on target for one last heave. Arju from the corner. Percy in the way. Can he drop down the pass? It's open for Sai. 50 down. Garrett dunked, but well wide. OT in game 1.
An exciting game 1 at that. What we expect from our first finals, our upper finals, to move on forward to grands. But these teams fighting to have that advantage, and a well-deserved one at that. Jazzy off the backboard, no follow-up, and Percy can only send it out where Arju picks it back up. Arju, a touch into Garrett G. Garrett still has control and the 50 as well. This one sneaks out into midfield. T. Crl the beat. Jazzy not much boost in the tank. For now, precarious situation for St. Clair again. It's popped up in midfield. Arju, enough boost and momentum there to send it away for now.
St. Clair never missed an opportunity for a pass. How about a cut across? Percy shuts it down and now leads it off to T to be able to get that 50 forward and maybe just chase something down, especially with Sai. I would say overtouching it, but he stays so close to it. Getting the 50s, leaving for Arju, getting the resets, back to Sai. How about Jazzy? He's lurking, he's waiting for a pass, but so is Percy, so patient to pop that one back to mid.
Percy has been such a good defender all season long, and his patience is a key performance of that. This one ends up being wide, and Percy was also there. I think would have read that if on target. For now, Crl can't get to it, and for now will be stopped in midfield. Arju, the flip, the 50 wins it out against Garrett G, and St. Clair to take game one.
He's huge, he's hitting the campus gym, muscling through Garrett, hard reading that counter, and that one goes directly in. Unfortunately, you can't always time your 50s. That's why every single challenge has to be taken with the utmost certainty, and that's the penalty when it isn't.
A very hard-fought victory for St. Clair. Again, they were outshot across this entire game by nearly double, but they were able to settle down defensively, had some great transitions, and again, very quality opportunities. It is becoming less and less apparent in CRL now that just because you have more shooting opportunities does not necessarily mean that you will win. If you overextend, your transition and your back of your game is left open. If you can't defend, then you just end up losing. And for now, you know, these teams have been able to defend really well and be able to put up that same sort of quality offensive field.
I think that's something I often see with a lot of teams is you get a lot of shots to generate pressure, but sometimes you really just want to put it near target to force a team into awkward situations. And I think Winthrop was doing that. We had several moments where Arju had to save it off his own crossbar. He had to get a deflection. Jazzy had to dive in with Sai to get a 50, and it got a little awkward, a little out of their control, but they still were able to get the saves. I don't mind double commits. I don't really mind all of that on defense, so long as you're able to recover and then organize for the next attack coming forward. And I think while being able to do that, it allowed Winthrop to get their pressure in, get themselves comfortable, but ultimately, if you can't finish, it doesn't really matter how well your offensive rotation's working. You need results out of that. St. Clair gets away with the win. I don't know if that's going to be the same pattern of play on Forbidden Temple, but that's what the regain is all for. 60 seconds to talk it through, and then right back to the action.
Yeah, certainly a lot to fight for. Again, we have mentioned these upper finals having the utmost importance of having that way to just sit and wait for your opponent and have that upper bracket advantage. But for now, we'll see if Winthrop is able to fight back after a very tight overtime game against St. Clair. But it's again a very slow start to this series as they keep going back and forth, kind of ping, test the defense, test how each team is playing, and manage and really play close to that ball.
Ooh, that's wide open, dusted over the top, and that's going to be the easiest finish of Garrett's life within CRL, as St. Clair just getting a little too cocky on that challenge, just nobody getting close.
Yeah, you mentioned about double commits on challenges, and while of course, sometimes they end up working out. In that case, when you already have your third in that same spot, all three of them contested in basically the same part of the field and did not get any contact on that ball. So unfortunate by St. Clair, and Winthrop will have the lead for now, but it's a very early start to this game.
Arju trying to get that one across, and I do appreciate the effort. Problem is, it's mostly just for possession. He knew there wasn't necessarily a pass, so let's hand it off, and then maybe come back for another shot. Maybe just trying to take it to the corner instead. He will at least maintain control. Everybody on St. Clair trying to go on forward, but Winthrop putting up a good wall, at least for right now. Infield pass, top shelf. How about that?
You have to love the infield passes that we've been seeing today. That one also perfectly executed. Sai catches Percy's touch off the wall and sends it right over to Arju, who's perfectly moving to be that second man in midfield and places it again top shelf. So St. Clair have the equalizer very early in this game, and both teams have had fighting chances down to get on the board.
Arju. Another leading play. Honestly, one of the most consistent flip resetters we have in CRL. And honestly, every single time he goes forward, you can see the defense freeze for a half second, knowing that they cannot dive in too early. And they also need to make sure Sai is also man-marked. Garrett will do so. Is right over his back shoulder to only get that save to the side, but then also the follow-up dunk.
Jazzy has time here, sends it towards the back wall, and Crl does read it well, keeps it close. The 50 though, the pinch won't get past Arju, who can't send it midfield. Crl on the turn, jumps for this, wins the 50, and back up on top is Winthrop.
Really do like this coming out from Crl. He's going up for this. He's no boost, but he knows you can watch him. Slowly lets it drop down. You don't need to be able to get to it as fast as possible. You don't need all the power. You know the defense is reaching for it. Worst case scenario, you just get a deflection. It goes to the corner. Luckily for him, he trusts the read all the way through, is able to be rewarded for it. On that cheat up, nearly got a second, though Arju is going to get that demo. Maybe he's going to chase out another player as Percy, also low on boost. He's going to be able to stick with this and maybe do some damage here as Crl is not going to be able to get that read. Near post, another dunk, and Winthrop gets away with it.
Jazzy's still on in, and Winthrop does find the clear up even further in fields. Garrett G up contested quite quick. Percy as well off the corner. St. Clair should have possession now. Through the part of the field, it does bounce somewhat offside. The 50 ends up going in Garrett G's favor. The read, though, won't be met on the waterfall, but still St. Clair struggling to get out of their half and slowly starting to run out of boost as well. Sai, the only one with boost on the field, manages to send this away, but Percy catches it. Double commit for Arju and Sai. So now Jazzy back post by himself, but they're still playing in the midfield part. Garrett G going maybe for a bump. Percy going underneath with Crl, but Sai to send this away. Again, low on boost is Jazzy and the rest of the field for St. Clair, as they have not been able to push up field.
Yeah, luckily Sai is able to buy some time. A lot of air dribbles out of defense are not really necessarily places to clear. It's time to slow things down and allow everyone else to recover. And I think that's something Sai's trying to do. And ultimately, you have to kind of earn your clears and also earn your offense. Garrett G dives in, but so does Sai. Really dangerous considering that was open if it's on target. But I don't think Garrett or Sai really knew anywhere where that ball was going to go.
An incredible controlling touch for Arju, uses the flip reset on the bump. Jazzy has a look at the double tap, and Sai has the follow through. What a transitional play for St. Clair.
Sai being able to make those shots count, and ultimately that is the player that you want behind the ball on a lot of these offenses. In terms of total goals scored in Split 2, he is the #1 player out of all 8 teams, so definitely a player that if you see him bearing down on a shot, you gotta just have to put your hands together and pray.
Sai, flip reset, goes over Garrett off the post and out. Arju also on the post. St. Clair right off kickoff hits the post 3 times on 3 separate players' shots and doesn't able to find it through. The shot by Garrett on target, saved by Jazzy. Sai sends it upfield, sends it down to Arju. This one backboard cleanup on Jazzy's aisle, and just like that, St. Clair has another.
This is where I start to get a little worried if I am the opponents of St. Clair. This is the St. Clair that I think everyone fears, where every counterattack is perfectly passed, all 3 players are involved, and really the only way to stop it is to get in the way right at the genesis of a lot of these plays. Winthrop doesn't, and that's why they've given up another goal. Jazzy sneaks one through and will slot a 4th.
Yeah, Jazzy has just continued to be an impact player today in the upfield part of goals. But the rest of St. Clair is also cooking on all cylinders. It's very rare to see the entire trinity, all 3 forces of a team playing in such a unison, and we are seeing that currently out of St. Clair. You're not questioning if someone's making a mistake, because everyone on St. Clair, for the most part, is being where they need to be and processing upfield as they have to as well.
Winthrop right now just trying to make something happen, and maybe it could with Garrett having an open aerial, though not really the resources he was hoping for. Crl also trying to advance, but no boost means he's going to be sent packing yet again. Percy, 100 boost. Jazzy trying to bother him, but he can only do so much. Percy dunk down in the middle. Can Arju get it away? Garrett gets a dunk. Crl, that's still an angle and a half. How about a double tap with a flip reset? A dish in the middle, and everyone's chasing. There's no one back post. It's just not coming together, Chicksa.
Yeah, unfortunately for Winthrop, try as they may, they retreat too far. They're not there for the follow-up. And again, St. Clair's just on the same page. You're not questioning their thoughts. They had a couple of double commits earlier, but thus far, throughout the rest of that game, they have looked so solid with their decision-making.
I think the main thing for me as I'm looking back at this game is, one, honestly really even on shots across a lot of these games. Like, both teams are getting looks, but the thing that I'm impressed by with St. Clair is you see how the unison of all these players coming together, getting the passing plays. And I have noticed almost every single time when you're watching from the wide angle and you see a passing opportunity, St. Clair will find it. They have so much faith in the rotation. Half these passes, in fact, are basically blind, like that goal from Arju that we saw a little bit earlier in this reel.
Yeah, I think it's impressive too when you look across the board for St. Clair. Each player has 4 shots. I think they all rotated upfield with the same amount of pressure at the same amount of time. They all had their opportunities and chances. It's why each of them have at least 1 assist and at least 1 goal. And that's why it's really difficult for Winthrop to fight against St. Clair currently. I'm not saying Winthrop's actually playing bad. In any regard, they're actually doing pretty well. They're still getting shots. They're getting assists. They are pushing upfield. But they just haven't been able to stop that transition that St. Clair has brought to them as much as other teams have in the past.
Yeah, being able to really take it to another team requires not only your ability to obviously play well in the game, but your ability to adjust. And I think that's really, I mean, these are students, after all, we're encroaching on final exams. This is really your final exam if you can't pick it up in the upper bracket at the very least. Winthrop has to learn how to handle this St. Clair offense, as that's been a puzzle for, honestly, a majority of teams. And at least for right now, they're starting off with decent passing, but Crl, unfortunately, does not have that option to kick off this game.
Jazzy's initial touch just way wide, but does manage to get some boost steal, and it's one of the many reasons and ways we've seen them kind of haunt each and every team they've had upfield. This one pops out into mid. Crl one-on-one with Sai, and Sai waits patiently for the right time to contest. Arju back over to Sai as this one breathes back out into him. The follow-up for Jazzy, and it's again that triple-headed Hydra upfield that is unstoppable for St. Clair.
I love this touch from Sai. He actually takes all his momentum off of it because he knows Winthrop is collapsing and on goal. So if you hit it on the near side, it makes the first player miss. The second player for St. Clair can hit it in the middle, and who else is going to be there to finish but Jazzy? Again, really well worked, but also an acute awareness of what options Winthrop has on defense and then moving to take those away.
Ooh, this one an open shot for Crl and denied by Jazzy. I didn't think it was actually going to be able to be saved with how fast that shot was. Just like that, we get back to it. Crl takes it underneath, and Sai so patient again to defend against it. We keep seeing these one-on-one opportunities, but at the end of the day, it seems like Crl just cannot get past anybody on the St. Clair side defensively in a one-on-one scenario.
And this is also what happens when you're clicking as a team. I mean, every time you cut to St. Clair, they're laughing about stuff. Even when they're losing, they're laughing together. So clearly the chemistry is great, but that shines through not just on the player cams, also on how they move around the field. We talk about how evenly distributed they are in terms of their scoring and shots, but that also happens on defense. When you have that faith in the rotation and in each other, you know instinctively that someone's going to get that challenge. And oftentimes you will see those moments where Crl can't get past. Even on that one, he does get actually the perfect 50 on target, but immediately shut away by that last defender ready for it.
Back on the ball is Percy first, actually gets a double 50 and allows Garrett G to get back on this one. The pinch stays on St. Clair's side, but no follow-up. Percy has more boost than Arju to fight for this on the wall, but Jazzy wins this 50 that actually gets on target for now. Sai working the corner. Garrett G only bumped Percy, no boost. Crl, the only one with boost to go and follow up, and does get the first touch. No follow-up touch. Percy steals boost off the corner, has something to work with. It barely gets deflected off the post and out. For now, St. Clair still on the attacking end of things, but Winthrop have survived and are now pushing upfield.
Crl almost got a crazy pre-jump on that read to be able to deflect that on target, but does not work out. But that really just shows how hard Winthrop has to work just to get a chance on target. Even this one, Sai doesn't have the read, but they still believed he might have. Percy on the follow-through, pass back to Garrett, maybe leading the way, a light little lob, and yet Arju still, as the second tier of defense, closes the door.
Yeah, 5 saves for St. Clair so far off of 6 Winthrop shots. They've just been consistent on being able to read each and everything Winthrop throws at them. Another lob upfield and an easy save for Sai. Garrett G doesn't get the touch, and Sai's actually able to move on forward. Follow up here for Arju is 50, but he might have the read off the sidewall, sends it back over, but no one was ready in the midfield for that shot. Sai off the ceiling, beats out one, sprinkles this out into midfield, but the clear for Crl relieves pressure temporarily.
Percy Low boost, but he knows how to play it well. He gets past one, and the bump on the play means Jazzy might be able to go forward even further. Sai technically has an open shot, though not an open net. Percy was monitoring things. Maybe that complicated the issue. He's now not got no boost, but at least a 50. Garrett chasing also with no boost. Winthrop, I mean, they're trying to carry on and fight the good fight, but it's so hard that the moment they get on defense, they look at their tanks and they got maybe 20 or 30 before they actually have to turn that into something.
Garrett G contested early. T. Crl demoed as well of field, so Percy will just apply some pressure here to buy time for his teammates. But Arju again does have the flip reset into a baby musty, sends that up. Double miss in midfield gives Jazzy the opportunity to turn, and that ball will go to the open part of the field. Sai won't get to it first. Garrett G pops it up for Percy. Percy can try to follow it through, but again, Arju on the backboard defends so well, and again cleared out for St. Clair as more time gets off the clock.
Ooh, that's a close one. Nice little skim going on from Percy, which means Garrett G can at least chase and try and shut things down. He's not going to get the ball, but he's going to get all the man. How about the pass right down to Percy? Sai sees it coming. Psychic link with him in the rotation and knows exactly where to cut that in.
Yeah, transition won't be good for St. Clair either, as they're quickly jumped off, but Sai demo and Garrett G. Jazzy trying to get past T. Crl. T. Crl also demoed, so Garrett, not much boost in the tank, tries to get there. Another 50. It's on the side of St. Clair. No time left on the clock. This one cleared out and away, and it will indeed touch the ground. St. Clair defend in order to win Game 3.
This is the CRL playoffs with the 4 best teams. It means every game, every series is going to be so incredibly close, John, but unless you're St. Clair, because they're just in the mood to apparently sweep. I mean, they said earlier that this is how it's going to go. We think we're going to sweep all day long. We're the best team. Arju, even in a previous interview, said, I don't think there's really anyone in CRL that can truly authentically beat us. And I feel like, again, this is why I predict them on the desk. They look so clean. Despite this being 1-0, you can just see how hard it is for Winthrop to get forward and really try to get a meaningful shot on target, because St. Clair just has all the answers right now.
I will say their answers on defense are incredible, to say the least. The fact that Jazzy 3 saves, Arju inside 2 each piece. Seems like every single move that Winthrop made was so well read. It wasn't like Winthrop was making predictable plays either. It's just St. Clair had the vision and the boost in the tank to defend against it, and they only needed that one opportunity upfield to hold on to that lead throughout the entire 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, especially tilting is the fact that we look at that. And I would say shots is a subjective stat, and that it says, well, it's good to have a lot of shots, but also sometimes it's bad because it means you're just kind of throwing it arbitrarily on net. I would say the stat that almost always is the most frustrating to see is if you're playing a team and they're racking up a bunch of saves and you still lose, that shows how much pressure you are able to put directly on target and yet still not being able to finish the job. But right now, yeah, gotta finish the job. In fact, you gotta do it 4 straight times if you're Winthrop, if you want to stay in this upper bracket. A reverse sweep against the most dominant team on the day is something that I just don't know anyone in CRL right now that can accomplish.
Yeah, Winthrop took their previous series to 7, but I will say they did take some games earlier than the likes of Game 3 in order to take that victory. So for now, we'll see if Winthrop can make an adjustment. Again, they've been very close in the score of most of these games, but St. Clair has always had the answer. Can they give St. Clair something they cannot handle is truly the question. Or St. Clair on another level this championship Sunday?
It might be a little bit awkward as everybody on Winthrop thought that deflection was going to go anywhere else. T. Crl will be able to react to it, and not only that, but get the 50 forward. Over Sai's head, he's going to have to try to double tap this one. Thing is, Percy's the first 2 in. Sai has to backflip and will not be able to recover.
Yeah, finally a first blood for the likes of Winthrop. They slowly make plays off of the defensive end of the field, and Sai just doesn't get the initial touch off the backboard he needs to clear that ball. The contest comes late out of Jazzy, and Winthrop does a nice job early of turning that offensive pressure into something actually tangible on the scoreboard for them.
Now Percy drops it back down in the back post. Honestly, I thought Sai would be a little bit more delayed on that one, but he is able to recover. Now with a demo on goal, that means that Winthrop has a little bit of an advantage, but maybe not the angle they're looking for. T. Crl trying to dish to Percy. No boost, but hey, Garrett's still there. No boost required, number 2.
Sai didn't jump for the ball, and I'm actually shocked That shot by Garrett G, I mean, had some power behind it, but he definitely might have had time to react. Maybe he thought a teammate was there in time. But again, Winthrop taking the opportunities that have been given to them early in this one. St. Clair has not grounded their defensive rotations quick enough so far to be able to have a way to defend against that. Percy shot a little high, but phenomenal nonetheless that we even got remotely on target. Oh.
Able to get there. Arju send to the next zip code on that bump as we see a lot of physicality from Winthrop. And I like that. That's honestly the best way when a team is rotating cleanly. If you can just try and tag a little bit more physical play into your rotation, I do think it does make this awkward adjustment moment of saying, oh, now we have to actually monitor a lot more about an offensive rotation. At least on defense for Winthrop, it seems mostly the same. Make sure St. Clair does not have time for those mechanical buildups, and so far so good. Still keeping that lead and not too much St. Clair's pressure to speak of.
This one will go out into midfield. Percy gets a piece of it, and Arju just flies past it. Sai has to patiently try to play against two, and Percy ends up taking the opportunity. Winthrop up by 3 early.
And right now, Sai hears, you might say in football, the footsteps coming from behind with that demo attempt. The thing is, rare mistake by Sai. Typically you want to cut that and jump early so you can get the deflection up the line, but he tries to time that one a little bit too sharply and ultimately pays that price. It's one thing to be able to make a mistake, but you really can't be giving away free goals when you're trying to mount a comeback. Maybe they get one back, but Crl says you have to work a little harder next time.
Garrett G as well off the backboard, flips to this one and keeps it close, manages to find a 50 out to Crl, who puts it back in midfield. He'll jump back for it, stays on it, gets a little piece of the ball. Percy actually goes on it as well, but no shot to be found. Garrett keeps it upfield. And the touch by Arju, always, as you mentioned, with the flip resets to extend it forward. Up here, Jazzy's shot saved by his teammate, and all that work for St. Clair for naught.
Oh man, that's so brutal because they did everything right. Arju did the right thing by getting the bump. The thing is, he rotated across goal, and that is always the danger. Thinking he can make up for it if the pass down to Jazzy connects bar, and then I guess technically the deflection in.
Yeah, well, what a touch by Sai initially to get the reset off the ceiling and then sends it over to Jazzy, who has been very good on his shots today. I think has scored the most for St. Clair on the day. And here's another to add to his board. For now, still a lot of work to do for St. Clair, but Winthrop has done well to hold on to the lead. That took a lot of effort for St. Clair in order to find their first goal.
Being able to get that goal through. I also like the persistence. You make kind of a foible, you block it in front, but then you don't leave and just say, it's fine, we'll do it next time. No, you just keep on the rotation. Every play is salvageable if you have the right rotation, you take the right angles. And I do like to see that resilience from St. Clair, especially when they're building up for number 2. Arju, he is already up, unfortunately, can't wrap around, just not enough boost to get up early.
Yeah, boost starvation has been an important aspect of a lot of the games that we have continued to watch today. We're seeing the teams that are consistently having higher offensive presence, stealing boost, making teams really have a hard time picking up the small pads and getting clears upfield, relieving that pressure. Jaji's shot here saved by Crl. It's a little bit of a cluster as they try to transition onto St. Clair's half. Crl is in front of the net, but what of a read by Jazzy to defend. This one's out to Arju, sends it down maybe to Sai, but denied, and Crl also denied by Sai.
And right now, I think, as you mentioned, the boost economy from St. Clair, the biggest issue with it is really just on recoveries. You can be able to get your speed flips off. You can be able to use your wave dashes to catch up. The thing is, when you come to a dead stare, then being able to restart is really difficult if you don't have at least 20 boost in the tank. And I've noticed a couple times now where St. Clair are in a position to do something interesting, and then it's almost like they look at the ball, look at their boost, and kind of just sigh and say, I can't do anything about that, and then have to rotate out, and which has to be pretty frustrating because that has not been a problem in any of the games leading up to right now. I think it's a huge change from Winthrop to focus on playing a bit more physical, dominating those midfield pads, and ultimately it is leaving St. Clair a little bit more worse for wear. Granted, they're still getting passes, but nice reads coming from Winthrop to counter.
Great patience again by Percy, who just pokes this one away. St. Clair is running out of time and need a miracle goal right now to try to get an overtime one, but just like that, time has run out for St. Clair. Winthrop has found a recipe for success in this series. They've successfully taken one over St. Clair, defended against the many passing opportunities that we even see in this garbage time right now. It's impressive to note that Winthrop has made the adjustments, and that's what makes a best of 7 so special.
Exactly. If this was just the standard league play, we would have seen another St. Clair sweep of Winthrop. But no, in a best of 7, it gives Winthrop a chance to regain without timeouts, mind you. They're still not calling anything. They're just kind of powering through, which is a lot of faith to have. Granted, this is not an elimination series, but at the same time, you want to make sure you are at least putting up a decent fight, and fight they did. I think they did all the adjustments that I was hoping for, with a little bit of sprinkling of some mistakes in positioning, as we might see throughout some of these goals.
Yeah, again, it's really difficult to play a perfect game at the end of the day. In this league level, we're seeing teams putting full effort through, and that's giving them enough opportunities to have an advantage in a series. But we're still seeing mistakes on every side of the field during every game thus far today. It's who's minimizing those mistakes and covering it up, and then as well taking the most out of whenever their enemy team or their opponent is making mistakes to maximize the opportunity you have there as well.
Being able to, I like that wording, maximizing opportunities, because it really is sometimes about being able to say, yeah, we can get a shot or something. No, you got to make sure you get your best possible chance. Send a demo, be able to steal your booster, or just more importantly, don't prevent be able to allow those clears, shut down those angles. It's something that Winthrop was doing really well down the stretch of that Utopia Coliseum type of game. And now, as we get into Aquadome, I think it's on St. Clair to understand, all right, we had this series in the bag seemingly, and we just got to get back to it. Maybe with a refresh in the map, we can see if we can get back into things. Granted, I will say someone has to shut that down, as looked a little spooky with 2 players going back down. How about a Cuxer all the way for Crl to slowly escort down to Percy?
Yeah, this one will trickle off to the other end of the field. Sai picks it up, has a ceiling reset, and Crl successfully gets it away. Also steals that boost on the side of St. Clair, so Garrett G will have a follow-up, but unfortunately can't get much farther. Percy, though, pokes this one out for Crl to keep it on the backboard, but no follow-up to be found. Crl chasing a demo, though. Someone better tell Jazzy to get rid of it. He does do just that, but it is quickly contested again. The 50 pops up towards the other end of the field. This one will drop dead down, and Arju also contested, so that net is open, and Percy takes an opportunity. Winthrop a lead again.
It's got to be such an interesting view from Percy, watching all that commotion in front. You're just sitting in the midfield with about 10 boosts and say, all right, I guess I'll just wait my turn. Oh, there it is, and then it has a wide open goal. Sometimes really when everybody converges on one play, the ball actually doesn't really go anywhere, except for just sitting on that near post. Even off the kickoff, it can find its way right to Percy, though. Will not be so fortunate to grab a quick second.
Arju flip reset, sends it over to Jazzy. Jazzy just steals boost, retreats away. Sai has the 50 in this one, waiting for the read. Jazzy there first. Sai doesn't get it. Drop down though for Arju, and well read. Jazzy shot too high, and this one sent away. A little bit of trickery for St. Clair, but unfortunately it is read by Winthrop on their end of things. Fortunate for Winthrop to read such a play. For now,
being able to get in the way ultimately. As you say, yeah, it's good to read these plays, but St. Clair's trying their hardest. I mean, it's why they keep slamming in the ceiling, to make sure it's as awkward as possible for all these players on defense. I mean, watch how slow these plays are, and yet it's still so hard for Winthrop to go forward.
I know, I think I'm having a hard time tracking it with my eyes. Often the way that St. Clair uses the ceiling or the ground or parts of their car to make a very difficult touch. The angle kind of awkward, kind of weird, not what you would normally suspect as a touch. That one, another double commit needed by St. Clair. A little bit of a back pass sends it away, where Arju has an opportunity to poke it away, but Percy again jumps that passing line. For now, St. Clair have not been able to successfully transition upfield.
But at the very least, they are trying to play the beat on the individual man, just hitting into the corner, rolling it in open space, and then maybe can generate something off that. That is really confident coming in from Sai from the corner, trying to surprise Garrett G, though. will not work out. So how about Jazzy taking his effort? Garrett will read that as well and take it to the corner. Just trying to protect that 1-goal lead as we're crossing halftime on Aquadome. St. Clair still not really having the answer. Even on the counterattack, finding their passes, it's still over. Sai, their best shooter in Split 2, able to facilitate Jazzy. All three involved again.
It just seems like it's always that much effort that's needed. They all need to have an opportunity to shoot or make it that much more difficult. It's why sometimes the best pass is a kind of missed looking shot, because it causes the defense to get drawn in, the need to save it, when in the end it didn't need to be saved at all until the very last one.
Sai, go take that to the corner. That's going to be a read and a half, and that's why he doesn't even need to touch it. Jazzy was there for the follow immediately. T, going to hand that off to Percy. Flip reset, not going to click. Garrett holding that up, knows he doesn't have the pass middle yet, but how about in the follow through? Dangerous drop down. Jazzy's got to be careful. Percy lurking and doesn't really get his just reward.
Jazzy can't do much more than give it away to Arju. Percy tries to keep it close, but the passing play again between Arju and Sai results in a St. Clair goal.
You see Percy trying to get this clear away, and he does so well, but again, the infield pass, any time it is available, St. Clair will find it.
Impressive passing plays. I think I've never seen so many passing plays in the infield than today from St. Clair in particular. It's similar to often how Crispy and CMOS will play at Concord between the two of them. You'll see those infield passes, but St. Clair just does it across the entire field. We have seen many different ways for them to execute these plays, and it gives them the lead because of it. They've had a lot of pressure this game. Arju's flip extends the play forward. Percy does his best to defend, and Winthrop not much boost as they have to defend against another St. Clair attack. Finally, the clear is out for Garrett G. Sai will keep it close to himself, but understands that his teammate gets demoed, so the 50 gets through, and Arju has the speed to extend forward.
Garrett chased down a demo. It's a temporary 2v2, and then suddenly the 50 comes through. St. Clair wins it, and it's right back into midfield. It's so many layers you have to peel back from St. Clair to be able to truly take this team down. And at this point, St. Clair, they're not even worried about offense, although one more goal would not hurt. From Harsh to just another hole that you got to dig your way out of. A goal to extend the lead.
Yeah, and now St. Clair is knocking on the door of exiting this series. Sai, Arju, Jazzy, all of them have at least one goal in this game in particular. They have all put on shots. They've all found different ways to contribute upfield. They have done well as well, at least have all a save, almost 2 apiece in this one. They have done well playing both ends of the field, even after Winthrop found ways to score, get ahead of the game first, but Winthrop does not have much time remaining. Shot here saved at the last second by Jazzy. Try as Winthrop may, St. Clair is denying them on repeat.
Even when they're trying to dive in, they're just a little too late. Garrett right there can't get that dunk away, so therefore they're going to try again. Infield pass, nobody home. Percy with an aerial off the sidewall. Garrett can get there. This has to go in, but also before the clock runs out, Sai gets the crucial save, and there it is. St. Clair sending it downfield and ending this series. They will be in your grand final.
Yeah, St. Clair, a very deserved victory, and this is why we predicted them. They have looked so confident and so on point today with their decision making, their positioning, their touches, and their team play. They've looked like a solid roster, and Winthrop had a lot of times success in trying to figure out and work through what St. Clair was able to go against them. But at the end of the day, it's too difficult of a team right now in St. Clair to beat them in this upper bracket.
I mean, it's a tough team for really anybody to beat at this point with St. Clair. The fact that they are not only winning these series, but not going the distance, not even going to Neo-Tokyo, the dreaded map that we often associate with some of these longer series. The furthest they have been able to go is just map 5. I think it really just speaks to the quality of this team that even when you find a way to get that game win off of them, it's still just not enough, because then you have to counter what they bring at them next game and be able to figure out all these passing plays. It's just the bread and butter of St. Clair's, finding all 3 players in rotation, finding them in these little openings that they create. And right now, it's a lot to study up for, because people have to basically cram to be able to take down St. Clair, whoever ends up being able to go into that grand final.
Yeah, so successful for St. Clair. They do move on to our grand finals, which means anyone coming from the lower bracket will have to bracket reset them later on. I'm sure we'll talk even more forward about the format, but St. Clair has a big advantage coming into the rest of the day for them. They have looked virtually unbeatable. That is the only game they have dropped. They've just consistently done so well to work as a team. Like, I can't even pinpoint one player in particular as like, this is why they're winning. They are winning because of how they are playing together.
Those are the most dangerous teams, honestly, in brackets like this, to witness a team where you're saying, well, you look at the stats and Sai, I mean, he's the leading goal scorer across all of CRL. He's second in goals per game. He has all the shooting percentage on his hands. And honestly, you're looking at Arju. Yeah, he's one of the best players, more consistent. Jazzy's okay. No, Jazzy has been incredible all season long, but particularly so in the playoffs. And it's nice to know that there isn't a star player. It's just a star team in general.
Well, Taco, we'll have to figure out in our lower final match who eventually will be going against St. Clair. So we, of course, need to go to a quick break. We'll get that interview going, and of course, we'll get that lower final match going as well very shortly. Stay tuned.
get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.
sets the art of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Never meant to disappoint ya. Smart enough to be a lawyer. Don't you waste your time on me, 'cause I don't care at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. You never know your full potential if you never dare to go for gold. The greenbacks come later. You just need some comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true.
And I'm back here with St. Clair College and Arju specifically. How you doing, boss? You guys are on a bit of a run.
Yeah, pretty good so far, I'd say.
Vibes are good.
Yeah, really good.
I mean, the fact that you guys are just kind of chilling on stage, waiting for your next opponent. You guys are so far. You went 4-0 and now 4-1 against the 3 and 4 seed, respectively. How does it feel? First off, I'm sure you have noticed by now that Northwood has been eliminated, and they were your biggest challenge, arguably, going into this bracket. You went the full 5 against them in league play, but now that they're gone, what are your thoughts?
I mean, let's just thank Concord, I guess. Like, we knew, like, the hardest team. Okay, if they played good, I think the hardest team was undoubtedly gonna be like Northwood. So I think if someone else wants to eliminate them for us, I mean, we'll take it.
So, Shuffle's just laughing. First off, so you guys have ran through pretty much every team now. Northwood is gone. You're going to be seeing Concord and Winthrop play each other respectively. Is there any preference on which one you'd rather see in the final?
Yeah, I think I'd rather play against Winthrop, just because we have us versus Concord is always like kind of a coin flip. So I'd rather stay with like the consistency. Like, we always beat Winthrop, so I'll take that.
We always beat Winthrop is a okay, crazy. I mean, it's facts. However,
there is one thing that I need to point out is that, I mean, like, listen, it is safe to say that throughout the course of the season that you guys have been, I don't want to say like inconsistent. You guys are coming into your prime now. What is it, especially coming from spring, right, where you guys had an incredible run, to now where you just get into these playoffs and you activate like no one else?
I think, I mean, in general, I think we need like a proper warm-up, like to actually start playing good. And when you play league play, you're just like kind of just playing 1 or 2 games, which makes you, you know, like it's just one game and done. So I think just like, I don't know, like when we're locked in and we play like playoffs, we just always gonna play good because we're like, I don't know, we're really focused on just winning.
Yeah, and honestly, like, has there been any moments of doubt or even reservations throughout the course of this bracket? Because like, even there have been some tight games, but you guys haven't taken a timeout. You guys have just been chilling all the way through. What's the general vibe of the team been like throughout the course of this bracket?
I mean, everyone on the team is just playing good, so I don't think there's no doubt creeping in at any time. Even when we're like that game where we're like 3-0 down, we're like, yeah, we might lose this one, but we'll win next one anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you guys didn't live up to the word of you're going to sweep the rest of the bracket. You did, in fact, lose one. Unfortunate. I'm sorry, but you guys still have the road to grand finals. Is there any last words, any parting messages that you want to leave to Concord and Winthrop as they play each other to face you again in the grand final?
Not really, but all I'm going to say, the bracket reset is not going to happen, unfortunately.
All right, Sai. Okay, guys, you guys have a break for yourselves. Good luck in the grand finals. I have absolutely no bias at all.
No?
No bias. No bias. No bias. All right. I will see you guys in the grand finals.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And that is looking to be one of the most dominant runs so far that we have seen. This is a team that has gone on a run and a half and hasn't really looked back at all, Bass.
Yeah, I don't know who decided to give Seb the St. Clair interview, but bold call on that one. But to be fair, they've earned it. St. Clair, a dominant victory here. Not as dominant as the first series of the day, but the guys have been on an absolute tear so far. There's honestly nothing I can think that might stop them here, VOD, except for maybe the run back of Concord. As you heard, they got a clear favorite here in this lower final.
They do got a clear favorite, and it's for a good reason, right? Especially because Concord seems to be the only team who has had their number this semester. They beat them in Game 5 in the previous split. They beat them in outside competitions a couple times as well, like the BBB LAN and other events leading up to this fall championship. But they said it themselves, you know, Winthrop, they dodged the scrim, and that's why Concord weren't as warmed up. This is a grudge match for them going forward.
I'm glad it is, too, because it has created some of my favorite narratives we have seen in CRL history. For those that haven't been with us so far here, here's our bracket so far. We just watched St. Clair take down Winthrop 4-1, which now lands them here in our lower final. It is Winthrop versus Concord for our final match of the lower bracket. The winner of this will go back up to Grands for a chance to face off against St. Clair. And as we just said, Chicksa, this is a revenge match for both of these teams.
Yeah, I gotta admit, when St. Clair is just running the gauntlet right now, you have to be worried about them, but they also need to be focused in on their current opponent. And Concord looked sloppy earlier today, and they cleaned that up. They looked like an entirely different team. They beat number 1 seed Northwood. And as for Winthrop, they took a very long time beating Northwood originally to start off the day, took it all the way to 7, was a couple overtimes in there, and then they just couldn't get it going against St. Clair. So both of these teams, the equalizer, they've struggled against St. Clair. Winthrop's taken one game more than, you know, the likes of Concord has, but Concord does look like a different team. And, you know, if I'm either of them, of course, I'm riled up to try to get that rematch going. None of them have shown what they wanted to show. If that was like last series in CRL, that's not what I wanted it to be. So I think that's kind of the mindset of both of these teams right now is, what is my last series going to be and how am I going to show myself off in it?
It was definitely, I'd say, an unfortunately worse performance for Concord to start off the day, but a 4-1 for Winthrop doesn't exactly, instill confidence in them, if you will. They don't seem all too perturbed. Garrett's just kind of chilling here, getting ready for the match at this point. But to you, Seb, I have to ask, we've obviously talked, a lot about the adjustments necessary, what have been made by Concord. Do we need to see a harsh adjustment for Winthrop, or was the performance in the last series good, even though they did end up losing 4-1?
I mean, the problem is I actually think between Winthrop and St. Clair, it's a purely stylistic mismatch, right? Like, we know that Winthrop like to play that goal line defense, hard transition style, as they've really find that comfort. And against Northwood, they were able to, kind of shift that over into a more control-heavy style, but it took a long time for them to get that going. St. Clair, I mentioned it in the pre-analyst, where they're not going to give you that time to make those adjustments. So going into this one, right, they're going to be going off against another offensive-heavy team that really likes to just batter down your door constantly. I just don't think, in my opinion anyway, that Winthrop have, or that Concord have that pressure, but it really does depend on how Concord take their form against Northwood going into this series, because that Concord-Northwood series looked incredible for me.
It did, but again, we have to take the caveat of how good were Northwood on the day. Obviously, they pushed initially 7, but the version we saw of them in the lower bracket was definitely not the same version we saw of them in the upper bracket. Again, it's two completely different sides of the coin here. 4-1 victory for Concord to now lead into this lower final. 4-1 loss for Winthrop to get here. So a very, very interesting back and forth between the two teams. But I look to you, Bod, to state, what can Concord do to not only keep their form from here, but to really get even more momentum going into this series?
I guess play some pool is what we heard the answer from Sabas there, right? I mean, the way that they were able to keep their composure, not really talk too much amongst themselves in between the first series and the second, and that seemed to be enough for them to go from scoring a single goal to 13 through different series. That's the difference maker for this team. They're warmed up now. They have no more excuses. They are locked and loaded to go as far as they can in this competition. And but both St. Clair and Concord are previous semester champions themselves. So Concord want to go back there for the rematch, show that the first series was a fluke. Winthrop a little bit on the downturn, so it's going to be a more uphill battle for them, I'd say, to recover.
Well, unfortunately for all of us, it comes the hardest part of the day, or as it continues to be here. Predicting who could potentially get a chance to take down St. Clair. It is prediction time for all 4 of us here, and I have a feeling I know where this is going, but we'll go to you first, Jixa.
Yeah, this was not an easy one, as they have all not been very easy. And obviously, we don't want to sweep the desk either. That ends up cursing it, and then we go back and forth on it. And at the end of the day, I think the revenge match for Concord is just fueling the fire more, and that's why I went with Concord. No one wants to show up, start your day off, get swept by your opponent, and then not be able to make it and try to rematch them again. I think they looked really good in the lowers, and a lower bracket one feels really good right now, while as Winthrop just played against St. Clair and did just lose. They haven't had that breather time, and I think that's going to be difficult for them to handle in the lower bracket.
It's been a long time for Concord sitting here, Vaught. Is that enough to stop down this train that seemingly has been unstoppable?
No, it is not enough time to stop them. I was one of the 2 believers at the start of the day, and now hearing the story as to why they were not warmed up, it makes sense. No longer am I doubting. I'm going Concord all the way on this one. Give me Concord Esports for it, baby.
Seb, you kind of have to wish that you had another jersey here besides St. Clair at this point.
I
but
do.
You still get to make a prediction. Oh,
yeah,
you do?
I mean, I do. They're just all Canadian jerseys, right? So.
Okay, well, that doesn't help.
But I actually changed my prediction. So I was originally going to go Concord as well, because I think that they're on an incredible run back. However, I kind of talked myself into going Winthrop, because I realized that while stylistically I think that Concord can be great against Winthrop, I think that Winthrop have played much better offensive teams as of late and have been able to deal and adapt through longer forms of series in a much better way. And I think that at the end of the day, Concord's offense is not the level of St. Clair's right now. And they were able to handle Northwood going full force against them. I think Winthrop's taking this. I think they're going to try and get the run back against St. Clair.
Look, I came into this one with a prediction already for myself. And I said Winthrop is taking this all in this almost exact fashion. I had them going through the lower bracket, back up to the top. I did not put Concord prediction, people. That is inaccurate. I said multiple times that it was Winthrop, and they're trying to maybe switch me up a little bit here, but Winthrop's truest, biggest fan throughout the day will continue to be Winthrop's truest fan throughout the day. I believe in Winthrop's ability to bounce back at this point. They've proven themselves multiple times throughout the day. Thank you, production, because we're splitting the desk 50-50. It is Concord on one side, it is Winthrop on another. And at this point, it's really anybody's ball game. We have seen the performance of both of these teams. We've had a great way to compare the two of them. Both of them getting nearly swept by St. Clair, but only one of them able to take a game. Is that enough of an advantage for Winthrop to find their way back to the upper bracket? The newcomers to CRL have had a lot of tests, and they have passed with flying colors, but can they take down our previous fall champions? This is a grudge match beyond compare, and the reward is a chance at the grand finals. Our second to last match starts right now.
One step away from glory are both of these rosters. Winthrop for the first time, Concord for the second. Deja vu for them if they do make it into the grand finals, but Winthrop with Garrett G having that RLCS experience might be the ones to play. Spoiler, Seb.
There's so much experience on this pitch that it really does, like, it makes a testament to just how well CRL has come throughout the years. This is a team, and both of these teams are comprised of so much talent. Now we get to see them in the server playing for the chance at grand finals. To think that Garrett G would be making a lower bracket run through the course of a CRL bracket was unthinkable only a couple years ago.
And we've seen them do it on the biggest stage before and come out on top. Why not in a collegiate Rocket League? This is the time for them to shine, if ever. And both squads struggled against St. Clair, and they want a rematch for the history books. Trying to make it to that grand final, one step at a time, one game at a time for this best of 7. And, well, they got to get the first goal first to kick things off strong.
We'll see how Winthrop answer to a Concord that has taken down our first seed and did so in emphatic fashion. It's going to be a similar kind of matchup, offensive heavy, and Winthrop, they're going to have to be forced on the back foot. And we talked about this in the back room, VOD, of how much Percy matters in situations like this. A lot of people didn't kind of consider it a factor, but Percy is the driving force for this team. And basically everyone else, just that's going to be a pass that goes on. But Winthrop will have to handle the pressure.
Handling it they are for now. I mean, good looks on defense. We saw how their first series of the day went. It was Northwood taking the first 2 games in stride with just a single goal differential. It took them some time to get started, and that might be the case here as well. My eyes, for the most part, though, are on Percy to see where they can get activated for this team. When Percy's doing well, so is the rest of the squad. Crl, though, is trying to strike true first.
Again, we talk about the win condition for Concord. It's really both the Crispy and Samas getting involved, but then we mentioned it before, Helix, if he can get involved on the offensive end, and if Concord can operate as a unit, it becomes so much more important for just the length of this series. That's a shot on. Helix will be there for the save.
One thing to mention too is Winthrop, the only All-American roster remaining in the competition. They need to carry the torch as strong as they can to the finish line.
European invasion has come and gone. Our previous 2 champions for nationals have included European players, and now it's on Winthrop if they can carry that American torch for what has historically been a North American dominated competition up until recently. I mean, through the likes of Psy with Dr. Boomin and that pivotal and insane CRL World Championship in 2023.
A lot of changes have come through the ranks since then, but what needs to change here and now is a little bit more offense from Concord, getting outshot by Winthrop just a little bit here. So we are seeing a good push downfield, but doesn't seem to be enough presence of mind there. Good bump potential, great defensive effort by Helix, and they are looking decent to transition this downfield, but the midfield is being dominated by Winthrop.
Winthrop biding their time. Garrett using a lot of boost for that. Crl turns off early. Samas just going to send this downfield. Crl has to play the mid. Garrett waiting for his challenge. That's a great 50 as well. Samas going to put it up high. Crl will be there for the save. Not the best touch, though. That actually gives an opportunity, especially if Crispy goes up high, which he does, but Percy will knock it away. 90 seconds remaining, and I don't know about you, Vaughn. This is giving me flashbacks to Winthrop and Northwood series. No scoring affair, even at the last few seconds.
That it is. It's exactly what I was thinking would start off the story of the series for these two teams. Is Winthrop like to play a lot more defensively minded, keep it contained in the midfield, wait for their chance to break out. And Concord, they know that their weakness is those counterattacks, so they're also not overextending as much as they did in the first series of the day. This is the Rocket League we were waiting to see from these two squads, and Crispy almost enough to push through.
Crispy with a wonky challenge. Helix looking to make it dangerous. Still gets the bump on one. Crl has to go down. The 50 comes through. No one will be there on the Concord side as they've used up all their gas, but with under a minute remaining, Concord starting to edge closer and closer to dangerous scoring territory.
Even in shots so far now, Concord really put the pedal to the metal in terms of offensive opportunities. The demo, Percy somehow got on Crispy, really fell into that one. I think they were hoping he would go the other direction, but nonetheless, it works out well enough for Winthrop to be gifted with that demo. Good flick from Crispy, another touch forward from Samas, barely deflected aside by Percy, but they had three members back. They weren't too worried.
But Winthrop are trying to go for these kind of like saving reads and these free jumps or whatever, but they're making me so scared because sometimes they're just a touch off and it just makes me hold my breath every time. Regardless, the last few seconds winding down, we will see an overtime unless Crl puts it on, but Percy's going to let this touch the ground. Game 1, overtime.
0-0. Great offense, good defense, plenty of saves though from Concord and Winthrop having to be made. Going back and forth between these two teams, neither of them giving an edge to the other competitor. This is what we're hoping for in this series, but it's only game 1. It's going to set the stage for the rest of it. Percy with possession of the ball, sending it over to the midfield was Helix, and nobody still can gain full control until Garrett G with the flick. Good denial by the defense though. And
that's still dangerous.
Not enough.
That completely slipped through. The read was there. Garrett with this double touch from both Helix and Crispy. Crl, Crispy just goes up for it, but he completely misses. His car was just too far up. And Winthrop, in the early seconds of this overtime, will take away game 1.
A tough spot to be in, to say the least, for Concord. Again, not getting the early goals that are necessary to come out on top in these series. And last time we saw them get a win in game 1 against Northwood and make it so that they had no answer against them. This go around, it could just be the rust seeping in amongst the play style, but we really can't say too much about that, right? Looking at kind of the even shots, the even saves, and just the single goal going through to eventually be enough for Winthrop to win the victory. And that just goes to show how Winthrop can never count them out. In overtimes, they have won every single one so far. So you don't want to take them to OT if you're Concord going into that next one.
Yo, I appreciate the non-bias considering the jersey you wear, brother.
I might have to hang it up after this one, depending on how Concord do in game 2.
I'm not gonna lie, you know. Oh man, the guys are so lucky I'm not casting grands. That jersey would be. I'd have multiple on actually, but
you just take one off after each game, depending on if they win or lose.
Exactly. Winthrop, yeah, it's like 3 lives, you know.
Exactly.
Winthrop will be going into game 2 with the lead in this series. Remember, they are playing for that last grand final spot, for that second chance against a dominant St. Clair. They're going to have to overcome a Concord who, remember, has taken out our first seed, has looked great doing it, want their own run back against St. Clair that, frankly, embarrassed them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, not the spot they wanted to find themselves in for either of these teams. At least Winthrop were able to take a game, so more than any other team's been able to do so far. And you mentioned it in the interview, right? They got to avoid their biggest demon in Northwood because Concord's the one who sent them packing at the end of the day. So both of these teams have their work cut out for them after this series, but they got to get through this one first, and Percy pushes it through so quickly.
Percy has arrived, and he continues to do so. This is just an unfortunate misplay from Helix. It's a hard one, but Percy played that so quick. Will be Winthrop coming out early with the lead for this one. 4:28, and Concord need to find an answer quick. You don't want to let the series run away from you so early.
We'll see if that will be the case again. Concord down but not out. The big thing is getting past that hurdle of a first goal. They got it through early off a mistake in their first series against St. Clair, where Crispy capitalized and then didn't have a single answer afterwards in the subsequent games of that sweep. So maybe this is a different strategy for them. Making sure that, hey, we can score goals later on as long as we give a couple up. And Samas with a great pinch save.
I don't think he intended for it, but the pinch worked. Percy looking for the second touch, and Winthrop trying to be as efficient with the boosts as they can. Garrett's the only one left. Samas doesn't get the flip that he wanted. It allows Winthrop some time to reset. Nice 50, a bit of an awkward defensive positioning. Winthrop is stumbling all over each other right now. They're all on top of each other, trying to scramble and get this out of their zone. Helix looking for the pass to Samas, doesn't get it. Percy will be there, and Winthrop will be able to recover just a touch from the midfield, especially with these early challenges coming through.
Decent touches so far, but the biggest thing to note is the lack of offense from Concord. That's the first real possession we've seen in the blue half for them, so really need to turn things up a notch if they want to come out on top, or at least tie things up for now. Possession game not in their favor. Could be a chance though for Helix as he takes it forward, denied by Percy. Good challenge on the clear up, but actually sets them up perfectly. Samas to score.
There's so much sauce on this one too. 188 or 28 kbh for me, and again, this is a matchup we know is going to be close. Our producer sent us the audience score for the poll, which was almost entirely 50-50 between these two teams. I believe it was just Concord that had a 1,000-vote lead, which is an incredibly tight margin at this point of the game. Crl will take possession. Garrett G going in, trying to get a demo, but it opens it up for Crl to get the lead again.
You cannot allow them to have that much control with the ball. The demo, of course, relieving some pressure and the push forward from Garrett G, denying them access to the box. Huge heads-up play by the side of Winthrop, but we still have it. Only a 1-goal margin. Concord, we've known them be able to come back from lesser leads before, or stronger leads before, excuse me, on this one. As we're at the halfway point, though, all eyes are on the rest of the team. We've seen Samas step up when it matters, but Helix and Crispy, a little bit more to be desired, and they need a follow-up there, but nobody's in position.
Off the post, too. Tight affair, off the back wall. Samas has to go for it. Again, this is still incredibly close. It's not as if Concord are just losing all their possession. They're actually tied in shots on right now. Samas going to try and play the solo. It doesn't get much, and this goes out of the way, so Concord will have to reset.
Not the best kind of reset either, especially with the demos coming through. A tough spot to find themselves in, and not really much in terms of boost as they would like. Crispy having to just go for the heroic deflection away. Helix with nothing. Samas the only one with resources. And the bump still coming through on the Helix. Nobody's home, and they can't even get the save in time. Garrett with the goal.
You can tell Concord, they were so ready to go in transition. So many players were pushed up, but the 50 just goes completely wrong off Samas, and the bump that came through from Crl opened things up completely, and of course, Garrett G does not miss those. It will be 3-1 here for Winthrop as they start to run away with this one.
This just is similar to how we saw the games against Northwood, where Winthrop was able to capitalize and come out on top, be so overwhelming on offense that the other team had nothing that they could really do until they waited for the 60-second in-between of the game. So Concord themselves got to keep themselves on notice, and that's exactly what we wanted from Helix, just the dribble play.
Helix getting on the board almost entirely himself as well. Crispy with a great pass, but this is just completely throwing off the likes of Winthrop defensively. And now, with just under 90 seconds remaining, Concord do have a chance at this game.
They have a chance, but is that enough for a victory, especially with the kickoff going the other direction? Crispy barely getting up in time for the save, but does make it nonetheless. Good counter from Samas to take this downfield past the midfield, and maybe a good setup in the future for them. Helix, not the touch that they necessarily wanted on that 50, and Garrett just playing the disruptor. Almost got the dime into the net, but no dice.
Yeah, tried to get the redirect and almost getting it simply by not touching it at all. Crl diving in, but now this looks dangerous. Samas headhunting himself. Does do so, but what a great save from Garrett at the goal line.
So close with the heads-up play themselves for Concord to tie things up, but still not enough there. But hey, a boomer of a shot, some awkward positioning by the defense will tie things up.
And just when they needed it, sure, it was a bit of a gimme. Regardless, though, Concord have tied the game 3-3 with 35. Do they enter this series with the last few seconds remaining? No way.
We'll have to see. We will have to see what they can do here, because this is a tough spot to be in for both teams. But Concord have been having to play catch-up this entire game on Forbidden Temple. They've put up a lot more shots than we saw at the start, especially Samas. 2 goals on 4 shots. Keeping that pressure going is the name of the game for Concord, because the defense not as strong as it needs to be, but no, it's not the positioning we wanted for the follow-through. Samas getting deflected away by his own teammate.
This looks dangerous as well, but I think if Concord are smart, they're going to let this one go and just trying to end this possession as much as possible, and they will. The second consecutive time we'll be going to overtime, and we'll see if the result changes at all. That's off the back wall. Helix puts the shot on, and he does! Concord have entered the series.
A massive cheat up by Samas and Crispy allowed Helix to be unleashed here in OT. Defense none the wiser. They broke the difference with the net, but they saw the shot go right between them. Helix a clutch play to keep them in this series, and giving Winthrop their first overtime loss this tournament. A nail-biter, to say the least, between these two, but Concord, they can't afford to have that many close affairs against Winthrop if they want to come out at the end of the day.
Yeah, again, this is a Winthrop that really does get better as series go on, and you don't want to be playing them this close. But to be fair, I mean, listen, Concord are coming into this with their own form. They have their own reasons, their own, motivations for why they want to get back to that grand finals. And so with Winthrop, they're just another speed bump in the way. A pretty big one, a world championship level speed bump. But it is a long series for both of them, and thus far, Concord are showing up.
They are showing up and showing out, but I think a lot of it has to do with the awkward positioning we saw from Winthrop. Once the pressure was actually realized by Samas specifically, keeping those shots on target, Winthrop just didn't really have the possession play afterwards. Once they got the ball, they took it down midfield again and tried to get some bumps and demos, but it wasn't enough to disrupt that rotation of Concord, as they were just able to deliver shot after shot, possession play after possession play onto the blue half of the field. So now going into this next one, all eyes on Winthrop on how they can close this one out, get their lead back for themselves, because Concord, they're just warming up.
They are. But Winthrop, have they decided whether or not they're going to go the long haul for this series? That's Garrett G playing patient as ever. That is just staring into the heart of Samas and saying, I will not flinch. Either way, game 3 firmly underway.
Already so high flying with the action. Oh, wow. And there's a shot right into the back of the net. We saw so much pressure from Concord. There wasn't enough presence on defense.
I mean, this is a case of Concord almost going a bridge too far, stepping too far into the Winthrop zone, and Winthrop saying, no, we're going to keep you honest. You're going to have to watch yourself. You're going to be playing the likes of us. Winthrop will be taking an early lead in this game and punishing Concord as well.
Also rough, too, the miss on the 50 from Helix. They got the connection, might have bought them enough time for a save to rotate back to their own end, but they just wanted to go all out. They want that first goal. They've played from behind every single game so far. Well, first one notwithstanding, though, as that went to 0-0 OT. Still, though, Percy got the first goal for both of these two games, and now Crl following in stride again.
The fact that I said great bump, and it literally didn't matter because all 3 members of Winthrop were committed to this one. Crl coming in like a torpedo to end this one. So Winthrop will take a 2-0 lead in this game. Concord struggling to get out of their zone right now. Finally will be able to win a kickoff by themselves, but will it be enough to get some control in this midfield?
Finally got a demo too. I mean, we've seen a couple of the demos go the other direction in favor of the aggressiveness that Winthrop have a showcase. That will be enough to clear the lane forward, and Crispy just gonna style on them before the end of it. Great pop-up, Samas with the follow-through. The overextension from Winthrop will be countered.
Yeah, I think that was just a miscomm on boost amounts and a double commit that unfortunately neither of them were able to handle. A bit of an error from Winthrop to allow that transition to go forward, and now a kickoff goal here for Samas, and just like that, Concord are back in the mix.
Hey, maybe they're just better at playing from behind against Winthrop is what it seems to be. It went 0-0 and OT went the other direction. Now they've been able to bounce back as quickly as ever, but they still need one more for the lead here on DFH, so they still got their work cut out for them. Still eyes on to Winthrop. We see them trying to go for the aggressive play, clear out the back line for the boost steals, and I'm liking this Concord possession play as well, trying to keep it out of the clutches of them, dishing it down to their teammates, and Crispy capitalizes.
This cross pitch pass over here, like Helix knew exactly what he was aiming for. Crispy came in with so much speed, 140 kph, as Concord at 3-3-3 get the third goal that they need. So we'll see, can they keep it going? Winthrop are just trying to stem the bleeding right now.
I gotta hold on to possession, I think is the big thing. They lose it usually when it's going towards the box, and then the counterattacks have just been lethal from the side of Concord. Midfield presence was what we were praising Winthrop about in the previous games, but it's been non-existent this time, or maybe a bit too existent, pushed up past the point of no return. Good bump onto Helix, at least clear some way forward for Garrett G. There's the touch afterwards, not enough just yet. Percy, a good piece to pass it over to Crl, but deflected by Helix. I'm liking this positioning from Concord. That way they know they at least have their bases covered whenever someone gets into an odd spot on the challenge.
Yeah, I think they're... Oh, that being said, Helix looking for the double. Crl goes up high. Garrett G doing what he can to keep it out. Percy going in, trying to headhunt, but it's so non-committal, and you can see Concord, they're already getting a read on it. That's a beautiful double from Helix. Can he get there in time? Crispy won't be able to. A demo comes through for Crispy, but the bump will come in kind from Winthrop to clear some space. Just over 2 minutes remaining, and Winthrop doing what they can to stay alive, but Concord, they're starting to get a read here. They're starting to read what Winthrop have to offer.
This is the Concord that we saw take down Winthrop in Game 5 in the regular season for Split 2, and why they were a tough contender leading into this fall championship. They have been awoken by the midnight bell that was tolling against them with the one life remaining in the brackets, and they are playing like they have everything on the line here and now. But Winthrop, they still need to wake up, it seems. They've gotten those first 2 goals, which were relatively quick in the first minute. Then we really haven't seen enough from them on offense. Only 4 shots from Winthrop, the least amount of offense we've seen from them since the first series of the day.
Yeah, again, and we look at the usual strategy of Winthrop, which is just like hard transition game, but Concord just haven't really let up any space for them to maneuver in transition. They've been able to consistently get demos on, bumps on to prevent any sort of space going over to the Winthrop side. That included Samas just being a headhunter to the nth degree. Last minute of gameplay here, and Concord have no sign of stopping.
They can't afford to stop at this rate, because they know as soon as they give a moment to breathe to Winthrop, that'll be when they capitalize, especially like that.
If Percy can carry Winthrop across that line, it might be the opening that they need regardless. Under a minute remaining. Do I smell another overtime?
3 in a row would be a little bit too many, but we might see it happen, especially with the time remaining on the clock. Demo comes through to at least deny more access to the blue half of the pitch. A good bounce up, though, for Percy to take it down. Samas Crazy pre-jump to go for, using all of their resources though. They'll have to re-up somewhere else, and they do
Crispy.
stop it for now. There's another fall through by Crl. Goes by the wayside. Samas barely deflected away. Crispy into the midfield. Samas with a good bump onto Garrett. Puts him in an awkward spot so he can't fully control it.
Oh, I don't like that. Garrett did what he could to just hold in the midfield, but no one was there to support. And so again, we see Winthrop take the passive approach, just waiting for the possession to come to them, which hasn't worked out too well. Regardless, 10 seconds. See what Winthrop can offer. Crispy does what he can. He's got the flip. Helix is going to hunt him down, trying to take Garrett G off the board of all people. The last second coming in. Garrett looking to extend that possession. Samas needs to get the save. Garrett puts it way too far. T-Curl looking to keep the possession alive. Samas is going to go up high, trying to get it down to the ground. And for the third time, we go to overtime.
Wisely so. Winthrop knew if they kept it in the air, there would have been a better chance for Concord to bounce back. But now the kickoff goes in their favor into the orange corner. Crl with possession and a plan. Centers it for a second. Percy on the fall through, and nobody can stop the destruction.
Beautiful response to the challenge as Percy sticks with it, just completely aggresses his position to be able to convert on this one. Winthrop will be able to once again take a lead in this series off of Percy's back.
And this is what I talked about at the start of this series, Seb. We needed to see Percy show up. He's been relatively silent in terms of goal scoring throughout this tournament, and now he has come online. And Concord's going to wish that they went back to sleep. A hat trick in their name, leading them in the MVP category. 6 shots, 3 goals, all of the pressure for Winthrop coming to a head. And now they have the lead again in this series. Will Concord be able to bounce back? And will we get a 4th OT is my questions.
Yeah, I think that's like next time on CRL. Will we see another overtime? That is the big question, but either way, with Winthrop taking the lead in this series, it puts more pressure on Concord. And frankly, I'm not going to lie, man. Like, this was one where, dare I say, I thought Concord should have won that game. Except for that overtime, it really felt they had the control in that game.
Percy was the difference maker, full stop. Yeah. I mean, the way that they were able to turn things around, caught them off guard a couple times in the defensive rotations back to nets, and even with the good looks from Concord, they can only hold on so long. So used to being full aggro. And that's what they were doing throughout most of it, right? We saw all the shots coming in, especially from Crispy, who got the 2 goals for their team to get them to this scenario. Got the first one, then the second one for the lead for himself. But Concord, they have yet to start off with a goal. Overcommitted before, and that's why Percy scored in Crl shortly after. So if they can clean that up, Concord will look a lot better.
So it'll be game 4 here in our lower bracket final, as Winthrop, who have the lead in this series, will look to further cement that. Concord, I mean, this is a battle that has consistently been close, so see if they can keep it going. Helix Crispy will be able to wrap that one up out of nowhere.
This is what we were waiting to see from Concord. Helix with a perfect setup, might have gotten it themselves, but Crispy on the follow-through noticed that they just needed a contingency plan, and that's what was waiting for them, was disaster for Winthrop on defense. Great looks and kind of an awkward kickoff, but still works out in some sense of the word. Garrett G with possession for now.
But now I'm kind of worried because, as we've seen, Concord kind of played better from behind. So now that they have the lead here, hopefully it doesn't mean that they're just going to give it over to Winthrop. This is the one change of pace that we're seeing, is Concord coming out early. Samas, Percy sends it down. Helix looking to keep it in. Percy needs to go up. He doesn't beat Crispy with the ball. He actually gets the 50, but Garrett will send it down regardless.
This matchup here, Seb, is the difference between a $2,000 Scholastic prizing upgrade if you do win it and move on to those grand finals. $3,000 for the 3rd place, $5,000 minimum for 2nd, and $10,000 for 1st. A lot on the line for these players outside of just glory, and that must be in the back of the minds of them as well. But looking at Helix, they've been stepping up big throughout the day today. Seen a lot more action from them as the series has progressed, and Crispy trying to be a little bit more accurate. He was the one who said after Samas that they got called out. It's like, hey, you guys just gotta play your game, play a little bit better. And we've seen that in the Northwood series and a little bit more towards the end of this one, but will the one goal be enough, especially with all this pressure coming out from Winthrop?
I really think of when we talk about pressure, I mean, what kind of pressure is Helix going through? Imagine being last man back. Garrett G is coming with an air dribble right at you in the middle of a lower bracket final. That's not something that I think most Rocket League players in their dream would consider happening to them, especially someone who has as few professional matches as Helix does. Must be a whirlwind for him, even with the CRL Fall Championship win. Either way, Winthrop still looks like they're in the driver's seat right now as we approach the halfway point of this game.
At least they have the experience from Crispy and Samas. Earlier this week, booked their ticket to that kickoff land in Copenhagen. And well, they're going to let Crl just assist them fully on this one.
Yeah, I have to consider, because Crispy got credited for this, but this looked like it was just trying to be a wall pinch, but Crl, I think, just completely misread.
Crazy angle.
Wasn't able to get, that's a clip, I guess, to post on Twitter, sure. Either way, 2-0 for Concord, kind of being given one, and now Winthrop have to start worrying here because one goal deficit's fine, but against Concord, a 2-goal deficit has been already difficult to overcome.
This is a team you can't afford to make mistakes against. That's why we saw the one goal against St. Clair at the beginning of the day was because of a mistake that they made. And Concord are so consistent on capitalizing on those because they know, hey, they're awkward. We're going for this challenge. Oh, they had no boost in their own goal? Yeah, let's just laugh about it and then go forward and score another one on the back of it. So this pressure game that continues from Concord needs to keep up if they want to come out on top. And with the 2-goal lead, the largest lead we've seen so far for Concord, we saw 2 for at least a couple of minutes or a couple seconds really in the last one for Winthrop, but relatively short-lived. So all eyes on Concord as they try to play their game. A good demo on the back line so Crl cannot cherry pick, and Samas going for these pre-jump defensive efforts are enough to thwart a lot of the synergies that we've been seeing on offense from Winthrop.
Yeah, quite a bit so, actually. Though Helix will get bumped, still gets a save. First the last minute. Time is running out for Winthrop. Crispy, this defensive touch, misses the challenge against Crl. Now look at the positioning of Winthrop. They're too far advanced. Garrett G is just going to go for the shot. Goes off the post. Crl tries to get the rebound, but he's not able to. Garrett G and will reset. Crl looking to make it doable, but Samas will be able to clear it to the side. Garrett G still looking to make it dangerous. Samas get the backflip to be able to keep it out. And now Winthrop just battering away, putting in shot after shot until something works, but Concord hanging on.
Crispy's almost had the same amount of shots as the entire side of Winthrop. That just goes to show how contained they have been on the blue half. A little bit of a miss there. Not exactly the play that they were hoping for, but it will still stay in the Winthrop half for now. Garrett G not much boost to work with either, and Crl is actually playing spoiler on the back end, trying to bump them out of position so that they can go for a capitalization themselves. Helix on the respawn, able to get the save there. There's the transition for the goal.
Immediately punished, without question, without hesitation. A 3-man play gives Concord the 3-0 lead. And Vod, we're going to game 5.
That we are as closely contested as this series could be. But that's what happened during the regular season between these two. Went to 5 and Concord came out on top. This one might go to another game 7 if this trend follows through. And we saw what happened last time when Winthrop were there. They won an OT, but no OT to worry about this go around. It's just a
first time
cleanly from Concord. And yeah, first time for everything.
Yeah, must be nice. I'm sure chat's quite okay with that. Finally, we just get to see a match end in regulation, but what a match from Concord. What a statement of a match for them as well. That is 7 shots to their name versus Winthrop's 5, and it really felt like most of the possession was just in Concord's hands. To be fair, I think Winthrop had an extended possession near the end where things started to look dangerous, but the moment that Winthrop overextended themselves, Concord with that last goal immediately punished.
Most of the shots from Winthrop coming towards the latter half of that game as well, where we saw Concord dominate it in the first half. So good looks for Concord to actually get on the board early, and that seemed to be the difference maker, especially in confidence and just the possession play. And A bit of some last-ditch efforts from Winthrop led to that final goal, but they had to give it their all, right? They tried to change things up by demoing the midfield or the backline, bumping them out of position, and was hoping that would be enough once Crl was sent forward. It just didn't prove to be time for it. So going to Aquadome now, we'll see if Winthrop will bounce back themselves and be on the matchup points, or if it's going to be Concord taking the initiative here.
I mean, if history speaks to anything, is Garrett G is particularly fortunate on this map. So we'll see if this experience can keep his team in this bracket. Crispy puts one off the post. So much sauce on that one, and I know that Winthrop are breathing a sigh of relief as this one is even more dangerous. Samas, both these teams trading offensive battles back and forth. Crispy goes for another one, but Crl's there in time, and we are kicking this one off early.
I have not been able to breathe for the first 30 seconds of this game, and neither have the players. If they have been waiting
because you're
with bated breath
underwater?
for something to go through, and there it is. Garrett G gets the goal. It was bound to happen.
Finally, you can take a breath, take a bow even, as Garrett G, we knew he was going to show up for this team. Winthrop take the early lead.
That was insanity in the first 30 seconds of this game 5, but we wouldn't want it any other way. Finally, Helix trying to bait out the defense, see if they can bump them before the shot comes through. Some ingenuity plays being enacted by Concord, and there is the passing play that we've seen work out so well in past iterations of this offensive attack from them. I do like this disruption, though. Tried to box them out in front of their own box, but still not enough to prevent the shots from being saved away by Concord.
Crispy, super aggressive in trying to steal the boost. It actually works out, but how are Winthrop going to be able to handle? And they do. They try and take a more proactive approach to getting these passes off to mitigate the amount of boost starvation that they have. Samas, though, kind of being given a good amount of possession as Winthrop try and handle these rotates. Crispy tries to force it through, but it'll go off the back wall, and Winthrop everything they can to handle. Garrett G still there with the save. Aquadome Garrett comes through again.
I think it might have been a squishy save even there, an ode to his teammates in Gas, but even then, Percy with the dish it forward for Crl on the save as it comes out for Crispy. So not as easy as they would like. Crispy, speaking of, almost enough to disrupt the defense. Not on target, though, as they would have liked. Deflected away, and back and forth it goes. First 2 minutes, very eventful for these teams. Already 6 shots, make it 7 for Concord, as Winthrop are still in the lead.
Am I the only one kind of feeling that both these teams are really locked in offensively right now? I feel like both of them are making phenomenal attempts, are finding their targets, but the defense is matching up on both ends. Concord isn't letting anything through. Winthrop is doing the same. As we approach the second half of this game, I know that Winthrop, though they have the lead, it does feel tenuous at best.
A dangerous spot to be in for sure, with only a single goal holding them at bay. Concord, they are waiting, biding their time to strike, as they know that they were owed one after it hit off the post from the initial kickoff, and the counterattack just worked out well enough for Garrett to score the sole goal we've seen so far. Even with this overwhelming pressure from Concord, Winthrop have done well enough because Crl has been the savior of this game. 4 saves to their name. They're keeping them at this 1-0 scoreline for now.
Percy, look for the individual carry. No one there to be... but Samas will be there in time. Actually, the ball comes through, and Samas will be able to take advantage. A complete opening against Winthrop.
I thought they lost control of it there for a second. A
Crispy.
great bump by Crispy and a good follow through by Samas. Didn't put enough power, so it'd have to awkwardly bounce off the side wall. Instead, was able to fully control it afterwards. So tough spot to be in, but they made the most of it to tie things up. Now they just need one more.
Crispy wanting to solo. Samas headhunting once again. Garrett with a lot of sauce on that one. Not even Percy was ready for it. Garrett tries to dive in. Helix, he's the first man, able to actually steal the midfield boost. Now we see Concord They have a lot of resources to play with right now. Samas going to be able to get the control. Garrett does get the 50. Crispy will go up. Percy, does he have enough in the tank? Crispy trying to do it himself. Helix tries to support. Samas will be rotating from the midfield. Doing it himself. The 3-man commit somehow makes it work. As we approach the last minute of this game, it is truly anyone's series.
They knew they had to send the entire house at the ball to save the day there when nobody had boost in the tank. Good to bounce off the roof of the car for Helix to have some power behind it to go to the midfield, but still contested it is by Winthrop, who's locked down that midfield for most of this game and the series. They're back in the driver's seat for now, but Samas doing what they can to break out of the barricade that has been enacted by this Winthrop offense. Percy still controlled. Helix no boost. Crispy does have it for now, and Winthrop eye it jealously, wanting the game-winning goal themselves.
Moss hands it over to Helix. Double commit again. Winthrop starting to look shaky a little bit. They're double committing a bit harder. Crispy head hunting. The last few seconds. It's in Concord's favor. Helix puts the shot on again. Another double commit. It's going to go high. Will Simas be there to support? He's going to hold down the midfield line. Recognizes Crl is dangerous. Winthrop back in the driver's seat once again. The last few seconds will wind down. It'll touch the ground once again. We go to overtime.
It wasn't consecutively that we got all of these OTs, but now we're at another and almost a dangerous spot again for Winthrop. Counterattack is nigh, though. Garrett G got the 1 goal off of it previously from the initial attacks by Concord to start off this game in Aquadome. You mentioned that this is his place to play against the competition. The demo from Percy might be enough.
Not enough.
No power behind it. Samas, no boost either, but a flip reset and a dream drops down to the midfield, and Helix has to save it.
Percy is jumping way too much, though. I mean, he went up for it, trying to get something going out of the midfield, but now a nice 50 comes through. Percy gets another 50, but he's able to push this ball position forward. Crl aggressing as ever. 45 seconds in. Thus far, Winthrop, they want the lead in this. Helix looking for the shot from the midfield. Looking for a headhunt as well. Crispy sees Helix. Helix able to even steal some boost as well. Samas is going to put one on. Tries to find Crispy, but it's a bit too far away from him.
Oh, and Crispy with the miss on that one. Not exactly the touch that they were hoping for as well. Helix might have called him off as well, but was getting headhunted again. The aggressive playstyle at the midfield by Winthrop could be enough for them to get the win at the end of it, but they got to be careful not to overextend. Helix out of position, out of boost, and out of options, but still going for it. 120 already passed on this OT, and Concord, they know the longer this goes on, the more opportunities there are for this Winthrop roster to break out their half.
I know that me and you have both split the desk as far as predictions go when it comes to Concord and Winthrop. But one thing can be said is that this series is delivering on all levels. I think that's a testament to how close these two teams are right now and how much Concord, frankly, has improved over the course of one split to another. Helix going to be there for the save as we approach 2 minutes into this overtime.
Ooh, Helix, if he just had a little bit more in the tank, could have been enough to take that over top of the defense of Winthrop. Wanting that one back, and Samas, not the angle either. Helix in an awkward spot in net, but the respawn also putting them out of position. Samas having to take full control of the ball here and now. All eyes on Crispy, though. The bounce over top of them. They can't even afford to go up for it. Just have to search for pads and some options, but 2:22 on the clock now. Percy looks to capitalize. A good bounce, though, on the 50 does save them for now.
Garrett was waiting. Percy gonna put another one on. The ball comes through. Percy will give us a game 5 as Winthrop once again in overtime take the lead in this series.
We go to game 6 now after that victory, and it's been bouncing back and forth between these two. I mean, hey, that was a great game 5, especially with the way that Percy was able to capitalize at the end. I talked about it, how as soon as the strength of Concord on offense started to fizzle out during the length of this OT, That would be the time for Winthrop to strike, and that's exactly what they did. The saves, though, is what kept them in this game and why it was such a close affair. Concord gave it their all, had so much aggression on offense, just could not capitalize and complete on anything except the one goal from Sama. So now we see the timeout coming out from Concord, and wisely so. You need to stop that momentum before it gets started for Winthrop.
Especially with Winthrop. These games have been so close. I mean, what, we're on 4th overtime now? And in a game 5, actual game 5, not game 6.
Don't worry.
It's been a long day. We've had 2 consecutive series go crazy. And now Winthrop, they're in the driver's seat. This is all on them. Will they be able to finish? Concord, they've been in this situation before. They've been able to battle back against great odds. Can they beat the experience? Can they beat the legacy? They've cemented their own legacy in Collegiate Rocket League, but now they're coming against the new kids on the block that are bringing in with them a world champion caliber, professional experience, literal Goliaths. Even though, sure, yeah, we got Samas and Crispy who are now like proper RLCS players. I mean, this is an RLCS server altogether, but this is Concord trying to defend their CRL crown.
Yeah, their history specifically. Not necessarily the crown, because it was taken against them by St. Clair. They didn't make it to that final to defend it necessarily, but they want to make it here to be the fall champions back to back. So we'll see what they can do going into this next one. But the big thing is, every time we have seen a timeout so far today, the next game has still been a loss. And Winthrop are hoping that that statistic does not change in this next one on Neo Tokyo. Game 6 is where it can all go down. Will Winthrop finally be able to close things out before it goes the distance in a series? Or will it be Concord forcing that fateful Game 7 that we are hoping for? We'll see if another OT pops up, but what does have to pop up here is some great offense from Concord to start us off.
Yes, in Game 6, as I correct myself, Concord and Winthrop will go at it once again. Concord need to find a way to get back into this series to deal with this monster that is Winthrop ahead of them.
First 20 seconds, a little bit better than we saw before. I like them being more patient on the kickoff, not going full out aggressive style. It must have been part of the strategy that they talked out during that timeout with their coach, DJ TJ. And you could see the strategy working out well enough so far because they haven't been able to put up too many opportunities for their opponents and forcing them to make these awkward challenges. I'm liking the positioning so far, but Helix missing that full boost tank, not exactly where they wanted to find themselves, especially nobody home and they already overcommitted.
I understand Concord, they need to be able to do that against Winthrop, but that comes at a cost, especially when you're double committing like that. No one is back. Crl will be able to get the finish. So Winthrop will come out early, but like we've seen before, Concord, when they're playing from behind, there's something special about them. There's a special kind of clutch that they have. We'll see if it comes into effect here.
It has to, or else their journey will end up short here in the Fall Championship, unable to defend that moniker themselves, as they were the champions last time around in the Fall. But for now, Winthrop, they look poised to take this in stride, especially with Crl popping off the way he has been.
I know this is very poorly timed, but you could have made a Fall Champions will fall joke, and I appreciate you for not making that joke. As Crispy looks to solo, Helix looking to follow up. Samas tries to put one on, but it's just a touch too high in the corner. And I will see myself out for making dad jokes. I apologize.
Maybe need a couple of those here and there to keep the spirits high, especially for Samas, Crispy, and Helix. And Helix seems to be out of sorts. He's been having some awkward rotations and plays, but they need to make the most of these moments when they can and can't afford to have any more mistakes cost them these opportunities like the one that did earlier for that first goal. And another miss by Helix. Unfortunate timing, and the positioning just seems to be all out of sorts.
Gotta be able to dial in the positioning of Helix right now. This is not the time to be able to make errors like this. I understand the pressure is high, but gotta remember that In a lower final like this, the margins are so slim. Any mistake can result in disaster. Samas looking for Crispy. Crispy going to be able to steal the offensive boost off the kickoff. Crl looking for the redirect in. Crl putting the shot off, but not enough sauce.
Not enough boost on the side of Concord either. They are constantly being boost starved, especially because Crl likes to play that cherry picker position and keep them out of any resources to stop their offensive attacks. And it worked out so well in the previous games. They went back to the basics here, and now you see Crl yet again headhunting, looking for an awkward spot for them. Someone having to make us touch at the last moment and still keeping them on their toes. This 2-goal lead with the time remaining might just be enough.
RG able to avoid the demo attempt from Helix as Percy will follow up, trying to solo a pass. Oh. Crispy going to carry it down the field. Crl stalling as much as possible as Garrett G and Percy are able to reset. Just as I say that though, despite the fact that Concord are down, it's these double commits on defense from Winthrop that really scare me and could leave a potential opening, but it's all on Concord to take advantage and convert on those errors.
They need to do something. Change their fate is what they have to do to come out on top here and now, and they need at least a goal to keep that momentum going. We talked about how they're good when they're playing from behind, but they don't like to be in that position, especially when they're making a couple of mistakes here and there. Good deflection though by Helix to at least delay the expeditious retreat towards their own half. Crispy, not the touch that they wanted either. The demos coming through from Samas, not clearing enough room for now. And Crispy, kind of an odd spot to be in. A good bounce up though on the doink. Good demo as well, but just not enough pressure and presence on offense for these goals. Helix with the drop down angle though. Samas cannot get it through. Crl, savior of the series again.
And that was such a good idea from Helix as well, the drop down pass, and it really looked like that was the creativity that could spark something else in Concord. Percy dishes up. Garrett G is going to back off. Percy tries to go for the retreat. There's so many seconds left for Concord to make a play here. Helix trying to solo. Crispy needs to get the shot on. It will be saved again. And now the last few seconds dialed down. Crispy will get a shot on. Crispy edges that much closer to a tie.
So close, but still a long way to go. A great setup play from Samas over to Crispy, and nobody able to stop the domination on that shot. But 37 seconds, will it be enough for them to turn things around on a dime? The pressure still mounting for Winthrop.
What a pinch as well. You mentioned the last 30 seconds. And everyone is looking at what Concord will do. Samas sees Crispy. Crispy with the shot on! Ties the game at the last 21 seconds!
This is what they were hoping for. Somebody to be the savior for their team for this game, and it's Crispy that will step up to the plate time and time again. Got the first goal of the tournament for them, and now essential the last couple that they need to stay alive for now. But 15 seconds to go, Winthrop with possession.
Garrett G though, still putting a shot on the last 10 seconds. Are we going to see it? Percy wants to end this all here, and the shot from Captain comes through, says absolutely not, we want that grand final.
No chances for redemption for Concord. It is Winthrop all the way. One last kickoff stands between Winthrop and Glory. A rematch set against St. Clair as they want to force that bracket reset. No time on the clock, no chances to stop it. It will be Winthrop taking the victory.
And we knew Garrett G, the experience will come into play, and in fact it did. Winthrop take the win, and they have one more series left. Garrett G looks on, he's like, yeah, I'm just doing my business, man. Casual game, been here before, been here in a grand final. And now they're gonna have to deal with the St. Clair that looks like they are the final boss. Vod, you think they're ready?
They have to be, especially after a series like this. You cannot make any more excuses at this state of the game. Winthrop, through thick and thin, pulled it out at the end of the day. Overtime seemed to be their comfort zone, only dropping a single one so far. And and then they were able to turn things around afterwards in Game 5 and Game 6. So congrats to them. They were the better team in this series. Concord, our previous fall semester champions, gave it their all, but it's time for the new kids on the block in Winthrop to rise forward.
And again, it really felt like, okay, you know, we're going to go with the script. We're going to go to another overtime. We might even see a Game 7. But then the one X factor, the new kid on the block, who isn't so much a kid, Garrett G, comes on, the world champion, says, nah, I know where this is going. I'm taking this run into my hands. And Garrett G puts a period on this one. But now, again, like we mentioned, it is one more series left. That was the losers final. There is one more opponent remaining, Bot.
Yeah, one left to take down. They'll have to do it in a bracket reset if they want to be the ultimate victors. It's the final boss of St. Clair. They won the spring semester. They're the defending and reigning champions of Collegiate Rocket League, and they are the ones to be able to make their case for being the champions so much easier than the rest of the competition. Only dropping a single game out of every series so far. Winthrop, to get here, had to go through a Game 7, Game 5, and now Game 6. We'll see how things go in the next ones here, Seb, but an amazing performance nonetheless from Northwood we saw before against Winthrop, and now Concord falling by the wayside here. Just a round of applause for all the teams who participated throughout this semester, but what a final showcase we got to see from them.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what they come up with next, because right now it's going to be our first seed and our fourth seed, but we're going to be taking a quick interview with our winners in Winthrop to see how they're feeling going into the grand finals. We'll be right back.
Fight me.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the CRL Fall Championship. Of course, I have Garrett G from Winthrop. They just won their lower matchup against Concord and now are back up to rematch St. Clair. Garrett, how are you feeling after that long barn burner kind of overtime series that you just had against Concord?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm glad we were able to take that. You should, if we happen to win after 2 2-7s, I think I'll have a different answer because I'll probably be pretty tired, but feeling good, feeling ready to play.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. You guys, of course, have played the most of any team today. You went all the way to 7 with Northwood. You're the only team to take a game from St. Clair at 5. You just did 6 for Concord. If you end up winning this entire thing, you would have to bracket reset Concord as well and play 2 more series. How is the general vibe and exhaustion of the team? Are you doing anything to keep yourselves particularly awake and ready to play?
I was just having a little appetizer that was supposed to be dinner. But now besides that, I mean, we're feeling good. I mean, we've only played 2 series. It's more so, there's a long climb ahead if we're gonna win. But I mean, it's Rocket League. I don't think we'll be out of breath or nothing. So we're feeling ready. I think we're feeling ready. I mean, we just got 4-0'd by them, so gonna have to switch up something. But I think we can do it. But it definitely, like, going into the split, this was my number one team in terms of like who else we respect. So I think this is a fitting final for the split.
So you guys did take a single game off of St. Clair in the series. You played against them.
Oh.
Yeah, you took one.
Wait, really? I thought we got 4-0'd. Maybe it was a mental 4-0. It didn't feel like a 4-1.
Yeah, but St. Clair has swept, of course, Concord and have gone pretty easy, of course, into their grand finals. What are adjustments or things you guys are anticipating against St. Clair? Obviously, as you said, you respect them, but you do need to have some sort of game plan to go against this team.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the times we lost to them, we're kind of beating ourselves. Honestly, I don't want to get into specifics of it, but
obviously,
I think we know like what we need to do. It just comes down to execution, and regardless, with the right game plan, they're still 3 good players. So we're also just gonna have to perform. If we're able to do what we know we need to do. So besides that, yeah, I'm not gonna get into details, but I think I know how we need to play. So we'll see if we can do it.
Amazing. So the guys in the back, they're joking. Of course, you are touted often as Captain America, and this is a NA versus EU grand finals. Just how it kind of went out. How is that feeling to be going against an entire EU roster in St. Clair, and of course having an NA-based team yourself?
Yeah, I guess we'll try to defend the region here. I remember when they won CRL Worlds, and it was them, right? I think it was
yes.
Psy Jazz. Yeah. So yeah, we'll try to get some revenge for that. But yeah, I mean, NA as a region kind of feels like half EU team sometimes, just because you got them, you got Maryland who didn't play the split, but yeah, there's a lot of defending to be done, I guess, and there's gonna be even more next split with Maryland coming back, or Maryville.
Maryville.
Is that their name? Okay, I forget. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe, hopefully, I can live up to my title here for the final.
That's great to hear. Well, any last thoughts? I don't want to take too much of your time because, of course, I know you need to prepare for the grand finals, a very important game. Any last thoughts, shout-outs, any vibes, just in case this is your last appearance on stream? Obviously, you don't want to make it your last appearance, but
I was about to say, yeah, this might be the last thing. Yeah, no, just thanks for the warm welcome. Appreciate you guys. It's been fun, and yeah, if I don't see you guys again, I'll see you guys next split.
Awesome. It's amazing having Winthrop this season, of course, and good luck with your last potential games this season.
Yeah, thank you.
Have had a very long day, but yeah, Bud, just give me your thoughts because this might be my final words on stream too. So you boys take it away.
Thank you, Chixa, for joining us throughout the broadcast. It's been a pleasure. But yeah, it's also been a pleasure to see how Winthrop have risen through the ranks throughout the semester. This was a team we expected at the start to be the one to look out for, right? We expected great things from them, power rankings aside, and got to see them be on top of the world in Split 1. After some trials and tribulations, though, in Split 2, they almost didn't even make it here as the 4th seed, losing to every team who was in the competition for this final bracket. It's great to see them actually bounce back here, Bass, and prove themselves to be worthy of at least making it to a grand final.
Hey, I've touted it multiple times today. I have been definitely one of Winthrop's strongest supporters as of late, and I would like to continue to, but I'd also like the rest of the audience to recognize why that is the case. Who let him back on broadcast? Why is he here again with this?
Oh, dude, I'm ready. I'm ready.
You left the flag
Oh my gosh.
I'm ready, dude. I've been waiting, dude. You have no idea.
He's got a fat plate of poutine on the desk off camera.
I
You
mean,
just know
listen,
it.
I'd show you, but it might make a mess,
He's got the maple syrup on lock. He's ready for it, just in case. But yeah, I would say we'll get to you in just a second. Let's talk to Taco before
Careful,
we get to that
I
as
might
well.
pull out the French. You don't want that.
Who knows?
Chixa, we need you back. Where'd you go? Please.
Either way, though, keeping it serious and cordial as we can, this is the grand final that we are talking about. We've seen, teams rise and fall throughout the semester, but we only have 2 more remaining. And looking back at how this fall championship has unfolded up to this point, we've had some great series today, but one team has risen above the rest, proved that they are the best squad so far. St. Clair seems to be the team to beat. They won in the spring semester, only dropping 4 total games. This time, they're looking to make a record, only dropping a single one against Winthrop. How do they keep that momentum going, Seb?
I really don't think they need to do anything. Like to me, in the amount of years we've all been doing CRL, this is reminiscent of Northwood of old. This is like Omega LOL Northwood wins. It's just one of those things where this is running through a bracket. Now, I will give credit to Winthrop that this is a team that is getting better as time goes on. They beat a Concord that also looks pretty good, but this is a St. Clair that's running almost entirely off ego. They're having so much fun. They're ego challenging everything. They're playing in an entirely chemistry-based system that no one has been able to crack yet, and Winthrop's only taken 1 game.
It's wild to even think about that being the case. I mean, Concord, of course, they said, we didn't have the warm-up that we wanted. They warmed up afterwards. Only went to 6, though, against Winthrop, where they were able to win it out in the end. Close affair, though, with all the OTs. But, Taco, Winthrop, they have something special to prove that they were a team able to go through thick and thin to make it here to the grand final. Now, what does Garrett G and the rest of the roster with Crl and Percy have going for them that can take down St. Clair?
I think the biggest thing is that Garrett mentioned it was like a mental 4-0, even though they ended up losing, because they really just were kind of out of their element. But the thing is that you can see the bits and pieces of their gameplay that do tie into a winning formula, in that they are getting the passes off. They're actually generating a lot of shots against St. Clair, despite not many of them actually going in. So I think ultimately Winthrop doesn't really have to look at this from the perspective of we have to re-engineer everything, throw everything we know out the window. We need to figure it out. No, if you can play Concord that well, then clearly you are more than capable of playing against St. Clair. I think for right now, it needs to start in the midfield. Way too many open passing slots from St. Clair, and almost every single time it's going on target, and even more so than Winthrop would like, it's going in their net.
Well, let's talk about our final series that we have ahead of us, the grand finals. Potential for a bracket reset, but St. Clair are looking to close the show early against Winthrop. This is their time to cement themselves in the history books. You talked about it, Seb, how it was reminiscent of Northwood of old, and if they win the entire year of Collegiate Rocket League, that would be the way to do it best.
Yeah, I mean, this is the legacy-defining match for, I think, both of these guys here. St. Clair have been a team that have proven themselves best, but at times have been challenged. Again, our former champions in spring, they have proved themselves to be at the very top of the mountain, but oftentimes they kind of get kicked down a little bit, back down to base camp, if you will, occasionally. And it's by a handful of different teams, whether it is Concord on land, whether it is other teams in the opens, they have been trying to solidify themselves in that position. Winthrop was that team touted to take that position from them, but they've done a great job defending it so far. They have looked immaculate throughout the day, and I think that's probably the biggest challenge here for Winthrop, is not just that they are facing a team that has had this legacy, but they continue to build this legacy. The performance today is indicative of how we have seen them throughout the last year or two of play, and for Winthrop's sake, I have to hope that they don't necessarily let that get to their mental, because it's a very tall task to take down a team like St. Clair, especially when, as you heard, Garrett thought they got swept by them. He didn't even realize they got a game.
It's been a day of firsts, you could say, for this Winthrop roster. First time that they've beaten Northwood, first time that they have made it to a grand final in Collegiate Rocket League, and hopefully they'll have another first if they can come out on top and bracket reset St. Clair. But that's going to be a tough order to fulfill. St. Clair are poised to be that roster to take it all at the end of the day. And there's the dance. I mean, Seb,
there's the
tell us
dance.
a little bit about the vibes going into this one for St. Clair, as we can see here.
I don't think there is legitimately any doubt in their mind that there's a possibility of losing. Like they're in their head, they've already won, right? And that's the kind of Okay, he's just gone. Okay.
He needs a little bit of breather.
Yeah, he's getting ready, but like there's no possibility in their mind that they're losing. To them, they've already won this, and which is such an interesting contrast to what we saw and what we even talked about through our own power rankings of where St. Clair were at the beginning of the season. We saw them as, maybe they fell off a little bit, maybe we're going to see Concord win, or we're going to see Winthrop win, or even the Northwood win, but we didn't really count them as, okay, they, like St. Clair are a dominant force coming into this one. But slowly but surely, over time, they got that confidence from us, the analysts back, from the fans back, and then they instilled that into the players that this is a team to beat. This is the team to beat. And Winthrop, who are that new team on the block, need to be that challenge. They have to show that they are the most hyped team coming into CRL, and they are ready to take on our spring champions.
We will see how it goes for this potential final best of 7 of the semester. But these two teams are going to give us a show for the record books here. St. Clair in the spring were able to get a 4-0 victory. Did not even have to worry about a single game being dropped against Maryville. They haven't had to worry about Maryville this time, and maybe that's why they have been unleashed going into these fall championships. But ahead of them is now Winthrop, and team that, yes, they have never lost to so far, but there is a chance. Garrett G has something in him when it comes to those grand finals, and this is the time to shine for it. But Seb, I think we already know who you're going for, but why don't you tell the audience?
This team right here, this one, because of this thing, because they represent this thing, and I like that a lot. Let's go St. Clair! It is the 2-time incoming for this Canadian school filled with European players, but for this Canadian school. Let's go St. Clair. I'm taking them all the way, and I don't even think they're going to reset.
Okay, no reset in total. St. Clair all the way. What about you, Taco?
Yeah, and this is also, I believe we're doing predictions just for the entirety of the set.
Entire
so we don't
series,
get one and then the reset. And which, saying, I predicted them in our brackets that we all did earlier in the week, and I said it's St. Clair. I think they're playing super well, and ultimately, I didn't know the path they would take. I anticipate them going through lowers. I don't think they need to. I think they do it through uppers. I think they actually take care of it in the first series, but I think they're just on another level right now.
Okay. Full faith from one side of the desk. What about you, Bass?
I have said since the beginning of the day, I am Winthrop's #1 supporter. I was Winthrop's #1 supporter before even coming into this, and a lot of it is just through purely being influenced by these guys and realizing throughout the semester how wrong I was about my initial opinions. They started off the semester very hot. I started to take notice. They came in the second semester and said, we're doing all right. And then they started to heat up. And since I heard them state, we are back locked in, they have proven it every time. Gimme Winthrop. I think they're resetting the bracket. I think they're doing it twice. I have faith that Captain America will lead America back to the top of Collegiate Rocket League.
My bracket's been broken since the start of the show today. My hopes have been broken in terms of predictions, but I still have one hope, and it is for St. Clair to go all the way. I'm not betting against them anymore from here on out. I am full into this team on coming out strong, but I think it's going to be a reset. We'll see if that happens. Winthrop have all eyes on them as the newest team in this fall championship, and St. Clair, they just need to keep the victory lap locked in for them to get the victory at the end of the day. This is our grand finals that's about to go underway. The unstoppable Canadian collegiate powerhouse in St. Clair is poised to collect a full year of championship wins from spring now into the fall. Winthrop, led by Captain America, have fought tooth and nail in their first semester as a roster to make their way here. It's NA versus EU, Winthrop versus St. Clair, America versus Canada. This is the grand final for the CRL Fall Championship, so let's get it started.
They say time is a circle, and yet we find ourselves years removed from the EU versus NA debate for Collegiate Rocket League, back when two different leagues actually competed against each other. Yet, we're now in 2025, and the same conversation happens again. St. Clair, the influence of the EU invasion comes from this very university, but a brand new contender in Winthrop is here to challenge them. Taco, I'm ready, my guy. It is grand finals time for our CRL Fall Championship.
Yeah, we've had all sorts of games. We've had Game 7 and OT. We've had a bunch of different games within sweeps, Game 5s, but ultimately all I'm hoping for is just a stellar matchup between these two teams. They've certainly gotten a lot of practice against each other from Split 1 to Split 2 throughout this playoff, so naturally, you know they have the counters, but you know you also have to step up when it matters. How about that from the captain? 2v1 and still makes a save.
I have talked about Winthrop's defense all day long, and honestly, at this point, I don't need to talk about it. It'll speak for itself. Winthrop have had the right player in the right place every time throughout this entire day. While St. Clair have been able to get past most defenses they have faced so far, the team that has given them the most trouble has been Winthrop. If they're starting off like this, oh, y'all better strap in. We got a long series ahead of us.
Especially if they're not able to get these clears off on either side. Right now, St. Clair honestly not having to really focus on their defense because they have not had to play any. They are still advancing here, going forward with Arju, shut down immediately by Percy, and now here comes the inevitable counterattack. Crl taking out one, trying to take out another, heavy deflection. Garrett's got a half flip and Jazzy right on his back, but luckily still able to get that one to the corner.
Garrett's been left in that position a few too many times for my liking. Last player back after the dives from both of his teammates, but he's done a good job of starting to adjust, pulling at least a little bit further back and being prepared for the breakaway plays that he at least needs to interfere with. He doesn't need to stop them entirely, but just getting a wheel in the way to put it off target and maybe force some more touches out of St. Clair before they do anything has been a huge difference maker. Good example, again, he is the last one back on low boost and still gets it done. 2 minutes into this game, no goals on either side, and definitely not for a lack of attempts.
Percy trying to muscle his way through, and ultimately will have some varying degrees of success on that one. Honestly, the 50 game has been not really anything that any singular team has dominated. Both teams have been doing really well with being able to really tap into that 2's demon energy of making sure that you're always trying to be fluid, be able to adjust from everything, and also being able to eventually combine with your teammates, though. Sai not able to catch that one. Jazz just going to try to rescue it, but ultimately I think everyone's going to pull out from St. Clair and just try for the next attack.
I want everybody to focus on the rotations and the backed corner boost here for Winthrop. In the first series they played, that was one of their biggest issues, would be that St. Clair swing through and then immediately they steal their boost as well. You can see the prioritization on making sure that they stay boosted up in instances like this. They know it's been far too awkward when they leave themselves low on resources, and it's been a huge improvement so far. 3 minutes into this game, no goal conceded so far, but maybe a chance here. Never mind, to the ceiling it goes, and RG will have to get something started. That ain't it, my friend. This one will get popped all the way to the other end. It's actually Percy who's causing problems, taking boosts, getting touches, getting the first goal.
I love this play by Percy. Comes in from the far post and then doesn't try to score this, just puts it right past on the near side. Sai knows he can't read that. He has no idea Percy's going to swing on through, and Crl has the whole goal to shoot at. Of course, he's going to bury that. Well worked, and again, that's how you got to play against St. Clair. You have to expect the unexpected if you're playing against this squad.
I want to just remind everybody, as we've talked a lot about seeding today and about the fact that Northwood, our #1 seed, went out extraordinarily early within this competition. Winthrop were the #4, the lowest seed in this one coming into it. They had struggled throughout their entire second split, but this is kind of what we talked about to end the split, was that this is the potential. You have 3 superstars on the team. They played this well throughout the first split, and while the second one was more teams getting adjusted to them, it was them also making the adjustments, and you can already see this here. A phenomenal start for Winthrop so far. Definitely an improvement from the first time they saw St. Clair.
And being able to also just learn from the bracket as you go, especially when you have open nets. Garrett lingering around, realizing that read might be a little difficult, and that is what happens when you know that miss is coming in.
Okay, so maybe it's not just that Winthrop are starting to improve, but St. Clair's starting to show some cracks in the armor. We talked about it. It's a very long day here, and St. Clair, they are not infallible. This is a team that can make mistakes, and although they've been practically perfect throughout the rest of the day, this would be a great opportunity for Winthrop to start capitalizing on some of that awkwardness. Really force this into their face, keep getting that pressure on them as they have done so well from midfield. You talked about it in the preamble to this one. They are making huge improvements out at mid.
Garrett, bit of a double commit, and that means no more boost. Jazzy also has nothing, but at least he can get it on target. T, another deflection, high roller, gonna roll off that ceiling and into the middle. Archer's just chasing demos, and everyone else on St. Clair is getting away. So rotation maybe not clicked in right now, but I guess that's why the scoreline is what it is. Not only that, St. Clair getting more shots, but I can't really remember too many of them outside of that initial Garrett save. It's really been just Winthrop seeing those brief moments on target that they can find a goal and will be able to bury those. So the efficiency, that's something that a lot of teams play, St. Clair can't really tap into.
Just been so comfortable throughout these first 4.5 minutes. The game is not done yet, and if there's ever a team to make a last-second comeback, it is definitely going to be St. Clair, unless they get dunked out by a Crl on 0 boost. Lads, I don't think you can necessarily let that happen, because now you got to restart your offense all over again. And that demo won't exactly help them, especially if they double commit. Sai is up for this one, but it's real awkward for all of St. Clair, and even a last-second goal, what an equalize. Game number 1 going to Winthrop. They've got a long road ahead of them, but at least they put the right foot forward.
Yeah, and especially since this was also something to keep in mind about the first time they played against each other. They had to basically organize a bracket reset, or rather a reverse sweep attempt to try to get back in that series. So the fact that they're starting off the series with a victory shows that, yeah, this has been a long day, and Winthrop has absorbed a lot of knowledge, like I mentioned before. They have learned from their mistakes. They brought a game plan that works, and now it's on St. Clair for the first time in today, playing from behind in a series.
Playing from behind, as well as also not playing with an overwhelming shooting percentage here either. 8 total shots, 8 saves for Winthrop. We talked about how good their defense has been, their ability to have a person in the way every time. They truly did here in game number 1. And it's especially surprising when you look at the amount of shots that Winthrop get, and they don't really force saves. 2 saves total on 6 shots goes to show that, yes, they were also shooting some into the back of the net, but they were also really messing with the defense. It wasn't them getting touches and then being able to clear it. It was shooting it to the backboard, getting it counted as a shot, and then finding that follow-up touch. The pressure that Winthrop is throwing out right now is truly frazzling all of St. Clair.
I feel like I've seen Percy go through several wardrobe changes today. I feel like it's just like he's evolving to the next level at each series. It's like, okay, he's wearing a hoodie, now he's not wearing a hoodie, now he's wearing a hat, now he's not wearing a hat. And it's just like, okay, well, ultimately, yeah, you do have to develop a little bit. And I do like to see that. And I also feel like St. Clair is going to go through a similar metamorphosis as well. Today's been really easy for them, but even when they talk about other talent, they know this is not a walk in the park. They're winning because they themselves are playing well, but that does not mean or exclude anyone else in this bracket from popping off. Winthrop might have found their momentum, but carrying it forward is what really will determine how this grand final is going to go.
That would have been a heck of a way to start off a kickoff, immediately pinching towards the St. Clair net, but the shot just a little bit high, and St. Clair can thank their lucky stars for that. They might not be that thankful for very long, though, because still Winthrop on the approach. Double commit for Garrett G and Crl to go up for that play, so we'll leave Percy by his lone. Yeah, I mean, dope angle, Percy. Wrong goal.
The best goals are always own goals sometimes, because you're saying, all I got to do is touch this read. Oh, wait, I'm a little high, and buried. But either way, that was probably going to be an RG was following it. Jazzy was in the second man position on the counterattack, but it does start with a familiar position, actually. Winthrop did get punished in earlier series by going for a double tap, missing it, and then immediately getting countered. So that is, again, what happens when you go all in on a read and it doesn't work out. Sometimes when you send every single player forward, if you don't get it to click, it means it's just kind of easy pickings for your opponent. St. Clair, of course, never someone you want an open shot to be given away.
And I don't think Winthrop want the amount of double commits we've seen so far. We're not even a minute into this game, and they've double committed twice. They are lucky that it has not costed them a second goal, but they actually get some more offense as a result of it. As he's trying to break that with a touch out to midfield, but he will get no further than Percy, who's just causing problems. The problem, though, for Percy is that he left the boost out at mid, and now it's a chance for St. Clair fully boosted up to get some attack going. Or not. Garrett all the way back out to midfield, take it the other way. He's low on boost, but just a free shot there for Winthrop. St. Clair maybe think they have more time than they actually do.
Yeah, but at the very least, you will be able to just regain and then be able to start up a counterattack, or so I thought. Garrett gets completely pickpocketed, so therefore it's going to be Sai passing off to Jazzy, close angle, but no one getting through 2 players on the near post. Winthrop not afraid to very much just construct a wall, making sure nothing's getting through, but no wall is truly impenetrable. I thought that pass might be coming in, but not even St. Clair can angle that one.
But we're back to a familiar face here, and one that I think Winthrop would rather not see. It's that boost starvation game that St. Clair are so good at. They will steal your corners. They will steal all of the pads that you need just to break out. Finally, though, Winthrop do get a chance. Into the sidewall it goes. Garrett G to then fire it on target afterwards. Crl to keep it close. Arju tries to test the defense again. We talked a lot about how that was a viable strategy for St. Clair earlier, and it may still be. The defense, gotta be careful. Percy pushed a bit too far out, but Crl's got his back.
Arju, heavy lob. It's on purpose because only Jazzy can reach this one. Tries to put it high and above. He will get more Percy than the ball, but even as I say that, Percy's still able to advance it out to Sai at least, off the ceiling with a reset, on the ground, off the double, and pinballs around somehow. That is not a second.
Crl doesn't get credited with the save, but he definitely should. By far my favorite defender for Winthrop throughout the day. He has been that guy in the right place every time for most of the saves required for the Eagles. And maybe he'll also be the guy to not score the goal. It's Percy instead that comes diving in as the second, but it's the equalizer for Winthrop.
Excellent touch by Garrett. He not only gets the first touch clean, but then hits it with the bottom of his car, keeps it close again, double taps it a little bit further down the line, and it forces St. Clair, instead of reacting to a clear, to suddenly have to adjust to a 50. They lose it, and that's what's going to happen. It's right in front for Percy. Tap on hone for him, equalizer, and now Percy can maybe play enforcer. Thought might turn up for the bump instead. Just waits for Garrett to take a 50. Another high lob. Arju needs a touch, gets a touch.
I like the patience we're seeing from St. Clair right now, just trying to keep this close as much as they can, not allowing these heavy touches that keep getting cleared into their own half to really frazzle them. I think that's a huge thing for them staying in this game. Again, they lost game number 1, they recognize the importance of game number 2, but they're really trying to build something up, and I think that's a good idea. The problem might be, though, is that Winthrop have barely reacted to any of the plays that they have developed. With 2 minutes to go, they gotta hustle. That's not gonna help them. Jazzy doesn't have any boost here, so Garrett G should be comfortable on the backboard. That he is. Great touch to get it out of the corner, and maybe even extend it further. No Arju, a brick wall out of midfield, and Percy to try and follow up, but side to both demo him and get it to the ceiling. It'll get no further than that, and Garrett G and Crl will combine the other way, and Garrett, I think he had that lined up if not for the interference from Arju.
Yeah, speaking of, someone's going to have to interfere with Arju because you do not want to see him go coast to coast. Arju, kidding me? What a play!
He continues to dazzle when the lights are brightest. That reset, perfection beyond compare. And the drop down after, poor Percy just has to watch it glide into his goal. 80 seconds to go, the lead back in favor of St. Clair.
And I'm thinking, Bass, he does well in that defense because ultimately Arju's over the bar. He's a little too close. I don't think he has the angle for the double tap. Of course, I should never think that. It's Arju. He's going to find a way to put that in.
Multiple times throughout this season, throughout the last 2 seasons, I'll be honest, we have touted Arju as the best player in CRL. The only player I think this season that has truly competed has been the guy on the other team in Percy. Garrett G's trying to get his name in the conversation, though, at this point. My goodness, as he had a day, and honestly, all 6 of the players on the pitch have as well. We talked about starting the day, how Jazzy was probably the most influential. It could go to any of the players throughout the rest of the day, throughout this series, throughout all of time. Time ticking away here, 45 seconds to go, and unless Winthrop can find one more, we got another tied series.
Crl love that lead because it produces a weak 50 in the corner, which then means it could be a pass into then the middle. That 50, Crl playing that angle, Percy trying to play the angle, everybody just jumping in place instead of actually jumping at the read. It works out for St. Clair, and it looks like at least one more clear goes out up until Percy. Wait a minute, he has an angle, he has an open shot, he has a goal!
You can see the thought process for Percy as he goes up for this. He's like, do I turn this into... Wait, they're not on net? All right, bet. I'm just going to bang this on target. A laser beam to the top left, and no chance Arju stopping that one. 75 freedom units per hour. And we keep on rolling. 21 seconds left in a 2-2 game.
Well, this is how we like these games to advance. It's a neck and neck and trying to see, well, St. Clair looks like they're answering back. Or Winthrop is saying, no, not so fast. You're not going to get away from us. We're not going to have a multi-goal lead, and we will be able to hold down this defense, at least 4 right now. There's the first save. You need maybe a couple more, especially with Jazzy and forcing himself there to be able to be that wall. It will not work out. It's all the way coast to coast. Sai's going to go for it, but I have to think we're headed to OT.
Percy knew that one was going to the ceiling, and he said, I'm going to make sure it hits the ground. Overtime, game number 2, and like we said, a big one for St. Clair. St. Clair's not giving up more than a game throughout this day. If they lose this, it would not only be their largest deficit by far, but it would also be a very unfamiliar territory, as they would be behind by 2 goals and 2 games and having to make a comeback for the rest of the series. Not going to get ahead of myself, though. St. Clair definitely looked better than the first game they played in this series and have made the improvements where necessary. The only problem is that Winthrop really haven't reacted to most of the challenges that they have made on offense. Some of them have caught them by surprise, but it's taken a certain level of excellence. I think Garrett G knows very well he has been in the bright lights before, and he is trying to show he still deserves them. That shot denied. Same with the follow-up from Percy, but already Winthrop back on the attack.
You can see how cerebral St. Clair being. Arju actually pre-jumps that double by Garrett, but then halfway through bails and then re-pivots his aerial to then go on the back wall so that the double can get blocked. It's plays like that that's going to keep both these teams in. You have to be improvisational. It's not always just committing to one read. It's understanding where can you make the most impact. Maybe if you're Garrett, it's through bumps, but a save from Arju is somehow going to extend this one out.
Really clever play, but the problem is it commits a lot of players upfield, and now St. Clair with a chance to counter, and nobody prepared on the backboard. Crl, how do you even get that read? I don't know, but his team is thankful. The only problem, we're back to another familiar scenario. Fully boosted up as St. Clair, and not a lot of resources to go around for Winthrop, but that's a big demo. That's an open net, if not for Jazzy, barely back in time.
That's a low boost play. Only Crl can get this one. Not only does he have to grab it, he has to be able to hold it up as Percy got the corner boost. He's trying to creep up, and he needs to get back because here comes Arju. Skipping past one, deflected to Jazzy. Can't wrap around it. He'll play for the corner. Sai will try to dig one out, but he's got a lot of bodies to get through.
Jazzy another try. He's set in the bag, and I guess technically gets it, but it's not a great one. And Percy does get the breakaway. Flick over Arju would have been the last defender gone, but instead, St. Clair get back in time. The retreat very, very quick, but it is there in the nick of time. And gives them their offense as well. And it's the corner here as multiple players commit. Now only one really back and prepared is Crl. Again, the defensive masterclass for Winthrop has been him, but it's a lot of dives from Garrett and Percy, leaving him there on that island. They'll survive right now, and a good 50 will bounce it back out to midfield for Jazzy. Take it off the sidewall. Sai, the double on target and in! And St. Clair tie the series.
They're backboard bandits, St. Clair. You can't take your eyes off of the wall. Sai hits this. It's an angle and a half. In the warm-up lobby, he hit an absolute worldie, and now it seems like in the actual exhibition, turns out he's just as good. What a way to close it out. And right now, Winthrop, you play great defense, but when 2 different players peak, you're going to end up losing that game.
Honestly, I don't really know much more they could do. Like, that's one of those moments where you just kind of go, all right, nice shot, let's keep it rolling. And that's honestly the mentality that you have to have. We talked a lot about that at the beginning of this game as well, as really an unfortunate goal that should not have gone in, but you just kind of got to ignore it and keep on playing. And I think for Winthrop, this is similar to what they talked about earlier in the day, where they were saying, yeah, you know, we could look at the losses and go, we got to redo this, we got to redo this, we got to redo this. They don't got to redo anything. This has been a really good play for them so far. It's just an overtime where with almost 2 exactly evenly matched teams, sometimes it doesn't go your way. And for Winthrop, who, again, have only taken 1 game off of St. Clair throughout the day, the only team to do so, it's got to feel good that they have now given themselves that 1-game buffer and let it become a tied series.
Yeah, and being able to answer back from St. Clair is important, not only just because, they've been really scraping by. No, they've been dominating these series, but having the mental toughness to understand, it's fine, we just got to take it 1 game at a time. And I just realized all their goals actually are double taps, technically, if you count the Percy own goal. But regardless, yeah, I mean, really well done by St. Clair, but I can still see Winthrop. This is what I was referring to earlier. Even in their losses, when it was 4-1, I wasn't really saying, man, they were just getting rocked, because the St. Clair victory against Concord was just them beating them in every avenue of play, every single aspect of their game. Whereas when the last time these 2 teams played, it felt like Winthrop was almost figuring it out, but they would just stumble right at the end. This time it feels a lot more even, and therefore I think that's why this game 3 to determine who goes back up in this grand final, potentially part 1, is so crucial. It's really about who's able to execute early on and then carry that through.
Crazy to think this is only part 1 of what could be 2 series. We've got a long night in front of us, folks, but that is only dependent on if Winthrop can get the job done here in our first best of 7. Like you said, they definitely do look better. It definitely feels like a very even competition, but that doesn't necessarily bode well for a team that needs to win once and then do it again. Technically, I mean, St. Clair got to do it at least 1 of the 2 times, so it doesn't matter which series, but as long as they lock in for at least 1-7 game period. It's good for them, but a whole lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda. We'll focus on the now. Game number 3 so far has been a back and forth affair. Both teams heavy touches to either end, but it could be Arju to open the scoring if not for the save from Percy. Then the follow-up goes off the bar and out. Sai will try all 3 players for St. Clair and still no goal.
Crl, he's already up for Jazzy's trying to steal it away, but short on options, he opts for the back pass / clear to Garrett. Doesn't quite work out, so instead, quick change of possession, still lurking in that corner. We've mentioned that a bunch, actually. The Winthrop corners, St. Clair is not afraid to just set up camp and be able to just try and attack over and over through there, something that few teams I've really seen ever truly pull off successfully.
The problem with it is that if you do lurk too long, you're vulnerable to a counterattack. The only thing is, it's St. Clair. They seem to never be vulnerable to a counterattack. I don't know how they do it, but Shuffle First has trained these lads well. Problem, though, is still Winthrop. Look at the plays they can pull off when the time is right. That shot doesn't exactly have the muster to get past the defense, but they're proving they can counter if given the opportunity. Just like here, Crl going to contain this one out from midfield and try to take it to the corner. He's going to pinch way heavy off the ceiling, but Garrett is there to put it awkwardly where Arju can turn it into an air dribble. All right, I thought that might be a little bit worse for Arju, but of course the veteran knows exactly what to do in the worst of scenarios.
So to Sai, nice little fake underneath, but it's not going to necessarily get past Percy. That's why he hands it off. Arju looking for a bump. Crl can't get slapped out of the way. Sai was also looking for a bump, but it does open a bit of an avenue. Back post, Garrett save. Arju follow. Bang!
That's a hard angle to try and save it from, but it's an even harder one to save in reverse. Garrett, a great save initially, but then he realizes he's got to do it again, and Arju is not missing that shot. Just underneath the bar, it is a 1-0 lead to St. Clair. They are starting to show themselves the same version as they were in the upper bracket.
And it's why it's not always about that first save. You have to get the next one and the next one. Crl from an angle! Sai! He is psychotic! How do you make that angle?
Sai, come on, man! Like, I get it, you don't want to give up a goal. But also, please give up that goal! That's insane! Or maybe just give up the follow-up goal. Never mind, nope. Jazzy's back in time and Arju to give at least a little bit of breathing room for the Saints. This is ridiculous. How on earth is it still 1-0? How on earth is that not a goal?
And Crl, I mean, had to be thinking, honestly, that's the type of hit that you put it on target and you just put down your controller, wipe your hands off, and get ready, and then suddenly you realize, wait, that's not in? That's just a crazy recovery. But it also shows just how good you have to be to truly get a goal past this defense. Garrett, he's trying his best, but he can only lob it. He'll take a corner steal, and maybe with a giveaway, Percy can nab one back.
I think Garrett knew exactly what the problem was here, is that St. Clair had pushed so far up that they were going to be a little bit awkward getting back. I don't think he anticipated that bad of a touch, but I think the build-up was initiated and planned. It's just more Percy going, really? All right, I'll take it. And they absolutely will. 1-1 with 2 minutes to go. The tie has finally been found and could be erased momentarily. Garrett, please. All right, great clear out. And Percy to follow and rip a shot on target. Impressive angle, even if it doesn't make its way in.
I think he might have thought about going to Crl, but then halfway through realized maybe the angle wasn't what he wanted it to be. So therefore, yeah, shot on target. It's not the worst. Honestly, big fan of just being able to throw it on target and force a save rather than just trying to be a little bit more dainty. Sometimes hitting it right on target is the hard clear to actually have. You can only really deflect it away. That's how you build pressure. Winthrop slowly starting to realize that, despite the fact that it's kind of hard to even get on the attacking third, especially when St. Clair keeps it close, forces you to come to them, and now it's going to be Winthrop doing the very same. Percy going right down the middle. Arju, solid 50.
Arju jumps real early for that one. They recognize they don't want to give time and space for Winthrop to work with. As much as this team may be at the advantage right now, they recognize how potentially dangerous every aerial that Winthrop has gone up for can be. It's a very mechanical team. It's a very coordinated team. And you don't want to give them extra advantages that are unnecessary. You also don't want to fling it to your backboard while your defender's not in the right spot. Awkward a little bit for St. Clair, but they will escape. Now they'll get an offense of their own as well, with Percy to interfere, Garrett G to take over. Off the sidewall, Jazzy's there, reset in the back. He will try and slam it against the backboard, and Jazzy will barely flinch.
Crl really well done. He has no boost, and he's still able to get that pass off. Hold on. Almost a goal that went all the way past all 3 defenders, but no, St. Clair still working through, but with a demo and Percy in the smoke, he's going to come out of it with a goal.
You knew this one was going to be a problem for St. Clair as soon as Arju's challenge just doesn't go the right way. He pinches it towards net. Garrett has been this guy all day long. He gets that initial contact, then goes, who am I going to harass? Who am I bullying? Who am I going to try and remove from this pitch? And he does so excellently. The lead re-established for Winthrop, but they still have a half a minute to hold on.
And it seems like such a long half a minute to be clear. One goal never really secured, especially when the reads are this difficult. Crl, you gotta reach out for it. Not only that, but it gets the follow-up 50 as well. It's gotta go all the way across, and if you have any man behind the ball, I'd want it to be Arju, but he needs some help. Jazzy into the ceiling. Arju, flat tired. He's gonna get dunked. Sai, what do you have to say? He has to say nothing. Jazzy will just give him one. This game's already over.
You gotta feel for the defense for St. Clair. They're just trying to keep this alive, but Percy, that is a heck of a dunk, and Jazzy's got no other option but just to say, GG's, let's keep it rolling. Winthrop, their second win, the most wins any team has gotten off of St. Clair today, and they seem like they're only getting started.
Yeah, I think a lot of players might be thinking, well, I mean, that doesn't really seem like much praise. Oh, congrats, your second win. I think if you watch the rest of this bracket, you would understand how impressive this is for Winthrop. But more importantly, everybody getting involved. I have to say, big man Percy, though, getting a hat trick, not possible without the work of Garrett G. So many heads-up plays to keep this offense going and be able to make sure that they're always keeping St. Clair guessing.
I gotta say, everybody's playing their role pretty much perfectly here. We talked about this. Percy has been one of the best strikers in the entire league throughout both splits. He's continued to be a man that has had the MVP mark in conversation every time you mention him. And Garrett G, he is that facilitator. We asked for him to be the guy to step up, the veteranship to show itself, to be that guy to just kind of let the team play around him. It's definitely been him, but it's also been Crl allowing the offense to thrive while he takes over on defense. It's just been such an immaculate trio from Winthrop that you have to start to understand why St. Clair is struggling. Most other teams, they've been able to put the pressure on until eventually they bend and break and make a mistake. Winthrop aren't doing that, and it's gotta feel weird for a team that has not experienced that up until this point.
Yeah, the difficult part of a lot of teams is when you're playing at this level, so many teams just have a play style, and oftentimes when they're playing in different leagues, they'll just play kind of default. They'll do this kind of standard processing power of saying, yep, this is how we have to play. But ultimately, at this level, you can never actually carry forward the same strategy. It is always about adaptation, and I think both of these teams are doing that probably better than anyone else. It's why they've been able to get to this point, even despite some of their relative struggles across Split 1 and Split 2. It is not how you start the split, it's how you end them, and that's why we have a grand final that is swinging back and forth wildly.
It has been an entertaining night, and like we said, it could be an even longer one if Winthrop do get this done. This is only part one. If Winthrop win, they gotta reset the bracket and then do it again. I think if any team is confident enough in themselves to be able to do that, though, it is the Eagles. Winthrop have looked so solid, and they might start off with yet another goal. Jazzy barely back in time, but you can tell they want that goal. They want to keep up with their momentum.
Garrett had a lead blocker, but it's going to slow it down instead. How about a dish over to Percy? He fully dived in. I don't really blame him on that. Problem is, you might have a counterattack to deal with Sai taking it over. Deflection right to Jazzy. Easy as you like.
That is a perfect bump in net, and you have to feel, because Crl does the most here in what is already a 2v1. Problem is, Arju lurks around, removes Garrett from the net, and Percy isn't aware that there was even a player lurking to remove the final defender. 1-0 in favor of St. Clair. We may get back to another tied series, and honestly, Taka, who am I to complain? I'm loving the action.
And I don't think Winthrop is going to love this action if they give up another one. Luckily, Garrett is not only able to stand up once, but a second time. Thing is, here comes the second attack. Sai trying to catch it on a reset. Honestly, it says a lot about their skill level that I 100% believed he would do that.
I think we could believe anybody in this entire thing could do so much. Like, I really do not believe there's a player here that isn't capable of every mechanic in the book. Double reset? Sure. Double reset into a musty? Sure. Double touch from anywhere on the pitch? Sure. The only player I think that could probably hit a Psycho, though, is Creams, and that's just because he's gone for it 85 times, and he hasn't necessarily been successful, but I believe in Creams maybe next semester. For right now, we focus on the here and now, which might just be the first goal for Winthrop, if not for a last-second save. Problem now, though, is here comes the counter. Sai looking for the double, denied off the backboard. Jazzy to take over, and Garrett G to say, try again.
Ooh, a little bit of double commit, which means Jazzy has time, has a lot of boost, has a reset, and he gets lagged out. Crl gets the back bumper, clutch play on defense, and otherwise that could have been turning into number 2.
Jazzy all the way back off the backboard. Trying to restart this offense with an air dribble of his own, but gonna need some assistance, and he will not find it. Instead, Crl now trying to do it by his lonesome as well. Trying to maybe do it with a bump, but Arju won't bite. Corner this one goes, and Arju back to the skies again. Both teams looking for these mechanical plays, but not finding a lot of success from it. Crl will break it down, put it on the ground, look for a pass. Garrett the follow, in and out save, completed by Arju. And just as soon as you thought we had the equalizer, Arju once again says no.
Really do like that from Arju. He doesn't even speed all the way through. He understands. Let's just slow it down. Let's not throw it down the field. Just throw it just enough to recover, but then beyond that, still be able to get the clear. There's a lot of factors you have to go into when you're going for plays like that. It's not as simple as just flying through it as fast as possible. And I do like that awareness, showing really just how cerebral you have to be on a lot of these rotations, and also on stuff like this, because Gary, he sent him a musty. He sent him a Crl lead block and nearly almost clicks through.
Problem is, that's all three players down pitch, and it's a shot off target? All right, well, I'm a bit surprised. St. Clair with one of their best opportunities here in Game 4 to double their lead, and they leave it at the table. Gotta hurt for the Saints at this point, but there is a lot of life left in this game, and that 1-0 still does technically stand. As he's got to make sure he makes his save, though, if he wants it to stay that way. And not only does he make the save, he gets passed out to Sai. Sai with a lot of boost, but can't get past Garrett G, who bumped him off the ball, and let's contain it for now. Mercy the follow-up, takes it to the air again, sees the jump from Jazzy. He can get around him, but he can't get around the bump, and Garrett has to take over. Crl trying to get involved in the mix as well, but Sai will instead send it to the ceiling, and Arju will kind of do the same. Low boost for St. Clair. They got to be careful, but not with a pass like that. Percy anticipating one of his teammates out center. They were nowhere to be found, and Winthrop sent packing.
Ooh, look at the double bump. Actually, he got a combo on that one. He knocked one Winthrop player into another, as Garrett G had Crl land right on top of him, and all that chaos is going to lead to even more offense, especially with Jazzy landing near it. Trying to cut that one middle, not going to work. Sai has to hold it up, and boy, does he. How about a reset? Carried it over. Crl, high lob, and now under a minute, Winthrop really has to start leaning forward in their chairs, getting this attack going.
Crl finally going to get involved in the offense. We've talked a lot of how he has been hesitant to push past midfield, and for a reason. He's definitely been the guy that they hold back as their third. He's done well in so many instances. This time it's Garrett G to be that guy. Crl to try and get something started. Can't quite do so. Into the backboard it goes again. Arju up early, but Percy recognizes the opportunity and takes it away. Crl trying to take away Sai from the pitch, send him to the shadow realm, but no success. St. Clair in the final 30 starting to lurk on offense a heck of a lot more. If they can just keep it here, this game is theirs.
Garrett's going to bail on that one, honestly preserving a lot of movement as he does not have a lot of boost, but he has enough at least to get one touch. Crl another, but still in their corner. Arju knows he's just got to waste time and more importantly, put this one to the turf. Sai from the side wall and will be able to seal it. St. Clair answering right back, and what a surprise tying up this series yet again.
No, really? Who could have seen this coming? I could never have anticipated that we would see this, and that's a real call. Okay, a bit of an untraditional call for it, but St. Clair, despite the win, taking the time out.
Yeah, and that is something you do not often see. I am curious to see what this is. Potentially bathroom. Arju is slowly just standing up and stretching, but regardless, I think a lot of them are just trying to figure things out. Sometimes there are moments where you do just have to answer the call of nature. Other times, I think sometimes there are moments where you win and you're saying, I was not happy about how that happened, so you do want to talk things through. Regardless, I think if anything, this is kind of a free one for Winthrop to also, if they want to talk this through, figure out what they need to change.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's going to be a thankful reprieve from a very long day of games. We've talked about this a lot. This is our 6th series, and we still have a potential 7th on the docket if Winthrop were to win this. So both teams get up, stretch your legs, and I remind you at home to do the exact same thing. Get that blood pumping through your system, grab a little bit of water, stay hydrated, and stay in tune because we've still got more to go. Again, that is only a tied series here between our previous spring champions and the newcomers in Winthrop. It's 2-2 here, and Taco, honestly, it's where I think we get into the real meat and potatoes of this series. Both of these teams have warmed up. They're starting to show the play style they're coming out with, and from here, anything is possible.
Yeah, particularly because both these teams are halfway through this series. But the thing is, the implications are obviously so vastly different. St. Clair winning this game and the next will be able to propel them to a CRL Fall Championship, the 2nd straight semester championship that they will be able to win as a roster. Whereas Winthrop, they're just trying to stay alive. They're able to reset the bracket with 2 more wins. But the thing is, it's so hard fought. And now that we're getting closer and closer, I think we're going to start to stray away from these multi-goal victories. It's really just going to going to be down to 1 goal. I think it's a lot of 1 goal, 2-1, something like that, because honestly, both these teams are playing each other so evenly. It's really just those singular moments that make all the difference. It's never really being able to capitalize on constant counterattacks, even though garbage time goals really don't amount to much.
Yeah, it definitely has been, I would say, less garbage goals that we've seen throughout the rest of the day. I think the mistakes that were normally popping up before with the offense pushing up a bit too far, defense making blunders in spaces that you wouldn't expect, they're definitely lesser so far in this series. Now, granted, Percy did have probably the best own goal of the day, so I will also have to mention that. But outside of that, this has been pretty close to Rocket League for both teams. They have found a way to flow around each other with distinctively different styles, but still effective ones. Oftentimes, we were seeing Winthrop send the house. St. Clair, it's about individual efforts in the sky. How many times have we seen a player just go for an aerial that you go, there's no way, right? Oh, they hit it. Okay, fine. That's been the series so far, is when you think that the bar has hit its ceiling, there is just another level above that. Turn it up to 11 and turn it into Aqua Dome. Game number 5, the winner of this will move on to series point. It is a huge advantage in a series like this. Let's find out who it is.
And honestly, this is where St. Clair's in kind of an awkward situation. This is the first time they've been on this map without being on match point already. So being able to actually authentically start a series and say, hey, we might actually have to play out the rest of the series in Game 6, then who really knows? Garrett G, he wants to go further. What a pass and what a banger from the captain.
It's only Captain America that can hit something like this. But honestly, credit to Percy as well. Recognizing Garrett is still there, lurking off the backboard, pops it up to him, and Percy says, I got you. It's a dime of a pass, it's a dime of a shot. It's a heck of a way to get Game 5 started.
And I love plays like that, just staying relevant to the play. Ball gets ricocheted into the middle, you're near the backboard. Hey, you know what? Just lob it high. I'll find a way to put it on target. And plays like that can also catch the defense sleeping. So, like the experimentation, and certainly St. Clair almost had it covered, but almost really not good enough at this in these stakes.
This is not horseshoes, this is not hand grenades, this is Rocket League, and in doing so, close ain't enough. You need to make sure that you are perfectly on point. That's why we talk a lot about how this is, I was gonna say, one of the few games without too much of a factor of luck. No luck needed here, just a perfect pass from Arju.
That's a tough one from Percy. He recovers a little bit too early. He flips into the play and then says, okay, I immediately have to flip into this. T-Crl can't read it. And then I will say Jazzy has been not only good with his shooting percentage, but also his placement throughout the day. It is almost always just kissing off the post and in. You cannot place it any further away from that center mass of the goalie. And I really have to say, because of that, Jazzy's is turning into one of those players at St. Clair. I really do not want him to have any read in the center of the field.
I mean, we talked about it at the start of the day. Oftentimes, it is Arju and Sai that are in the conversation. Obviously, for Sai having just made top 6 and going to Copenhagen, Arju, do I need to explain why Arju is usually in the conversation? And then Jazzy, a former CRO world champion, doesn't maybe get the same praise, but he deserves it. And today, we start off by saying exactly that. He was my MVP for the first series of the day, and he's continued to play at that level. Doesn't mean that they're going to win. It doesn't really guarantee them anything, especially with Winthrop starting to show their own MVPs. Could it be Percy, a great 50 to keep this one away from the backboard? And Garrett G, a couple good 50s of his own as well. This might lead to an open net. Percy just needs to sneak this in, and it's off the bar and out. Garrett G, the follow denied on the line, and Winthrop, what could have been, has fallen apart.
It's pretty easy to read a double tap for these players. Really hard to read the crossbar. Percy falls victim to that one, but hey, the attack is still going. Anything is possible, especially with Garrett. Maybe getting a skim into the middle, but no, right into the corner. The only player around was Arju instead of a teammate. It's going to be an attack gone by the wayside, but Winthrop at least showing that they're not just going to kind of go into a bit more passive play. They got here through the regression, and they're going to keep it up.
A chance here for them to stay aggressive, but they recognize Jazzy on the wing and do not want to let another passing play befuddle them. Great shot from Crl, or at least attempt at that, as he draws 2 defenders out, and now the awkwardness for St. Clair is something they need to escape. Guy on the backboard, though, with 100 boost, you can do a whole lot with that, especially in the escape routes. Gets it at least to midfield, but no further. Crl immediately there, and to get it to the backboard, potentially to a teammate. Percy there as well, the double, not on target, and Garrett G just can't sneak it past Jazzy. All 3 players flopping for St. Clair, but they will survive.
Yeah, speaking of surviving, just playing your angles, Arju has almost no boost on that approach, and he is still able to get that one away. And now with minimal boost, everybody needs to make sure they take their plays with the utmost confidence. Sai was able to get that clear in a moment where he felt like Winthrop was slowly closing in on the vice grip. Garrett actually spawns into the boop open over. That could have been a disaster.
I can't tell if that helped them. I can't tell if that hurt them. Either way, it looks like it will let them escape their half and get an offense of their own. Jazzy, though, dances around too and makes it a bit more difficult to actually develop anything from that play. Garrett out in midfield will do the same in kind, though, as St. Clair also don't get a chance unless Arju reads that off the backboard. No, Percy to clear it again, and we keep talking about that backboard defense. At what point does it crumble? Could it be here? Not quite. Arju is there for the potential pass, but it's just not in time.
I think Percy's starting to figure out the pattern here. Any ball that might be able to be past the middle, he should be lurking around. Crl trying to get a bump, but no. You got to get both players out of goal. Arju left alone gets the save. Jazzy and Arju actually both colliding on that one. And nearly a 50. Winthrop just so close, but always a half step behind on those dunks.
Thigh, pop to the backboard. Garrett G, a big miss at the wrong moment. Captain America not showing up when it matters most. A sentence I did not think I would say today.
Problem is you have to be able to prioritize that boost, and with 20 boost in the tank or just about, he has to go up quickly, but the thing is you also have to make sure you are flipping at the right time. He is not able to get that one through, and that could be a crucial mistake that costs them the game. Of course, off a kickoff, who really knows, especially Asai. I don't think he has that read, or maybe he does. Garrett is actually ready for it, but can't get the pass off.
I didn't even know Percy was in that play. He was completely blocked by the ball from my perspective and just kind of surprised me. Didn't really surprise St. Clair, though. They've been well prepared for almost every attack that Winthrop have had through the latter minute here of this game. Jazzy trying to get something started again for St. Clair, and although they don't need an extra goal, that insurance would go a long way with how many last-second just whirlies we have had so far. Arju to the backboard. He doesn't have a lot of boost, so he's going to have to be careful. Percy may not know that, and seemingly work to his advantage. He does get a good 50 and gets it past. Arju pops it up high, and Sai is there. Pass out to his teammate, will connect, but won't get on target. So can Arju end the play? Double off the backboard. You bet your bottom dollar. 3-1, St. Clair looking to take the lead in the series.
This man is disgusting, being able to get the reset, but then not only put it on target, but put it across the goal, across his body, and obviously crisscrossing every single defender possible. That's a rough one to be able to give up, but that's just how St. Clair operates. They will find the way to get those goals through.
This is a team that always seems to find a way. Even when we were starting to say, maybe this is the first team to really show how they can be exposed, to really find the chinks in the armor, and now it's looking like it's going to be a 3-2 series at this point. Game 5 looking to go in favor of our former champions. Back-to-back semesters on the line in the next game for St. Clair. They are one away from winning our full semester.
And of course, they're just going to be able to close this one out with maybe one more fanciful play. Jazzy, a nice little carry, and obviously some more garbage time pop-ups. I think right now, Winthrop honestly just wants to get any momentum to carry to this next game because, boy, will they need it. As you mentioned, St. Clair taking care of business, and they just have 5 more minutes potentially to go, be able to lift that trophy, which almost seems destined to them at the beginning of this day, but Winthrop's still giving me just enough doubt in that to give me some confidence that we could see another game.
No timeout call for Winthrop. Honestly, I'm not too surprised. I think they probably used the timeout that St. Clair had as probably their own timeout as well. And again, this wasn't a bad game for them. This is the first game that I can think where they were truly outshot by their opponents, but it is one shot differential, not a severe amount. It's the total that makes me a little bit more fearful. In the games that they have won, they've done so in a similar score line or been able to at least outshoot them and keep that pressure on. This game, it's a bit different. St. Clair prepared for the shot. St. Clair getting their own offense as sustaining. It feels like St. Clair have made up for all of their mistakes in the earlier parts of the series, and now we're putting all the pieces together. Gets me a little bit fearful for Winthrop, but again, if there was ever a team to rally back, it is this one. One last game to keep themselves in this fall championship. If they do not, St. Clair go back-to-back champions through 2 semesters.
And we say one more game, but that's just in this series, as we keep saying. Like, there's so much a distance to cover between Winthrop and the CRL Fall trophy. Not so with St. Clair. So going into Neo Tokyo, not a map St. Clair has seen today, but it is something that many a team has been left disappointed on, not being able to go the distance, not being able to have a chance beyond this at a tied series. Go in Game 7. We have to see if we can even get there. Winthrop, it's put up or shut up, and right off the rip, it's a rough one, but Crl able to handle.
Job's not done, though. That's a lot of weird collisions in the corner, and maybe Sai can take advantage. Absolutely. Top right, and a gift from the heavens given to St. Clair.
And really hard to get yourself out of these rough situations. Garrett's baiting at a 50, but Jazzy says, that's fine. I'm going to stick on the wall. It'll bounce in the middle, and what a surprise. There's almost always a teammate ready to bury one.
Not a great start here for Winthrop. There's no way to sugarcoat this one. We just got to be real. It is a comeback position here for the rest of this game for Winthrop if they want a chance. Crl, talked his name a lot here today, but not necessarily in the offensive third. If he can get this done, it would be huge, and he absolutely can. Draws 2 defenders out, and Percy, his freest goal today.
Love this from Crl. Keeps it real close, but then also goes high. You can also see Arju almost like reacting to his teammates saying, do you have that? Do I have that? And ultimately, neither of them truly have that read, which is meaning you need Percy there to finish. Easy putback, and now within the first 30 seconds, we've seen 2, maybe 3, but Garrett luckily able to recover after the full 100 boost. Gets a second save just for good measure.
I need a couple more. Doesn't look like St. Clair are keen to get off the half quite yet, especially with Sai taking this one out center. I don't know if the fake was intentional or not, but it does technically give a more opportunity to St. Clair. Crl, banger downfield to only get as far as Arju, sends it to the ceiling, and Percy going to receive. I thought he might get beat out, and I think so did Sai, so he'll decommit from the ball, but Jazzy to take over. Garrett G, pop up from his teammate. What can he do with it? I think he's waiting for a challenge that never arrives, and as a result, makes things a little awkward. He'll still get to the backboard where Arju misses the touch, and nobody anticipating that. Crl and Percy were both back. They fully believed Arju had that touch, and to be fair, I think so did St. Clair.
Crl like that low shot because Percy can follow off the bar. He had to get it over the defender, and a lot of factors to manage in that approach. That's all good. Garrett, how about try again? Arju quickly up, and it's certainly that he is able to get that read as Garrett is getting closer and closer, getting more mechanical, more aggressive than we've really seen him today.
Kind of want to see that from Captain America, though. He has been such a mechanical player throughout this day that I truly believe he could hit maybe the best shot of the day. Crl is trying to compete for that, and Arju is trying to put this game to bed. That would have been a very, very bad overcommitment, but luckily, back in time is Winthrop. Arju to the sidewall. Not quite going to be able to find the follow-up touch, and Jazzy will find it to the backboard, but maybe no further. Percy, I'm not sure if that was on target, but his extra touch will do a heck of a lot to keep it away from danger.
Trying to grab pads as Garrett in the midfield. He'll do so superbly. A great pass into Crl. Even better save by Jazzy. Using that post. Arju to the corner on the counterattack, trying to generate something, and at least Sai will get on top of this one, getting past another. This is such a frantic Game 6, Baz. I feel like at any moment, any ball can just pop on out and go on in.
We talked a lot about how it's been not really the imprecision of either team that has led to goals. I hate to say that, maybe this time, never mind. I was going to say, it could be an error that leads the way. How about the best flick you've ever seen from Percy?
And this is really those types of plays where you get the half moment, you have to take a deep breath and make sure you execute, because you might have a pass, you could maybe go for a bump, but ultimately you just got to find a way to get it on target and beneath that bar. Just tucking it in is Percy on that open dribble, and that is what you're looking for out of Winthrop. You're not going to get many chances, so the ones you do get wide open, you have to make sure they count.
Talked a lot about Percy's impact throughout the day, throughout this entire semester for Winthrop, and it truly is no mercy Percy. 7 goals through 5 games. He is the lead scorer for either half of this pitch. He has been just absolutely electric, but will it be enough to will their team to Game 7? 2 minutes to go, only a 1-goal lead. We have seen St. Clair come back from tougher positions, and it could be off a place like this. To the backboard it goes. Percy, very calm, cool, and collected, will drag it out to midfield.
Really good 50. The problem is Arju gets even better. One carries that one on the backboard, looking for a bump and actually jumps too early. That's a feels flip. However, he makes up with it with a bump, or so I thought. Here come Winthrop on the counterattack. Garrett fully boosted up off the corner from the read side. The recovery just enough to stop that in its tracks.
I have no idea how that wasn't a goal initially, and I have no idea how the counter wasn't either. Both teams getting away with highway robbery, and it results in a 2-1 still in favor of Winthrop. Crl beat to this ball, though, and Garrett now needs to be careful. He knew Arju had a shot. He just didn't know it would come with that much power. Last second ground pitch, it's 2-2.
Look at this cut by Arju. That is all 3 players that has gone by. Crl, he bailed to miss out on the post. He tries to cancel his flip, and he's still in a good position to 50 it until Arju cuts. And then Percy's not aware of that. He jumps over him, and Garrett still has to be beaten, so he slows it down before, as you mentioned, getting that pinch down. Really well played by Arju, and this is why it's so difficult to tie this team into a play style, because they always find a way to improvise a goal.
Percy, though, trying to get that goal back instantaneously, and a double commit from St. Clair could cause problems. Crl trying to pick the pocket, and Jazzy will get back fairly in time. The low boost for St. Clair, they gotta be careful. The pressure that Winthrop like to build is something that has suffocated many a team throughout CRL history. Won't this time, though. Jazzy dances around actually multiple players. Things getting really awkward here for Winthrop, but somehow Crl stands up again.
Half second, I was realizing if Winthrop does not jump at the right time, that could be in. But hey, how about the next chance? Jazzy, wide open shot. Garrett's in the way. Excellent job to take away the angle, but the job is not done yet. It's never the first save. It's the ones you have to get after that one. Crl able to get that clear, but nothing much more.
Garrett, though, immediately into the corner to keep this play going, to get the pass to Crl that is denied by Psy. I'm not sure if that actually was a save or the luckiest bounce off the post of all time, but the game will give it to Psy. This one keeps on going, 15 to go. A light triple commit from Winthrop, and with only 10 left, the ricochet downfield will secure them a clear. We could have yet another overtime as long as this hits the ground. Garrett, though, determined for one last chance, and Jazzy as well, to the ceiling. Crl spikes it down. Another OT. This one, the last life for Winthrop.
Lower your heart rates, everybody. You gotta lock in, especially for Winthrop. This is for bracket point here. Jazzy trying to get that one forward, but Crl gets the long clear. Forcing a game 7 is everything to Winthrop, and maybe it's off of an awkward 50. Arju had to react quick.
This one back out center, though, not out of harm's way quite yet. The back pass, though, is successful, and Crl off the ceiling, trying to force even more problems. Arju, long ball downfield. Percy is there, and you pop it over the head of Arju, who barely gets a touch. Is that enough for Psy to get a shot? Yes, but not past Garrett G. Jazzy now to take over. This one pops back out to midfield, and Percy knows he can at least get a 50 and maybe a follow-up. To the ceiling it goes. Ricochets out. Percy looking for a pass. Cannot find it. And Psy try and send it downfield, but not much further than Arju, who will get a 50. I think an attempted passing play, but definitely not enough. Oh. And Percy, the first one to it. Off the backboard. It's an awkward angle, and it's not enough. A huge hit for Winthrop, and they cannot convert.
It's a tough one because it's not on target, but it's also so far down the field that it can't actually get that one around. It's such a weird angle, so I don't really blame him for trying to pinch that middle. So you can't hang your head. It's still in overtime. It's still Garrett. It's still Crl lurking. Arju stares both of them down and still gets that save. Jazzy, reset, a bleed bump, and still not enough bodies to make sure that's forced through.
Percy into the air. This man has done spectacular things from here, and he will try again. The reset is completed, but it is not going to get itself any further than the offensive third, and immediately St. Clair will counter. Crl being able to at least pop this one out. Arju trying to keep this in a bit of a difficult position, but nobody from his team is prepared for it. This ball just continues to ping back and forth with the heaviest of touches, maybe to the advantage of Arju, who will try and break down that pace of play. Crl will call his bluff, will immediately go to the sidewall, but Jazzy looking for the reset, cannot find it. Awkward for everyone, and Percy barely back in time.
99% of players would have thrown it right there, but Percy gets away. However, it's still not done. Garrett, goal line stop. Percy can't get this one, and Psy will unfortunately double it back into the midfield. Job's not done, though, for Winthrop. They're scattered to the edges of the field. They need boost, they need positioning, and they need it now.
How? How is that not a goal? I know we've asked this 18 times today, but yet again we will ask it. Garrett G, another save, and this ball launched downfield. Crl pops it up. Percy's there, and he gets it to the ceiling. If Garrett's got the read, it could have been a goal, but he does not. An extra half game extended into this OT, and both teams with their opportunities. Another one for St. Clair, denied by Crl.
Positional masterclass from Winthrop. Problem is, it's so many reads in a row. How many do they have left in them? They need the boost. Crl will take it. However, who's marking the goal? The crossbar is fourth defender. A prayer keeping them in.
Let's try to do a quick calculation here. For Winthrop, 10 shots. That's an easy one. For St. Clair, 18 total. Jazzy and Arju, 7 apiece. This team unrelenting here in OT, and it has still not made a difference. 3 minutes extended. Opportunities on either side. Another one here for St. Clair, and Crl will take it away and maybe get something started. Percy to take over. The demo, though, ends his attack, and yet again we restart.
Well, you have to say this. If St. Clair gets this next goal, they are your fall champions. However, they have to work for it. And honestly, I've never seen them have to work this hard. So many opportunities, getting so close, and yet no result. Arju fake challenge, yet Garrett falls from the sky to stop that one.
A lot of boost, though, right now for St. Clair. This is the whittle away effect that we've talked about so many times. Somebody needs a tank, and it might be Crl. Great first touch, and a couple more as well. Try to get this underneath side, can't quite, but Percy to take over. Pass out center, or maybe just trying to take the shot. He's bought enough time for everyone to get boosted up. Can Winthrop start to control their approaches? Not quite, but that's real awkward for everybody. Where's the opportunity? Crl finds the opening. We're headed to Game 7.
Not so easy, is it? St. Clair, you can have all the shots, but it's about the clutch factor. Garrett slows, Garrett bumps, and now Crl able to lock it in. We're going Game 7. Bracket reset still on the table.
Can we get a break? I know that, like, they get the timeouts, but can we get a break? My goodness, the action never ceases. St. Clair end the game with 19 shots. Only 2 goals, though. That, I don't know what that's a bigger testament to at this point, Taco. Is it the defense of Winthrop, or is it St. Clair starting to really not hit their mark? I couldn't tell you. All I can tell you is get ready. If Game 7 is anything like 6, we're in for a classic.
I just checked my fitness watch. It recommends I go to the hospital soon. At this point, my heart rate is all over the place. I'm losing my breath, and I cannot imagine what the comms are like. At a certain point on that defensive effort, how many saves Winthrop got on the goal line pre-jumping those angles, like that one on the replay from Garrett. At a certain point, the comms are just overlapping screaming, I have to think.
That's basically what our casting was, so if it's anything like that, yeah, I'd probably agree on that one. All right, folks, we've gone the distance. And as you can see, it's all smiles for Winthrop. Despite probably the most stressful point of their entire day, it doesn't seem to have affected them. They have gotten to the mountaintop. This is where they said they would go. Again, the 2 teams that I think have both claimed that, no, we are the #1 in CRL, and it's the only 2 teams that when they have stated that, we've gone, yeah, that makes sense. We're not going to argue on that one. This is truly for it all, though. If St. Clair can close out this series and deny a reset, it will do wonders for their confidence throughout the next semester, throughout all of CRL. If Winthrop can force another 7, folks, it's going to be a long night. You better get ready. Game number 7, Champions Field. It's time. Who will be our CRL Fall champ?
Well, Winthrop, they know they have the experience, and that's the thing we keep referring back to. Obviously, Arju has RLCS experience, Jazzy inside now, obviously getting a lot of it within NA, but also in EU. The thing is, who is able to actually lock in? Crl! Are you joking? What a setup!
He literally just called the bluff on everybody. He said, yeah, make the challenge, Sai. I dare you. Percy has been in the most complimentary of ways today, garbage man. You get a goal that just bounces out into a little bit of a rough position. Oh, Percy's got you. This man putting up almost 2 goals per game average. Take a bow, my goodness.
And hey, you can say, hey, they're all tap-ins, but someone's got to make them. Jazzy will not be able to get it. T gets the save and clear.
No, Crl, that's a goal. You allow that to be a goal. Why? Because that's unfair otherwise. You allow that to be a goal too. Everybody on Winthrop putting up their greatest brick wall impression, and honestly, it's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Zai able to take this one down, and the pinch pass, love it, but yet it's still the angles playing through. This is the thing that I like from Winthrop. They're playing fast, they're playing aggressive, but they're playing with trusting their instincts. They know the read they have to take, and they go for it, especially with these bumps as well. Arju getting cyberbullet, yet still able to force their way through and maybe get a counterattack. Nice little tap. He's gonna get hit in the way. The double, it can't be calibrated. That bump was everything in the air.
Very smart from Garrett G there, knowing that there's no chance if I pre-jump this on making the save. I would rather take the risk of them either A, putting it off target, or B, trying to spike it off the ground. They do spike it, and it gets right to Garrett, who can make the save. Garrett, though, not there for that play, and all of a sudden, Crl 2v1. He's been here before, but he can't survive this time. The lead blocker does their job, and Jazzy gets the equalizer.
What's crazy is that he almost gets this. He sidesteps the demo, jumps over, and just barely misses that. The problem is when you're trying to dodge that demo by going upfield, it completely cuts your angle. You have to get a flawless jump at it, and when that doesn't happen, then hey, that's the penalty. But we've just reset everything. We've only lost 90 seconds back to a level scoreline, and who really knows who is going to be able to inspire this next offense. If anything, it's maybe St. Clair not having the angle. Crl maybe tucking that one in as Garrett full set for the demo, but you need someone to finish.
Things real awkward there. The good thing is, though, I don't think it'll turn into an offense for St. Clair, and Winthrop can just keep their attack going. Garrett to the sky. He's met immediately by Psy, though, and that will make things a little more complicated. Or so I thought. Never mind. Percy somehow able to find the shot. Garrett G almost the finish. It's not going to be enough, but Winthrop starting to show that oppressive offense that we've talked about multiple times today. Still got to be careful, though. This is what St. Clair are capable of, and Crl knows it. He will take that play away. He will push it out towards midfield. And although there will be a boosted up St. Clair prepared to defend, this ball continues to ricochet back and forth. All it takes is one good opening.
It seems like if there's one strategy Winthrop has right now, I don't want St. Clair having any ability to think about what they're doing with this ball. I want to be right in their grill. And every single time you notice the defense, oh, that's an easy clear for them. They'll probably be able to take their time. Nope, you got to be there and you got to make those saves. Great way to make up for it, but job's not done. Jazzy into Crl from the sidewall. Double tap, he's slapped away, and so will the ball.
I'm not sure if I want to compliment Garrett on that play or not, because I like the patience to bait out the first defender. The problem is it gives enough time for the defender afterwards to get into position, and it's exactly what we see. Jazzy getting away with that one, and it will be enough to keep us at a level score line with 2 minutes to go. Crl an awkward touch, and Garrett recognizes how to bail out his teammate. We'll boom this downfield, and Psy try for an air dribble. Not sure if I recommend that with multiple players lurking and prepared to keep the offense going. And Garrett to take advantage. Reset in the bag. He uses it, but doesn't get around the defender. And Percy can only hope to pop it to the sky and get it around Arju, who does not comply. He'll pass the Psy instead, and Percy off the backboard to take it away. 90 to play, still a tied ball game.
T gonna just pop that one up. Couldn't get it to the wall, so instead he'll just turn it into his own play from the ceiling. Psy, heavy touch. He's gonna get held up a bit, but that means Percy still has to get the 50. Jazzy trying to cut across, dances past one, immediately demoed by T, and no further offense. A strategic defensive demo, always something in Crl's arsenal.
He's been so good at just being in the right place at the right time. We talked a lot about on defense, but it's been at midfield, it's been all across this pitch. And I gotta say, that boost starvation strategy we talked about before that had been so successful for St. Clair, not really a factor anymore. It feels like that defense has been able to adjust to the boost that is consistently taken in the corners and find those midfield pads, find those pennies in the places necessary, and maybe find the double touch. No, Percy can't even get the rebound. With under a minute to play, it is once again Winthrop in the driver's seat, but can they hold on to the wheel?
What a jump by Arju. How about a pass as well? Psy's gonna hit that well past everybody, but that means Percy has to be aware he is last just for a moment. Jazzy dunk, sidewall read from Garrett. Will be able to find Percy downfield, and yet Arju's still in the way. Everyone has to lock in on these reads.
This one, though, right out to Psy, who puts it a bit too high. Garrett recognizes, and so does Percy, so they're not going to jump at it too aggressively, and instead will go for the counter. Percy denied on the line, and Garrett, one last attempt into the corner where Percy is waiting. Percy back to Garrett. Garrett towards the net, but denied on the line. Crl to keep this one up. Maybe one last attempt, but they got to be careful. I was going to say, if they keep it going, instead, Game 7 overtime. Winner either wins the championship or resets the bracket.
Winthrop has to believe it's them, but the thing is, all the pressure in the world does not matter if you don't get the finish. St. Clair has always had that pop-off potential. Give him an inch, they will take a mile. T trying to make sure he can create his own space. Nice touch. That's Arju, his last defender, pre-jumping it. No clear up and over, and yet no follow from Winthrop.
I think they just didn't want to bite off more than they could chew. They recognized the mistake, but when that is not a clear enough attempt for us to dive on forward. I get the idea, but you have to wonder if Winthrop maybe had their best chance and didn't do enough with it. Now, forced back into defense. Percy's got to clear this one. Only get it to Psy, who will bounce it off the ceiling, but there's no player there for St. Clair, meaning Percy can get a 50 and launch another attack. To the ceiling it goes. Arju is back, but he's forced into a 50. Where is Garrett? There for another one, and Winthrop, they're trying to get shots on target, but every touch they make is fully contested.
Psy, awkward position. He's got to catch that and carry it, and Percy will play for that, but Arju is downfield! Crl can't get there! St. Clair back to back!
Arju, we talked a lot about Winthrop with the right place, right time, but it is the European to keep the crown in EU's hands. Another one for St. Clair, our spring champions, our fall champions, taking down Winthrop. Game 7 OT, take a bow to our European and Canadian brethren.
Unbelievable pressure coming through from Winthrop, but like I said, you have to make sure everything clicks in. One errant 50, and who else but Arju lurking downfield, taking his time. You know that was probably the most stressful open net of his life, and yet he will deliver. This team has delivered throughout this bracket. We might have had to go to OT in Game 7, but they have been smooth sailing throughout this bracket. It is no surprise they are your CRL Fall 2025 champs.
St. Clair, I don't know what else I can really say at this point. A well-deserved victory. Even when the going gets tough, they still stand tall. We have to say it's a testament to be a team that gets a 4-0 sweep, a 4-1 victory, and then go, all right, well, we should be easily clearing past this final. And then they get put to the test. A Game 7, not just a Game 7, but a Game 7 with multiple overtimes throughout the series, and then an OT in Game 7 itself. A lot of other teams would crumble underneath that pressure. For St. Clair, it made diamonds. This team just playing out of their minds, and as you can see, they're feeling it right now. Celebrate, young men. You deserve it.
I mean, yeah, we have to keep in mind, this is a long day of games. We had potentially 7 on the docket, but ultimately just turns into 6 best of 7s that we have to get through. You had to play 2 different splits to be able to make sure you stake your claim within the highest tier of CRL. And even though St. Clair at really no time has been the #1 team in the leaderboards throughout the Split 1 and Split 2, they're the ones that say, with the utmost confidence, we can beat anybody. We have the confidence that we can take down everyone, on top of the fact that we have a dynamic playstyle I don't think people can match. And what a surprise. That is why they're the back-to-back champions, because they're just that good. Credit to Winthrop in their first semester together, getting this close. I can't wait to see how they respond next semester.
Oh, dude, we can't start talking about this next semester yet. I'm going to get too excited.
We'll get there.
Again, some people know about what's coming next semester. Those that don't, strap in. We got a lot of fun things coming. But for right now, we'll focus on the here and now. We will focus on St. Clair getting their win. What a performance from the Canadian squad.
Man, such a brutal way to end that one for Winthrop. But hey, it has to come to an end in some way. St. Clair also earning that with all the saves. Honestly, I would say that Game 7 overtime really felt more like that Game 6 overtime coming through from Winthrop, making all those miraculous saves right at the end. So I think it's only natural everyone gets one or the other, Bass. But a fantastic grand final. I would have loved to reset, but I think for St. Clair, they'd probably pass out in their chairs if they had to play even more of the stressful series. So I'm glad, at least for players' health, we can end it here and, again, crown St. Clair our champs.
Well, the good thing is you don't need to hear just us talk about that, because I'm not surprised if Taco and I lose our voice in the next 10 minutes. So let's let Seb and Vaude will take over instead.
We'll screen on Seb for this one because he is probably ecstatic with this victory. Seb, how does it feel? St. Clair reigns supreme again. We did. Oh, there we go.
We did it! We did it! I was so, because I was screaming so loudly and I was cheering, I needed to mute myself because I was like, okay, this is really bad. But we did it again. The 2-time Spring Fall Canada is on top of CRL again with European team, but it's still Canadian school. Let's go! Arju Jazzy Sai is a dynasty.
That's right.
I mean, we're definitely getting to that point, on top of the fact of how many different championships. In fact, this is a pretty impressive weekend, because Vaude and Seb, you guys casted St. Clair winning a different league's championship as well.
Came
within
out on
the same
top
48
in
hours.
The NACE championship just yesterday, or I guess 2 days ago now if you're in the East Coast, and then we got to see them come out on top here again. I mean, a record-breaking weekend for their program. First time that they got the championship for that as well, so they are putting up all the accolades that they could have asked for with this roster. I know their coach Shuffleverse is probably very happy for them as well, but we're getting ready for an interview with the winners. We'll talk to the team in just a little bit, but Bass, I mean, Winthrop, you were rooting for them the whole time. They really delivered more than any other team could have during this competition and this grand final.
I gotta say, I talked a lot about what would be the factors for Winthrop that would actually lead them to this competitive of a day. And I feel kind of justified that I think I called the right things for why they would be that team. It's the veteranship here. It's everybody knowing how to play their role, and it's the clutch factor that I don't think a lot of other teams had on the day. Overtime victories, I have to imagine they're probably the team with the most of them because St. Clair didn't get pushed the most OTs, and Winthrop got to a ton of them and still made it to the finals. So honestly, Winthrop, this is your inaugural season. St. Clair has been here before the dinosaurs even existed. So if this is the start, I cannot wait to see how you continue from here on out.
It's a great time to be a fan of Collegiate Rocket League, just seeing how things ended up following through at the end of the semester. But Taco, I mean, seeing how they started out the semester, they weren't necessarily, that top roster. Still made it into the top 4, though. Didn't really have to worry too much compared to the other squads out there. I would say consistency seemed to be the name of the game for this roster.
Yeah, and that's the one thing is that they were never necessarily, both these teams, honestly, they've had moments where it looked really, really solid and then slowly kind of slipped away. In fact, a mirror image of our 2 finalists in which we had Split 1, Winthrop was 6-1, and then St. Clair was 4-3. And then in Split 2, they flipped those records and then be able to get on in. So I think it makes sense that, yeah, these 2 teams that kind of were able to clean up, be able to top their splits, were able to play super well. But I think that is something we talk about a lot. Consistency, because yes, it's a truncated season. You're playing a whole split in about a month, but all those games are so high stakes that we've seen plenty of squads with a lot of promise drop just a little too many games or lose that head-to-head and miss out on those top 4 cut to be able to make playoffs. So being able to just get here is an accomplishment. Being able to actually deliver and play this lights out across all these different teams with this myriad of talent is mind-blowingly good. Like, every year CRL gets more difficult, which makes a back-to-back from St. Clair just even more impressive than I already thought it would be.
Well, we got to see, how St. Clair fared in the spring semester. Now the champions for fall, undisputed best team for the year in Collegiate Rocket League. I mean, do we think going into the spring, looking towards the future here, Seb, that Winthrop are the ones to look out for, or is it maybe Maryville coming back into the fold? They didn't have to worry about them this semester.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that's going to be a narrative. Like, let's remember that St. Clair beat Maryville last semester as well. This is there's a lot of storylines and a lot of questions, a lot of roster movement. A lot of people are going to be made aware of at some point that might change the course of how things turn out. Obviously, I think Winthrop have cemented themselves as a contender. They played so incredibly well. We were in the green room freaking out because just all the saves that were going on and the back and forth affair. We of course have our caster reactions and they were losing it on camera as well. So there is no doubt that I think all of these storylines are going to merge into what will be a fantastic semester.
Well, we have the interview ready. We're going to be starting with Shuffleverse on the mic, then they'll be passing the headset around. We got the full desk here to ask them our questions for the champions. But the big one here, Shuffleverse, how does it feel to be the champions of 2025?
It's really good. We're very happy with this achievement, especially because it's a back-to-back, and so we're really, really happy about it.
All right. We had an interview with you guys just before this thing.
Yeah.
Talking a little bit about, who you wanted to face. You said you'd prefer that Winthrop win so that you didn't have to face Concord. And then Winthrop pushed you to 7. You still would have preferred Winthrop, or maybe in retrospect you would have preferred Concord here?
No, I think we still would have preferred Winthrop. Every time we play Concord, it's just a 50-50. So it's just better. It's just better that they won. At least they get out one of our worst opponents, and we're fine. We're happy with them.
Yeah, honestly, the one thing I would like to talk about is just watching that series. Obviously, from the booth, it's one thing, but you guys are actually first person playing that one through. So what was the mental like after having what seemed like 6-7 goal line saves deprived you of the game winner in game 6, and then immediately have to calm down and then jump into game 7?
Well, was the 6-7 joke made on purpose?
That was just my mental count. I promise that wasn't made on purpose.
Okay. They were really good in defense in game 6. At one point, I think, when we didn't score, I saw Arju's face going like... He was not really expecting that. But in the end, it all worked out well. So, yeah, it's like Captain America saved everything. Like, he was defending his goal with his life.
I'm really happy to see that you guys obviously I mean, there is no bias, you know. I mean, I'm very happy that you guys are there. I feel like we're just like a second away from singing like the Europe's on fire, USA is terrified, you know, like one of those. But for now, this is a team that's won twice now. This is a 2-time CRL team, especially in this new era of all of these European players coming in, of the Northwoods, of the Winthrops now, the Maryvilles and everyone. What do you feel like, how does that speak to your journey in CRL? What does being the 2-time champions mean to you now?
It just feels really good. Like, we always knew we were a really great team. We fixed our troubles in Split 1 and we managed to recover like in a really good way, I would say. So we're just really happy that we got to win it again back to back.
Happy. I'm actually so happy. You guys bud?
Oh no, I'm gonna leave this one to Bastino. He's got a question for a specific player here.
All right. Yeah, can we get the headset on Sai real quick? Just like 2 seconds. I gotta talk to Sai in particular.
Hello.
All right. Hello, Sai, my guy.
Hello.
I gotta ask you one thing.
Okay.
You have now gotten the best placement for any player in CRL in RLCS, and now you've gotten the best placement for any player in CRL. You've got a claim to be the best player in CRL. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels absolutely great. It feels awesome.
What, we're pointing at somebody else? Is somebody else?
No,
I thought you were having your captain. You argue over
water.
Wow,
I want to point out that with this win as well, this kind of puts Sai very seriously in the contention for best CRL player in history. Legitimately. With the CRL Worlds win.
I don't think it's contention. I think it just is.
And,
I think
the
it just
2
is.
plus the RLCS play, it might actually be. So, you know what? We'll wait for the crown on that one. But this is, I mean, Sai, what happened to you this season, man? You have just like on every end of the pitch, you're just like breaking. Like, I need to see a cardiologist like right after this. But, you know, like what happened that made you just explode as a player this season, man?
Actually, I have no idea, honestly. I think the experience, like playing with Ardra as well, like he has so much experience. Like, I think just playing with James and Ardra gave me so much confidence that I just like could go for everything I want to, and that, I don't know, it's just, I actually don't know what happened. I just grinded the game and got better. I don't know.
That's fair. Well, let's hear from Archu as well. If you can pass him the headset, get his thoughts on like how things went throughout the tournament today. So. Welcome in, Arju. We wanted to kind of ask you because, you know, you have the most experience on this roster. Sai was saying that, you know, playing with you helped out a lot there as well. But the emotions, the big thing here, you got the final goal for the victory in overtime. What was going through your mind after you guys cemented yourselves as the fall champions?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That last game, I thought we were going to get scored like 5 times. And then we had like the heist of the century. So I was pretty happy when I saw the ball coming at me. I'm not going to lie.
Like, you got one, Taco?
Yeah. I mean, I was just saying. I mean, with Arju, I mean, you were. I said it might have been the most stressful open net of your life on that counterattack when the ball deflects all the way back down to you in OT. Like, what are you thinking to yourself? Like, just make sure this is on target. Let's not like throw that one too quick.
Low key, I was about to like shoot it at T Crl, like right in his face, because I couldn't see anything. Everything was blurred, but I saw he had no boost, so I just shot it high and it worked. Thank you. Thank you, T Crl, for having no boost.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Well, thank you for being able to be counterable on that one. Yeah. I mean, that's all. It's good. If you don't mind, I want to ask Jazzy something real quick, just to make sure we get a thought on each of the players here. Hello, sir.
Yo.
I mean, I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit because the one thing that I've seen is like I've been spending a lot of time gathering the replays. We have statistics. We announce like some of the stat leaders, and you are a player in St. Clair that obviously you were like a term to borrow from St. Edward's, the glue. I feel like you're not often really getting the most goals game to game, but you are obviously a crucial part. And this playoffs, you were scoring a lot. You were getting a lot of ridiculously nice finishes. I was commenting that all these were slotted in. Did you just feel like you had a really good game, or do you feel like on today everyone just stepped up and that's why you were able to kind of march through this bracket?
Honestly, me as a player, I feel like I play good when there's like a lot of on the line. Like I'm just a high stakes player. So usually I just don't play as good, but when it's championship on the line, I just play good.
I need to find a way in the team stream. Yeah, they need to find a way for like League Play to like ramp up the stakes for you then. Just to make sure there's a lot on the line.
Tournament
I don't know
brackets,
how
that's
that
where it
works.
matters most.
I'll
for
leave the
this
shuffle,
team.
but just add in a threat somewhere. That it's like if you don't win this series, then X is going to happen. I feel like that's
We're doing
maybe
laps
the
around the
method.
campus if you guys don't win every match.
Yeah,
every
exactly.
Match
That's
you
it. You got to add a punishment.
Hey, by
I
the
think
way,
that's the way
it's
to do it.
cold out there, by the way. So, I don't know.
It is cold. Jazzy, to close things off here for your team so you can go celebrate the victory, any final thoughts you and the roster has on the semester, on CRL as a whole? The floor is yours.
I mean, it was a great semester. I like the way that League Clair was brought back. Nice competition. I want to do a shout out to Chris and Sean, as always, supporting us. Shout out to my team. And you guys scream like, yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, look at him there.
Thank you,
Give us a wave.
Jazzy.
Everybody give us a wave.
There we go. There we go. Well, congrats again for the CRL Fall Championship win. We'll talk to you guys in the future in the next semester.
Love you, boys.
Awesome. Well, that was our champions, St. Clair Gaming. They were able to come out on top. The green roster, they also almost had a chance for 2 rosters to make it into league play itself, but they mentioned it. They like the format. Usually when it comes to championship brackets, some teams perform better than others, and they seem to be forged through the fire of this one. They were able to come out on top in both their series leading into the grand finals, and eventually we did see them come out on top in Game 7 OT, and plenty of reactions like this from the booth, but also in the background. We were just going crazy during these plays, Bass.
Dude, it was really hard not to when, as Arju was saying, it felt like every shot should have been a goal. Like, every single shot was not just the highest caliber, like the 99.99999th percentile. It was unreal what we were seeing throughout the entire series. I mean, shout out to our replay operator in the back, Sleeky. He was trying to show, like, here's what a normal series looks like for me replay-wise. Here's your series, and it's like 16 times the amount because of reactions like that.
Bass has like 20 emotes for this series.
Yeah, I think
alone,
there's
man.
like so many reactions.
Like,
for
what
Bass.
is
this? Yeah, that's right. The emotes that you could probably pull from it as well. But I mean, Taco, talk to us a little bit about it. Like the emotions that were going through you guys while casting this series. This is one of the better ones that I would have to say we had. When it went to a sweep for St. Clair against Maryville in the spring, this gave us everything that we wanted for a grand final.
Yeah, I think there's a moment, I think, for every caster when you're in series like this where you obviously hope for it to be dramatic and entertaining. And I think fundamentally it always will be just because the stakes involved. But there is a sinking feeling where when you see one team start to come out in front, you're like, is this really going to happen like this? Are we really going to get a 4-0? Are we really going to get 4-0? And it's this kind of like dread you carry. And obviously you don't let it get to you too much, but it is something that kind of lingers for a bit. And I felt like by game 3, I had the understanding this was not going to be one of those series. This is going to be back and forth. The adjustments are ridiculous. Winthrop is playing so dynamically. St. Clair is locked in mechanically, and obviously their chemistry off the charts. So I was really happy about all of that coming together. And I think, honestly, anyone watching this, if you actually come away from this being like, I don't know about CRL, you do not know anything. You should not be watching any esports. Log off the computer, go for a walk.
Touch grass, if you will.
Seb, final thoughts for this series for you before we break down the actual bracket itself. I mean, I feel that you're probably pretty elated after watching this team rise through the ranks through the semester.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously I'm elated for St. Clair, but I'm more, I think, elated by the fact that we actually got in a CRL final, a really, really good final. We don't get it often, believe it or not. There are often times where it's just a rinse from Lol Northwood wins or Akron in the past, or even St. Clair last semester, but very rarely do we get like a proper series that feels like it's justified for a grand final and both teams delivered. Yeah, we didn't get the grand final reset, sure, whatever, but we still got a full best of 7 that was worth all the hype.
All the hype we could have asked for throughout that series. Well, let's break down the hype from today, looking specifically back on the bracket to see how we got here. No reset needed. St. Clair dropped the most games against Winthrop at the end of it, 4 total amongst 2 series, but before then dominated the competition. I think the biggest thing here that we didn't expect any of us in our prediction brackets was Northwood, the #1 seed, going out so soon here, Bass.
I don't really know what to say about Northwood right now. I will continue to state that I think part of the issue Northwood has had is that the expectations have been so high, and when you've got that much pressure on you, sometimes you don't really know how to handle it. And I think for Northwood, this was exactly that. They came into this with everybody kind of saying, all right, I know the last year and a half hasn't exactly been, smooth sailing, but this is where they've ironed out all the issues. This is where they have figured it out. And when that's the expectation, all it is more fuel for other teams to go, no, you haven't. And Winthrop proved that, Concord proved that, and unfortunately for Northwood, I think this is another learning lesson for them to just kind of be like, look, no matter the circumstances, no matter how good you have looked lately, it is how you perform on the day. And man, a massive shout out to Winthrop for performing on the day. I know we talked a lot about the highs and lows for this team, but they truly showed out.
Yeah, did everything necessary to make it to that grand final. Congrats to them for even getting the runner-up. $5,000 worth of Scholastic prizing it to them, $10,000 for first place, and kind of goes down from there for the $20K total given away throughout this fall championship bracket. But Concord, I think we got to talk about them for a moment here as well, Taco. They were a team who we just did not know where to rank them for the start of the semester. They were a shell of their former selves, and they really picked it back up. And to even make it to getting that third place finish is a good statement to leave off with the semester for them.
Yeah, I think being able to also just avenge yourself, I think, is something a lot of teams can take pride in. Obviously, everyone comes into semester saying, oh, we're going to win, and that's what the end goal is. But I think ultimately everyone can come away with some pride. There is a silver lining to losses, even if you're not making it through. And I think having Concord come in, and we literally are memeing them. I mean, we had a tweet that's really just like, Concord is 0-3 and has not won a game. Like, they're 0-9 in games. Like, what is going on? Like, this is just ridiculous. And the fact that you turn it around and come in third in all of CRL is really a lot of credit to DJ TJ, obviously their coach, but also to the players and the program, just being able to talk it through and say, hey, it really is game by game. It's not even series by series. It's not even split by split. Just make sure we take it carefully, and they're able to get the results. And it shows in RLCS as well. I mean, shout out to Crispy and Samaz going to Copenhagen.
Well, for one final time for this year, congratulations once again to St. Clair. They are your champions for the fall 2025 semester. Arju, Jazzy, and Sai with Coach Shuffleverse. They proved they were the best team amongst the rest. Hundreds of teams entered, but only they reigned supreme at the end of it. So let's talk a little bit about our final thoughts here, gentlemen. Looking towards the future of the spring semester and ahead for these teams. I mean, there's a couple of rosters that we saw go through the open qualifiers with that format into the closed qualifiers that we didn't quite get a chance to look at. Seb, do you think there's anyone specific that we should keep an eye on for next semester that we didn't get to see here during league play?
I mean, obviously, the big one is Maryville, right? Like, they were the big gap that we saw throughout the course of this collegiate season. They had to take a break for this one, but remember that they are a force. They were a force last semester. They continue to be a force, and they were the one, if anything at all, like, they were the one big missing piece. And while I don't think legitimately anyone was beating the St. Clair, I'm very excited to see them reassert themselves back into the scene.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see some of those other rosters out there. I'm going to go down the line here, starting with you, Bass. What are your final thoughts for the fall semester of Collegiate Rocket League?
Honestly, CRO continues to deliver. We keep talking about how every semester is the new best semester we've ever had of CRO, and I think that trend continues here with the way we capped off tonight. Like you said, with the rosters that are coming in next split, I hope that people are prepared for what we're going to see. I recommend all of you, pay attention to socials. There will be rumors buzzing all around. There will be people talking about who's going where, and it's going to be an extremely exciting time. Watch out for Baylor, watch out for Maryville, watch out for St. Edwards. Not a lot of people talking about St. Edwards, but I promise you, that's a team that you need to pay attention to. But that's what makes this all the more exciting, is that the semester is quote unquote over when it comes to the teams competing, but it really isn't. We will be back in the next semester in spring, and even in the meantime, it will be chaos everywhere. You need to pay attention to CRL. Stay locked in. It is truly one of the greatest esports on the planet. It is just such a fun time. There's nothing like Collegiate Rocket.
Couldn't have said it any better. What about you, though, Taka, to follow it up?
Yeah, and I mean, I just like to echo those sentiments because ultimately a lot of people on this broadcast might be saying, I don't really know much about CRL, but the thing is, CRL is both the name of this league, but it's also the ecosystem. There's a lot of leagues out there that put on really banger productions. They have a really nice job of being able to facilitate all these different teams from different skill levels. If you want to think about it like divisions, kind of like tuning in to any type of school, anyone out there, it's one of the best parts about collegiate is that you can have your hometown school playing in a league and you can go root them on broadcast or otherwise. So definitely get involved, follow the socials, make sure you're paying attention to the scene because it's only growing. And obviously, if any grand finals are going to be like this, it's going to be the future ones because it does seem like, yes, every year they do get more and more entertaining, more tense. And with all these players of the RLCS age slowly getting into those college years and choosing schools with more of these larger brand universities getting involved, you're going to be seeing a lot of action and you do not want to miss out on it.
Don't want to miss a thing. What about you, Seb? What are your final thoughts?
Just love this esport, man. It just continues to deliver every single semester. It's like a game, like what other game can keep you captivated for the past 8 hours of gameplay, of best of sevens, of lower bracket runs, of incredible highlight plays from players like world champions and Garrett G, current Copenhagen LAN attendees and Psy, and legacy defining rosters within the collegiate space. It's a space that's continuing to grow. They're contributing to the esport in a special way. It's the best collegiate esport in the world. I will not have an argument otherwise. And every single time I hop in this booth with these fine gentlemen, and of course Chicks and Devonta throughout the course of the season, they make me a better caster and fall in love with this game every single time. So I love this game, and I can't wait to see what CRL does.
I can't wait to see more for Collegiate Rocket League, RLCS, and beyond. But thank you all for tuning in to this semester of Collegiate Rocket League. I've been Vodable. We've had Bass, Taco, and Seb. We had Chixa on earlier, Novanta throughout the semester, and our lovely production crew in the background. Look ahead to the other regions of RLCS as OCE, MENA, and SSA start up next weekend as well. And then there's the great kickoff LAN to come in the future. That's all for CRL for this semester. We'll see you in the spring for some more action.
Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa, stayed up through the days and night, lay and we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa, sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the dead of night. Lately we watched the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave now. Photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said,
Let's move those feet. Let's move those feet.
I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.
Bye.